terrace, mostly grey.
Changes to the Leicestershire side. 2 changes. In comes the new loan signing to the end of the season, Ian Holland, for the rested Rehan Ahmed, and Matt Salisbury is taking the place of Josh Hull, otherwise Leicestershire as per Gloucestershire.
And Glamorgan make 3 changes. Colin Ingram, their top scorer, is rested because they have 3 overseas players available, and Mir Hamza of Pakistan is needed on the bowling front. Also coming in are Billy Root and Tim van der Hoogten, who is fit for the first time this season after a calf injury, and dropping out Ingram, Gorvin and McIlroy.
There's an 11 o'clock just after update, so I'll kick off with Matt Salisbury coming in and bowling to Eddie Byram, who defends on the back foot, just pushes the ball back down. The pitch to the returning Salisbury. He picked up a little injury, played the first couple of games. Matt Salisbury, first 3 games in fact, but he's missed out the last 3, initially because of injury, and then Leicestershire brought Josh Hull back in, but they've rested Hull for this game, the teenager, and brought back Salisbury. Turns from the Bennett end, comes ringing in past umpire Neil Bainton, and bowls edge, just drops short of second slip. Genuine edge didn't quite carry to Peter Hanscom, didn't take it cleanly. I'm pretty sure that didn't carry though.
Looked as though it was on the half volley, didn't it? No real reaction from the freezing slip cordon, who are back to the early days of April in their demeanour. Jumpers on and hands in pockets until the last minute.
But it should seem around on this pitch, if appearances mean anything. In goes Salisbury, bowls. Byram is forward, pushing the ball with intent out into the covers, where Tom Scriven is the fielder. Scriven's not warming up. I think Holland is in there at mid-wicket, and he has been warming up a bit. Mentioned Neil Bainton, the other umpire Hassan Adnan. Bainton standing at the Bennett end for the first half of the game. Hassan Adnan at the pavilion end here at a grey and gloomy, and as Nick said, distinctly chilly Grace Road. Salisbury is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge with a ball that rears at Byram. He drops his hands, plays it well.
Eddie Byram into the Glamorgan side relatively late this season. He dislocated his shoulder in pre-season in March, so was unavailable for the first 3 games. Since then he's played 3. He's averaging 20 with a top score of 30.
Here comes the update. Yeah, grey and gloomy here at Grace Road. The news is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bowl first on a very, very green wicket, which implies the ball should swing around. They haven't managed to take 20 wickets yet this season in a game. They're going to need to do so, and hence the pitch. They've left out Rehan Ahmed. They've brought in the new signing Ian Holland. They've also left out Josh Hull, the tall young left arm seamer, and brought in Matt Salisbury. Salisbury is bowling in the first over of the day, and there is no score on the board as yet. Salisbury is in, bowls to Byram, who looks to drive, doesn't quite time it, comes off the inside part of the bat, runs out to Marcus Harris at mid-off. It's the end of the first over. A maiden, there was enough there to suggest the ball is certainly going to move around early on.
Yes, I posted a picture of the middle with a view from Rees in Cardiff. Fancy bank holiday off, bank holiday weekend off, do they? It'll be all over by tea tomorrow. It is a very green wicket, and it is considerably less prepared looking than the strip 2 to the left as we look up from above the dressing rooms. So it's some way over to our right towards the meet. Graham Smith suggesting on that pitch you might only need 2 bowlers. Well, Ian Holland is the second of those bowlers for Leicestershire, should only 2 be needed. And the American-born, Australian-bred USA international is going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handers. Billy Root back in the side after 1 match absence, slightly unfortunate to be omitted, averaging 30, couple of half centuries. Nothing spectacular, but reasonably solid, and adopting a new role this season. Here's Holland into bowl to Root. That's a no ball, and it's wide outside off stump, so not maybe the start that Ian Holland would have wanted to his Leicestershire career.
Yeah, no ball, and pretty much close to being a wide as well, wasn't it? But I'm sure he's played here before on several occasions, so he's used to the slope, but yeah.
Impressively, he does have a number 22 shirt, despite being a recent acquisition, that being the same as his Hampshire number. As this next delivery is played defensively on the offside by Billy Root. There's no run. Morgan with just the 2 runs from the no ball then, here on BBC Sport Online. If you want to get in touch on X/Twitter, NickWeb 2017 or FoxesCom24. As in comes Holland and bowls, and Root shoulders arms, and it goes through outside off stump to Ben Cox. It's a nice handle, FoxesCom24. It sounds like
it is,
Leicester
but
has...
It's actually Foxcoms.
Oh, sorry.
So
Foxcoms.
Fox in the singular, comms in the plural.
Sorry.
Rather than vice versa.
Thank you. Foxcoms 24 sounds anyway like the mission statement for the newly built Leicester spaceport. Foxcoms 24. As Root takes a step down the wicket and works it away through square leg, he'll get runs here. The first off the bat, a couple at least. It's a very deep boundary, but they settle for just a couple. No point in taking any 50-50 decisions at this stage in the match. And Root is up and running, and Glamorgan are 4 without loss. That is a considerable boundary away to the Milligan Road, isn't it?
It's actually nearer than it was for the game against Gloucestershire.
Oh, right.
We played on that used pitch 3 away to the right.
It's close to the meat, isn't it? They could smell the cakes from there. As Holland bowls and Root shoulders arms, and again it's a no ball indicated by Mr. Adnan. Thank goodness he's pivoting and signalling vaguely in our direction at Cardiff when they turn sideways on the commentary box to signal to the scorers in the pavilion. You can hardly see the no balls signalled. 6 without loss. Root with 3 slips lurking behind him. Holland running away from us and bowling, and Root pushes at that one and is beaten outside off stump. And I suspect we're going to say that a few times this morning, if Leicestershire's bowlers have anything about them.
Leicestershire conceded 76 extras in the Gloucestershire's only innings last week, which was a first-class record of the kind that they did not want to set, a county first-class record.
Ouch. Holland into bowl. Forward comes Root, appeal for LBW, sounded as though it might have been bat and pad, and Root had got a reasonable stride in anyway. We are at a considerable angle to the wickets without any real-time video replays. So
they do replays, so hopefully we'll see one.
We'll get one in a moment. We'll see it for the first time in a moment.
Outside the line.
Got outside the line.
Outside the line.
6 without loss. Holland clearing his throat. And Root getting forward and driving, and it's edged. Now, did that one carry to slip? It went low down, and it's a dot ball. Did that one carry? It might have been on the half volley or thereabouts, but certainly the bowlers will be encouraged by that. As Root drove.
Didn't quite carry.
Oof.
I don't think.
So
stuck out a right hand in front. He had to from second in front of first in the hope of scooping it up, but once again, as in the first over, didn't quite carry. So there might, yeah, that's the problem. A lot of grass, but there isn't too much bounce, nip. Salisbury in from the Bennett end, bowls. That one gets up a touch, but a little bit slowly. Eddie Byram on the back foot pushes it out into the covers. And you heard the call of no. Root was semi-interested momentarily.
So Glamorgan back to the opening partnership. They fielded against Sussex, Byram and Root. Hassan has opened and Labuschagne has opened this season.
Salisbury bowls. Edges just short again, and that hurt Hanscom. That's 3 times in as many overs that it has been edged by either Byram or Root, just short of Hanscom at second slip each time, stinging his hands. The Australian holds his right hand, grits his teeth.
He needs to get up to mid-off or somewhere, doesn't he, and get out the firing line.
Well, obviously kept for Leicestershire last season, enabling them to play another bowler. It was very useful. Now in the slips, wishing he had gloves back on, I would think. Salisbury is in onto the leg stump of Byram, a little bit short. Byram on the back foot turns it wristily out towards square leg. Rishi Patel is out there.
And plenty of wicket-keeping choices in this Leicestershire squad, aren't there?
There absolutely are. Lewis Hill, I think, if he never dons the gloves again, it will be too soon as far as he's concerned. He didn't particularly enjoy it. I don't think he was a pretty effective wicket-keeper. Salisbury is in, bowls, looking to get forward is Byram, checks the drive, really wasn't quite there to be driven, pushes it firmly out to Harris at mid-off. Need these edges to go to hand, Leicestershire.
Yeah, for those of you watching on YouTube overseas, we are now available on the BBC website and app, should you wish to listen only, if you're out and about.
It's taken them 6 weeks or so to sort it out, but it has been sorted. Salisbury is in. Again, Byram can go back and play it, not comfortably, but solidly. Slightly angled bat, steering it out towards backward point, where Ben Mike is the fielder.
What else can be sorted out in the space of 6 weeks, so we wonder? 6 weeks is a phrase we've been hearing quite a lot
oh, yes,
in the news over the last 48 hours.
Yes, I wondered where you're going with that for a minute, but yes, of course. Yes, it's going to be a long 6 weeks, one suspects. Salisbury is in and bowls outside off stump. Again, no, there's a sort of little bit of movement off the pitch away. It's left by Byram, but it doesn't really sort of take off in any way. There is life in the pitch, but not too much bounce. And if you can get in, you might be able to stay, and that was the nature of the pitch last week. It was quite hard to get the ball away, but it was quite hard to beat the bat. I think initially the bat will be beaten, but we shall see. 6 without loss after 3.
All those runs coming off Ian Holland, 2 no balls and a 2. And Root is hit on the pad. That one might be nearer. No response from Mr. Adnan.
I think he thought about that a lot.
That one looked rather straighter than the previous appeal. So Mr. Adnan definitely having to give that one some thought. And Root is looking in some early difficulty here at Grace Road.
Might have almost swung too much. He looked to be hit in front on that occasion.
Holland is in, bowls to Root, who defends that one competently enough, out to cover, and there is no run. So 3 slips, point, cover and mid-off, all in fairly close on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, likewise saving the single, and fine leg grazing in the deep as usual. So fairly conventional early overs attacking field, as Holland is in to bowl and Root defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. Just wondering whether the ball not carrying hugely, that a gully might be called for, possibly instead of the 3rd slip. The 3rd slip has crept fairly close in anyway. Glamorgan under pressure. Leicestershire looking for the breakthrough. Holland bowls and Root drives gently to mid-on, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, Leicestershire winning the toss and choosing to bowl first on a very green wicket indeed. Glamorgan bringing in Root, Van der Hoogten and Hamza, and Leicestershire bringing in Holland and Salisbury, who are opening the bowling together. Holland is in to bowl to Root. It's a no ball. Root has a swing at it. There's an attempt to run him out from third slip, Scott Curry, and it's another 2 on the Glamorgan total.
Well, extras leading the way at the moment.
In terms of a slowish wicket with the ball doing a bit, this is quite familiar from South Sophia Gardens last week when Glamorgan had early struggles against Middlesex. Root's driving, pushing, missing. He's a little bit all over the shop, is Billy Root at the moment. Missed last week's championship game. Played a couple of T20s without huge success for the second 11. Captained them in a couple of friendlies against Oxford UCCE. As in comes Holland and bowls, and that one hits bat and possibly boot, bobbles out on the offside. 8 without loss after 4 quite torrid overs from the Glamorgan point of view. Root has 2. Byram has yet to score off 12 deliveries, and sundries have 6. Tough going there, isn't it?
It is. Root adopting the policy of getting as far down the pitch as he possibly can to negate any movement. Byram, by and large, staying on the back foot. He's pretty much taken the bowling from Salisbury, who's hasn't bowled a no ball yet. 2 overs, 2 maidens for Matt Salisbury. 3 no balls for Ian Holland. 4th slip has gone in Rishi Patel, who spent most of last season at slip and has spent the entirety of this season around the outfield, with Hanscom having moved into the slips and Curry coming into the side. He's a very good slipper. He's at 3rd slip. Kimber also an excellent slipper. He's at 1st slip. So Rishi Patel had been pushed into the outfield, but is at 4th now as Salisbury is in to Byram onto the legs. Perfectly legitimate single as Byram just goes back, turns the wrist on it, pushes it slightly wide of Tom Scriven, who'd gone across the cover where Rishi Patel was. He moved across from the covers, so no cover at the moment. Leicestershire perfectly happy if one of these 2 left-handers wants to have a drive at the delivery. There's just Ben Mike at point and Marcus Harris at mid-off. Lewis Hill is at mid-on. Tom Scriven at mid-wicket now, and 4 slips alongside Ben Cox. Salisbury's going to go round the wicket. 2 Root is in. Bowl bounces and leaves Root, who's attracting all the movement at the moment. He lifts his bat though, plays it very competently, lets it go through to the dyed hair. Ben Cox behind him.
Another blonde bombshell.
Indeed. Salisbury, chest on, in, bowls again. Root advancing down the pitch, more or less gets to the pitch of the ball on that occasion. Turns it firmly, but only as far as Hill at mid-on.
Yes, as in Cardiff last week, it does seem to be a pitch on which the batters can get forward and maybe best advised doing so.
Salisbury is in. Bowls. Beautiful drive from Root. He didn't advance down the pitch this time, having done so previously. Salisbury did slightly over pitch. Root got forward and drove. Not with a huge follow through, but got plenty on it. Pushed it out towards long off. Harris and Hill in pursuit. Root picks up 2. Moves on to 4 from 18 balls faced. 11 without loss. Extras still the top scorer on 6, Byram with 1. Well, got through 4.4 overs without losing a wicket. Perhaps it isn't a minefield. In goes Salisbury and bowls, root solidly forward, playing it out into the offside.
If you are heading here later today, temperatures only meant to be around 14, 15 Celsius, so quite cool by recent standards, and I would suggest you pack an extra layer from recent weeks.
One or two pointing out that on this stream that the video is lagging behind the audio slightly. We're slightly ahead. Apologies about that. Salisbury is in full again. Root on drives pleasantly, but can't get it past Hill, who moves to his left at mid-on. End of the over, the 5th of the innings, 11 without loss. Glamorgan, Eddie Byram, just a single.
Oh, it's just the way Richard and I read the game. We can tell you what's going to happen before it happens. 11 without loss, we wish. 11 without loss, then 5 overs gone. Yes, we can't do anything about that side of it, I'm sorry. As we are not in control of the way our audio service links up with the video.
It sometimes needs sort of switching off and on again.
The journalist technology.
When I say our end, I mean the Grace Road end. As Nick said, it's not something up here in the commentary box we can control. Apologies.
11 without loss, and Holland's going to have a go over the wicket, bowling to Byram, who's on 1 not out, and that's not a great opening delivery. It's well outside off stump and going further away.
Alfonso Thomas was very cross at the end of the game against Gloucestershire, because partly of the way Leicestershire bowled on the first morning, having won the toss, put Gloucestershire in, and then conceding an opening partnership of over 300.
Yes.
They didn't bowl particularly well.
As in comes Holland again and bowls outside off stump, round the wicket that time, keeping a little bit lowish. One would quote the words of the D Ream hit from the mid-90s, but
go on.
One that might
Things
be seen as a political message these days.
Yes.
11 without loss.
Yeah, 316.
Holland is in to bowl. Byram shoulders arms to another ball that does not remotely concern him.
Beating by 1 the highest ever opening partnership against Leicestershire. Two very famous names, Len Hutton and Herbert Sutcliffe.
Good heavens.
For Yorkshire in 1937 was the previous record.
I'm sure they were fully aware of that at the time. As Holland, trying to improve his radar, is in, bowls, outside off stump, comes back a little bit, but Byram is still able to shoulder arms safely. Sam Northeast with his ground record at Lord's, even a man steeped in the game as he is was apparently reminded by a member at the interval before, when he had 300 or so on the board, and thought, oh well, might as well get that now, I'm so close. As that's wide outside off stump and slapped away by Byram to the shorter boundary away to our right. No chance of anyone chasing that down. And we have a boundary to indicate for the first time. Byram has 5 and it's 15 without loss. Well,
it was there to be put away, wasn't it?
It was.
They were pitched very wide.
And I'm not sure if Alfonso Thomas's blood pressure will be any better from the opening 20-odd minutes so far. Plenty of time to put things right for his troops, as that's through outside off stump. And again, Byram is able to shoulder arms at the end of an over which I'm sure Ian Holland himself will be disappointed with. Not really the impact that he wanted to make so far with the new county, having joined for the rest of the season.
Indeed, loaned to the rest of the season. As also is Scott Curry on loan from Hampshire until the end of the season.
As also is Mason Crane for Glamorgan on loan from Hampshire until the end of the season.
What would we do without Hampshire?
Do you think they overestimated their playing squad numbers needed, perchance?
Certainly got a bigger budget, it would appear. Round the wicket goes Salisbury, bowls to Billy Root. Tucks him up slightly, but Root blocks it out into the onside. Picked up by Patel, who's gone back out from 4th slip now, gone back to 3 slips. It continues very overcast here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It's supposed to get a bit brighter, and it is a sort of a bit brighter around, but there's a lot of heavy cloud overhead right now. There were a few spits and spots of rain earlier, none at the moment. Salisbury is in, swings in a bit, again Root pushing slightly across his front pad, but solidly enough out towards wideish mid-on. Hill is the fielder.
Weather-wise, tomorrow is meant to be the best day of the 4. Temperatures around 20 Celsius and dry. Sunday
20, wow.
May well be a bit of rain around.
Positively tropical. Actually, I mean, it was pretty pleasant weather against Gloucester, including one really pleasant day, but not many of them. In goes Salisbury, bowls. That's a better line on off stump, brings Root forward, plays it out towards mid-off. Just wonder whether Root's not sort of running down the pitch now. I wonder if he's beginning to not trust the pitch, but realise there aren't quite as many demons as its colour might suggest, as is so often the way here at Grace Road in recent years. Salisbury is in, bowls, squares up Root a touch with that one, but again he's looking to get forward and gets plenty of bat on it, back down the pitch towards Matt Salisbury. Salisbury in the first 3 games of the season just picked up the 5 wickets at 46 apiece. And as I say, he lost his place. Didn't have a niggle.
Bowling averages have been higher generally, haven't they, around the country?
And he comes, bowls to Root, outside off stump, played very neatly and delicately through 4th slip on the bounce, and he could pick up 4. Chasing back and getting there is Ben Mike. Athletically dives forward, flicks it back, picks himself up, runs back, picks up, gets his throw away and saves a run. Good work by Ben Mike. Root moves on to 7 though, Byram 5, so we have a batter as a top scorer now. Extras has been left behind, and having made that run, Ben Mike continues on despite clearly having thermals on under his shirt, and picks up a sweater. It's cold out there.
I'm not surprised. I'm very grateful for your heater.
Yes, it should. Yeah, watch yourself you don't singe anything. In goes Salisbury, bowls and squares up Byram, but he gets plenty of bat on it, squirts it away rather between extra cover and mid-off. Harris runs back and across from mid-off, picks up Byram, picks up a couple, joins Root on 7. The runs flowing for Glamorgan now. They're 20 without loss after 7 each, as I say, to the openers.
I think overall Glamorgan would be happy to be 2 or fewer down at lunchtime. It is the rule of thumb, isn't it, that if you put a side into bat, you aim to pick up at least 3 wickets. Glamorgan have a fairly powerful top order on paper, but not all in the best of nick. Chris Cook's been a little in and out at 6. 1 century, but not many the rest of the time. Kieran Carlson likewise a little up and down. There's Holland bowls outside off stump, and Root quite rightly ignores it. Not really testing the batter in any way. Labuschagne, 20 and a century in his opening game of the season for Glamorgan, and he's liable to be here through June and July, and possibly a couple of matches early September, as that's driven by Root, straight driven, not beating the field though. Sam Northeast has had 2 absolutely tremendous innings and not much the rest of it. Kieran Carlson, 1 century and 2 50s. He's averaging 40. Zainal Hassan at 7 is averaging around 20 this season, but he did have to open for a few games. As Holland is in and bowls, and Root is forward, playing back to the bowler, and there's no run. Glamorgan have worked out how to get wickets at home, that's for sure, with 18 in the last match, which they narrowly lost to Middlesex, having fought back in the final session, or the final half of the day certainly, and 20 the week before at home to Sussex, but we wait to see whether they can be successful with the ball away, which they haven't been so far, as Root is forward but playing no shot once he gets there. The ball passes harmlessly by, the bat upraised. Morgan conceding an awful lot of runs against Middlesex, but having scored a lot themselves at Lords and again at Northampton, Yorkshire. Home sides in each occasion were able to pass 500. But Van der Hoogten and Hamza into the side. Holland bowls outside off stump. Root allows that one to go through, and even the encouragement for their new colleague is starting to drop off a little in intensity from the Foxes fielders. 20 without loss. Byram 7, Root 7, Sundries 6. As Holland in bowls, and that's even wider outside off stump. Mr. Adnan decides to exercise the quality of mercy on this occasion and allows it to remain a dot ball. 20 without loss. Elsewhere in Division 2 there is play in all 3 other games. Derbyshire 32 for naught away to Gloucestershire. Sussex 44 without loss. Leaders Sussex playing second place Middlesex, that's at Lords. Sussex 44 for naught, and Yorkshire are 13 for naught at Northampton. So no wickets down so far in Division 2. Can Matt Salisbury be the man to change that?
He may need to bowl slightly straighter than Ian Holland has managed thus far. Salisbury over the wicket from the Bennett end, bowls to Byram on Midland leg. Byram again, back foot again, solidly behind it. Drops it out towards wideish mid-on. I mean, there's been a bit of movement, but it's not been ridiculous, has it? It's not
no
zipping around all over the place out there. Salisbury in, bowls on off stump, nicely played by Byram, again off the back foot with a slightly angled bat through about 5th stroke 6th slip along the ground all the way, running back from point is Ben Mike, picks up and throws with that javelin style follow through of his, nice throw, but Byram picks up a comfortable 2, moves on to 9, 22 without loss.
Quite a few 2s. The ball isn't really travelling that quickly over the outfield, which is still quite lush for the time of year as we move towards the end of May.
Salisbury bowls, line and length. Byram again, just slightly walking forward, but his weight essentially is on the back foot, dropping it out into the offside, or blocking it out into the offside. Lush has become almost a sort of part of the Welsh language, hasn't it? It's almost a Welsh word now.
Yes, it's slightly different.
Consequent
really.
of a certain programme.
Yes.
Well, I don't, well, they picked it up presumably from its sort of use in and around Cardiff, etc. In goes. Salisbury edge just short of Currier, 3rd slip, dives to his left, takes it on the second bounce, just about neatly two-handed to his left, and then somehow, while sort of still on the ground, gets a throw away at the stumps. Byram had gone nowhere.
For the benefit of bemused Leicestershire listeners, lush can be used as a general term of approbation to anything positive in Wales. Sometimes with the adverb cowin. Cowing lush.
Oh yeah, okay. Cowan, I remember, as an In goes Salisbury Bowls. Drops it a little bit shorter. Ball doesn't do too much in terms of movement though. Byram can play it off the back foot out into the offside. We used to use Cowan in sort of East Yorkshire in the sort of 70s. I remember that growing up.
And bizarrely, it's also used in French, isn't it? Vachement.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yep.
There we go. Not one you hear used very often these days, except clearly in Wales. Salisbury slightly rolling his shoulders as he goes in and bowls, and it's a pickup, beautiful pickup by Eddie Byram over square leg, essentially. What a neatly played shot that was. Just waited for it, let it come on to him, clips it high over square leg and to the boundary. 28 without loss. Byram onto 15, route 7, and well, he played that over immaculately in every respect. Eddie Byram.
Yes, it was a shot he played, I think, on one occasion at Sophia Gardens last week as well, virtually out of nowhere. A nice little pickup over a shortish boundary at square leg, and he's done the same thing again to record the first maximum of the match to take Glamorgan on to 28 without loss as the ball disappeared. I think it might have.
Did a few times last week,
Fielder out there hoping against hope that a spectator will have fielded it, but
somebody should have gone to help. Tom Scriven heads off towards the nets area. There's a sort of concrete wall in front, concrete panel wall in front of them, so if it's hit those it will need inspecting. But if it's bounced beyond, Scriven's back and now looking back. Oh,
someone else
Rishi Patel has found it.
Yeah.
So it might have actually gone might have bounced on the road that's in front of them and gone into the nets.
Yes, we'll see whether they toss it to the umpire.
Has to be inspected,
surely you have want to have a look anyway.
Has to be inspected. Rishi Patel runs with Scriven, and he's holding it between finger and thumb rather gingerly.
Expect us to bowl
Adnan has a look. Well, the way these dukes do go out of shape so very quickly, it doesn't take much, you would have thought. He shows it to umpire Bainton. The two umpires are in discussions now. Lewis Hill, Leicester's captain, is involved. Or at least he's taking a keen interest in the discussion. And it's going to be changed.
Yes, well, Eddie Byram, I suppose, getting in the mood for T20, which starts a week tonight. As far as Glamorgan are concerned, at home to Surrey on the Friday night.
Ooh, that should be an interesting one.
Indeed, powerful lot, aren't they, generally, when Leicestershire at home to Yorkshire on the same night. There are a handful of games on Thursday as well. To start the T20 blast, also a T20 International in Cardiff on Tuesday next week, which is now sold out, much to the relief of the Glamorgan financial people.
David Hutchinson, hello. Question for Richard regarding Liam Travaskis. Is he fit? He's had a back problem, not a major one, but sufficient apparently to rule him out of availability, if you like, for selection. So they've gone into this game with only the sort of occasional off-spin of Louis Kimber as a spin option. So on that basis, David, he won't be feeling aggrieved, as you put it, Liam. He certainly is expected to be available for the T20s, which Nick just mentioned starts next Friday. Not this time, but this time next week. This day next week. We're ready to go with the new ball.
As Holland bowls outside off stump, and Root says we'll put it back over that side of the ground, please, slapping it away for 4 through cover point. This time along the ground rather than aerially as Byram had. But Holland is certainly giving them a bit of width at the moment, looking to tempt them to drive and get the edge, which he did once or twice in the first over or two.
I suppose that was in the air for a while, but pretty much out the middle, wasn't it?
32 for naught. Holland bowls. Root defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. Various remarks on X/Twitter. Ryan Matt Jones, in response to the picture of the pitch, says you can't play cricket on the outfield. Griffith ap Llewellyn says I've seen better prepared club wickets, and also says I've never heard of resting the leading division run scorer before. So that's another no ball from Holland through outside off stump. No shot played by Root. Yeah, Colin Ingram is rested. I mean, it was a fairly insoluble headache, really. Glamorgan having 3 overseas available, and Colin Ingram being the leading run scorer. Last week they chose to rest the bowler Mir Hamza. Would have been difficult to leave out Marnus Labuschagne on his arrival, one of the top test batters in the world. 34 for naught. Holland to Root, wide outside off stump. No shot played, and Hamza departs after this week. It may be that they do have 3 available, possibly for a week or 2 later in the season, depending on if they choose to employ an overseas bowler for the back half of the championship. Probably, I would imagine, look to do without them for the 2 mid-season games. Holland bowls. Root is forward, defending up to mid-off, and there is no run. Paul Sussex, good morning to Paul. Balconeers are on their way to Grace Road. 32 in total on this trip. So 32 Balconeers, the Glamorgan supporters group, will be flooding into Grace Road at some point, as that's outside off stump and Root plays no shot. Through it goes to Cox. Graham Smith wondering if Leicester were taking a risk with this pitch in terms of ECB interest. Well, we'll see how it's marked, really, how it's played.
It's playing okay, isn't it?
It's playing okay, yep.
Maybe Glamorgan's bowlers will get a little bit more out of it, but it's always the way here. Whatever the pitches look like, they tend to play okay.
As Holland bowls, driven past mid-off by Root, stretching out to meet it and dispatching it. So runs in this over. There was a no ball that I'm not sure I picked up on at the time. So a couple of boundaries and a no ball. And Glamorgan gallop on to 38 without loss after 10 overs here on BBC Sport Online. So yeah, 1 or 2 not quite chances, 1 or 2 leg before appeals, as you'd expect in the early stages, but Glamorgan just starting to build.
Yeah, only 1 decent shout, really. That's been about it. Salisbury to continue from the Bennett end is in. Bowls. Byram looks to drive off the back foot, rather a thick outside edge, squirts it out into the covers, and there is no run. Just one other question from David. Any news on Wright? Well, Chris Wright has been at the ground this morning, Leicestershire supporters, so perhaps we can expect some sort of announcement in the reasonably near future. It's been promised for weeks. Salisbury is in outside off stump. Byram gets up on his toes, plays it firmly away towards backward point where Mike is the fielder. Already down. No, they aren't, because Curry's wandered off down there. He sold me a bit of a dummy there. I thought Curry had sort of gone towards gully. I was going to say 2 slips and a gully, but he's gone back to 3rd slip now. Anticipate bowling, you would imagine, before too long. Tom Scriven is starting to warm up now. Maybe these conditions and this pitch will suit his particular kind of swing. In goes Salisbury and bowls straight. Byram blocks out to Scriven, who's standing on a mat covering one of the pitches. Presumably will be used for the T20s. As Nick said, Leicestershire start at home to Yorkshire, and then they go and play on the misnamed, surely, opening day, the following day. 2 games at Edgbaston.
Oh right, you're involved in that.
We're the first of them against Derbyshire. We're involved in that, as you say. In goes Salisbury, bowls, goes past the outside edge. This time the bat is genuinely beaten off the seam, looked like to me, moved away.
Who is the alleged home team out of Leicestershire and Derbyshire?
I think it's Derbyshire. Bless them.
Ah yes, I think I remember our colleague Mr. Fletcher saying apparently Derbyshire do make more money from that in various ways than actually playing at home.
Exactly that. In goes Salisbury, bowls, again a good line, but Byram equal to it. Off middle and off, out towards Scriven again, staying pretty much resolutely on the back foot. I mean that's what he does, it's his preferred method of batting anyway, but it's working for him at the moment. 15 off 31 for him, 15 off 38 for Billy Root, who, having looked a little bit twitchy early on, is beginning to settle quite nicely now.
He's timed a couple nicely through the offside.
Whisper it, I can see a little bit of blue sky away
Good
where the weather is coming from. Salisbury in, bowls, neatly turned off his legs by Byram, but he doesn't get it past mid-wicket where Patel is the fielder. End of the over. That's Salisbury's 6th. None for 16, his figures. 38 without loss, the score.
So it looks as though a change in bowling is probable in the next 5 minutes or so. 6, maybe 7 overs. And there's a change of bowling at this end straight away as Tom Scriven comes on. Holland having conceded 22 in his 5 overs, which Leicestershire will be hoping that he settles in during the course of the day, rather better than that first spell. As Scriven will bowl, having so far this season taken 8 wickets. It's an average that he will be looking to improve upon. 38 without loss. As he wheels next to the advertising strip and runs in now. Right arm over the wicket, and the first ball is run away by Billy Root down to the 3rd man boundary. Races away for 442 without loss. I think that was played down into the ground.
No, it was in the air through 4th slip. Yeah, have a look at it. Yeah, it was straight through 4th slip, hence Curry's
yes, you're right.
double teapot.
Yep, you're right. Had there been a 4th slip,
would have been straight in, well, about knee high, something like that.
So Root getting slightly fortunate. Has Scriven given a glimmer of hope, even though it went for 4. Scriven in, bowls outside off stump. Root plays no shot. So both Root and Byram found the ball coming off the edge in the first couple of overs. And Scriven likewise finding the edge early on. But Glamorgan remain unchanged as the lunch menu is dangled in front of me. You're lucky to get commentary on this ball as Scriven bowls and beats the bat outside the off stump.
Some interesting looking options for you to select from. Thai style fish sounds quite good.
Do we get a starter as well, or do you only have time for the main meal?
Main course, I'm afraid.
Right.
But it isn't a bad main course.
It isn't. Next delivery from Scriven. Maybe I'd better do it when you're talking. As that is beaten the bat outside off stump. Scriven with an arm in the air.
This is much better lines from Tom Scriven.
Yes, he has found the corridor of uncertainty outside off stump as Root goes down for a prod. Actually prods somewhere around the length. Batters usually tend to prod a lot shorter than where the ball is actually pitching, but that was a fairly accurate prod from Billy Root on that occasion. As Scriven is in to bowl, and that's played gently on the offside, fielded at point, and there is no run. Rishi Patel doing the fielding, earns a low 5 from a teammate for a fairly smart piece of work. 42 without loss under leaden skies here at Grace Road. Just that tiny patch of blue away to our left, way beyond the Milligan Road, as Scriven bowls, and Root plays that one firmly defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. 42 for naught at the end of a fairly tidy opening over.
Harry Swindle's Leicestershire's 12th man in every game so far this season, deputy wicketkeeper. The hero of the One-Day Cup final last season comes on, but only to... Yes, he is actually going to replace Ben Mike. Just for now.
Do we have to indicate our preferences via
yes,
any
chicken just salad, tell me and I'll...
Chicken salad, please.
Right.
Thank you.
I shall pass it on. It just means that it'll be at a table, hopefully, when we get down there, and
good man. Save
a spot of time.
Yes, trying to eat 3 courses in the space of about 35 minutes was testing even to a trencherman such as myself.
Well, just the one this time.
That's all right. It's all welcome.
Might get back up those stairs after all. Scott Curry is on, replacing Matt Salisbury. Immediately over pitches on off stump. Byram drives out towards extra cover, and long boundary though it is, it's going to get there. Swindle's pursuit is in vain. It just trickles over the ropes at, well, pretty much extra cover. And Byram moves on to 19, joins Root on 19. The 50 within sight, the 50 opening partnership, 46 without loss off 12. Not a great start from Scott Curry either. Curry down the hill. Slightly angled run is in. Bowl slightly short, cut away for 4 more. Outside off stump, so consecutive boundaries to Eddie Byram. He moves on to 23 and brings up the Glamorgan 50. Well, I think you probably wouldn't have got too many takers if you'd offered odds on Glamorgan reaching 50 without loss from anybody who'd seen the pitch, but the pitch hasn't played that badly. Leicestershire have not bowled particularly well. Consequently, Glamorgan can almost have been said to have gotten off to a flyer. 50 without loss, Byram 23, Root 19.
Yeah, you'd accept that under any circumstances at this time of day, wouldn't you? But particularly when inserted on what looks like a green top.
Curry is in, bowls, Byram drives. This time had just to check the shot a little bit because he wasn't quite at the pitch. Punched it on the front foot, but only out as far as mid-off, where Scriven is the fielder.
Graham Brill, emails from Merthyr Tydfil. Wicket looks sporting to say the least. Sometimes when they look a bit strange, they play fine.
In goes Curry, defended back down the pitch to him by Byram. Curry picks it up and for some reason tosses it to Cox, who immediately throws it back to the fielder. Ian Holland in the covers.
Graham also says, just word for Mason Crane's effort against Middlesex. A few umpire decisions did not go his way. Yeah, it's a fine spell of bowling, 5 wickets on the final day.
Curry in, bowls, found hopefully his line and length now, and Byram defends off middle and leg a bit.
Graham also says best wishes to Ron Walton of Merthyr Cricket Club, still playing Premier League cricket at 80 years of age, but has been unwell and in hospital recently. Had many a battle, still bowls his 10 overs for single figures and a few wickets, so best wishes to Ron.
Absolutely. How old again?
80.
Wow. In goes Curry, bowls, driven fluently and almost flamboyantly by Byram, out towards the extra cover boundary. Swindles puts in the skidding dive, could run 4-1 for the throw. No, they'll settle 4-3. Swindles tolerably quick across the ground. Well, he's worked hard in the over he's been out there, the 12th man. 2 long sprints to the boundary. Byram took 11 off that Curry opening over. Glamorgan have moved on to 53 without loss. Byram on to 26 and keeps the strike.
Yes, Ron's son Mark was a Glamorgan assistant coach for a couple of seasons, is now working for West Ham United instead, which is sounds like quite a jump, but not so much when you consider that Ron was actually a professional goalkeeper for many years for Norwich amongst others, and Walton.
Right.
As that first ball of the over from Scriven passes the bat. Byram beaten, I believe he played an FA Cup semi-final, Mark Walton, for Norwich. Anyway, he was an assistant to Matt Maynard for a couple of years at Glamorgan.
He's clearly kept himself very fit anyway. Good, well done to him.
So,
but you're still playing. I mean, not that you're 80. Sorry.
Yeah. So well done to Ron Walton, and good luck to Mark, his son, with West Ham. As Scriven is into bowl and threw outside off stump, came back a little, but after it passed the wicket, Eddie Byram on strike.
How is your village team doing this season?
This season we have managed all of 2 league games.
The weather.
Won 1, lost 1. So yes, good luck to the Machen teams in action tomorrow.
I think the Leicestershire leagues were postponed for at least a week, maybe 2, because it was so bad.
There's Scriven on his way, wearing 88 balls. Good delivery up in the block hole, well defended by Byram to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, even some of the South Wales Premier League games have fallen victim to the weather. Even the best resources have not been able to save the fixtures on a couple of weekends this season. And when you play in Division 11 as I do, you welcome every opportunity to get on. Scriven bowls, and that's again dispatched through the offside by Eddie Byram, who's enjoying himself on the offside. Anything with a bit of width is duly put away. 4 more to Byram. He moves on to 30 and Glamorgan to 57 without loss in the first hour of play.
Very impressed at the 11 divisions. The depth of interest in the game is clearly still. How many?
There are 13 in all.
13 in all.
In South East Wales, and
right.
a fair few in South West Wales as well.
Big divisions, are they? Or
As next delivery is helped away on the leg side for a change by Eddie Byram. So Scriven having trouble with his radar. Again, it goes into the vast open spaces on the Milligan Road side of the ground, and again they are through for 3 runs. I believe it's 10 teams in a division, 18 fixtures.
So 130 teams in the southeast alone.
Yes, quite possibly somewhere around there. Yep. And yeah, I mean the fixtures are slightly intermittent at in the division 13. The people don't always get a team together, but they're trying. And of course, with the expansion of women's cricket as well, as Scriven is in to bowl, cut away by Billy Root this time for 4 through the offside. Well, this is starting to get problematic for Tom Scriven. He's bowled 2 overs and conceded now 15 runs. as that one raced away to the boundary, and Glamorgan is 64 without loss and with a little bit of momentum behind the batting side at the moment.
Yeah. 11 of those 16, 12 of those 16? Yes, 12 of those 16 came from that second over, but just the 4 conceded in the first off the outside edge. It was a very good first over, not so good a second, and Messrs Byram and Root took full advantage. So Byram 33 off 43. Run rate getting up towards 5. Curry round the wicket to Byram bowl, short of a length. Stays on the back foot, drops it out into the offside, realises quickly there's not a single to be had.
The first wicket has fallen in Division 2, or a couple of them. Gloucestershire openers David Lloyd and Lewis Rees have gone for 28 and 20.
Derbyshire openers even.
Derbyshire openers, yeah.
In goes Curry, bowls a little bit short onto the body of Byram, and he can just get up on his toes and block it out to the vacant square leg. Salisbury is deep at square leg, so comfortable single to be taken. Byram onto 34, 65 without loss.
Yeah, David Lloyd hitting 3 4s and 2 6s in his 28.
Positive.
Indeed. The 3/4 Welsh opening pair of Lloyd and Rees. Rees's dad is from Llanelli, Lloyd from the Wrexham area.
Curry into Root, edges, and came off the body. Curry's appeal was very much delayed. Looked to loop very slowly to first slip, taken by Kimber, and I think it was the sort of left thigh area of Billy Root. And umpire Benton not remotely interested, and nor was Curry really. Let's have a look at the replay, just check that one.
Yes, there was a quarter of an appeal for the LBW and then half an appeal for caught at slip. It didn't quite add up.
High up on the left sort of thigh area, but there was a little bit of movement, better line at least from Curry. Update coming, in goes Curry, bowls, turned off the body, or attempted to be turned off the body by Root. Leg by, in fact, came off the thigh pad. Single taken.
Sussex 66 for 1 at Lords against Middlesex. Tom Haynes gone for 40.
Here comes the update. Well, they won the toss and chose to bat first on a very green pitch, but it has to be said they have not bowled well at all. Glamorgan have yet to lose a wicket. They're 66 without loss. Eddie Byram has 34. Billy Root, brother of former England captain Joe, of course, he's 23 not out. A couple of edges that have fallen just short, one decent leg before shout, but by and large the Foxes haven't used the conditions well. They are going to have to improve if they're going to get into this game. At the moment, Glamorgan 66 without loss. And that one from Curry also bounces a little bit on Byram, and he drops his hands, lets it pretty much almost hit him really up on the thigh pad, and it drops out into the offside end of the 15th over. As you heard me telling BBC Radio Leicester's news listeners, 66 without loss is the score.
Yeah, Curry's just getting a little bit extra bounce out of the wicket, isn't he?
He's a tall man, he should do, shouldn't he, if there's anything there, but...
Yeah, he's listed as 6'1", he looks more than that.
Looks a bit, because he's not exactly pencil thin, but he's very lean, isn't he?
So can Tom Scriven do anything to improve his figures? He's coming round the wickets to Root, and Root defends to cover, and there's no run. Well, there's some discrepancy between our various reference books, because Playfair's got him as 6'5".
That sounds about right.
That sounds a bit better, so Playfair's inaccurate on that one. 66 without loss. Oh, a bit of blue sky ahead of us now. Now, if you could just angle that over Gross Road, that would be lovely. Thank you, whoever's in charge up there. Scriven bowls, and that's a better delivery route, tucked up a little, chopping down defending at the last minute. Yorkshire 42 without loss at Northampton. In Division 1, there's a couple of games yet to start. Lancashire, Warwickshire and Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire. Oh dear, oh dear. Worcestershire with all the problems at New Road. They're meant to be back at headquarters, but they haven't taken the field as yet. There's Scriven bowls, and a wild swing from Root, who came down the wicket there and tried to dispatch it over the cakes at cover, but made no contact whatsoever. Lancashire back at Old Trafford this week, but the weather is not good in Manchester, obviously. At Chester Street, Somerset 38 for 2 against Durham, and Ben Stokes has taken one of those wickets, that of Matt Renshaw, for 5. Scriven bowls. A big appeal for LBW. Not a big appeal for LBW. A brief appeal for LBW. That seemed to wrap Root on the boot, but the sound died away as quickly as it had started.
It shuffled forward again, and pretty sure it hit him outside the line. Scriven is swinging it back in a touch to the left-handers, but here we go. Let's have a look.
Yeah, Root seeming slightly the more vulnerable at the moment.
Yeah, hitting a bit highish as well.
23 off 51 deliveries now. Scriven on his way past umpire Adnan. Bowls. Root defends respectively to mid-off, and there's no run. At Southampton, Hampshire against Surrey. Surrey are 51 for 1. Tom Sibley the man out, caught and bowled by Liam Dawson. Former England man Rory Burns and current England man Ollie Pope at the wicket. In that high quality Surrey batting order as ever.
It's almost sun coming out.
It's getting a bit brighter. Scriven bowls, and Root off the back foot, punches wide of mid-off, and this time they'll hustle through for a quick single. Finally, in the games that are being played at Canterbury, Essex 48 without loss.
And here indeed comes the sun. Players casting shadows, and Eddie Byram shedding a sweater. Leicestershire's head coach Alfonso Thomas is stalking clockwise. Clockwise being the way, remember, when you want a wicket to fall. Around the boundary, looking, what do they say on that Little Britain? Like giving evils. He doesn't look a happy man, does he? Thank you. Cross looks. Can Scott Curry improve his demeanour? Round the wicket comes Curry and bowls full Root, waiting for it on the front foot. Blocks it out into the offside. Mike is the fielder. He might get a bowl before too long. He tends to leak runs, Ben Mike, but he does take wickets. He does make things happen. He's got 12 wickets so far this season, but he too averaging well over 40. Only Scott Curry came into this game for Leicestershire with an average of less than 40, and his average was 35, 42.42 as he bowls to Root, who on the back foot implies it stayed a little bit lower than he expected, manages to block it out to Scriven at mid-off.
Yes, the effects of the opening 2 rounds of the season having their effect still on batting averages, I think, and consequently on bowling averages as well, but in favour of the batters when we had a few flat wickets and allied to the Kookaburra ball, which didn't respond well to early season conditions here.
Curry is in. He's appealing for leg before. He was on the front foot there. The implication being it was bat before pad. I think he might just have got outside the line. Curry turned and went down on one knee as though sort of singing a song to an audience almost. But umpire Bainton has umpire Adnan before him. No, shook his head, turned away dismissively.
Was that Rodin's sculpture the thinker there? It was almost Down on one knee.
And he
Head
goes,
cut.
bowl short, pulled by Root. He's not going to get it past Hill though at mid-on. It hit it down into the ground rather. It didn't really gather too much pace, so it was actually a fairly comfortable stop for Hill. Root rehearses both the pull and the drive through the offside as well, off the back foot.
There's a lot of blue stuff overhead at the moment, almost overhead anyway. It's coming,
Yeah,
please.
it's improving. As is the Glamorgan score, 67 without loss off 16.4. Curry is in, bowls, Root goes back and defends a straight delivery out towards mid-on. Hill jogs in to pick up. Poor Hill was a subject of considerable criticism, as you might expect when you put a side in and concede 700, including a 316 opening partnership last week. But Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, said that he would have done exactly the same thing. Curry is in, bowls, short, pulled around the corner, down towards long leg, bounces a couple of times. Harris fields at long leg, gets his throw away, and it is just a single to Billy Root, and moves on to 25 and keeps the strike, 68 without loss off 17. And I would imagine they'll be criticising Hill again if when people see the score, but who wouldn't have bowled first on seeing the pitch?
Absolutely, I defy anyone. And if you are just listening and not watching, then do have try and take the chance to have a look at conditions somewhere.
Well, we both
online.
tweeted pictures of the pitch,
Indeed.
didn't we? Or initially, I tweeted the wrong pitch.
Then, yes, I think you're absolutely correct there, that no one would have chosen to bat first on such a grassy, verdant, lush 22-yard stretch, as it looks as though Ben Cox is going to stand up.
He is, that's, well...
to try and stop Billy Root from shuffling forward with quite such gay abandon. Third slip moves a step wider, and Scriven is in to bowl to Root, who plays to point, fielded by Patel, the country's second most famous Rishi. And there is no run, 68 without loss. Graham Brill has been back on asking about the possible move of the Ospreys to St Helens, and could that be an opportunity for a new ground also involving Glamorgan there? I don't think so, I'm afraid to say, Graham.
I was going to say, we are talking St Helens, Wales.
St Helens, Swansea, yeah. Root defends to mid-off, and there is no run.
We're not going to try rugby league then.
No, it is rugby union, and it is St Helens, Swansea. I don't think, Graham, there is any Glamorgan involvement as far as I know, and indeed there have been rumours from the Swansea area, and I have nothing journalistic to back this up with, that there could be a move for Swansea Cricket Club involved as well, away from St Helens. As Scriven bowls, and Root is squared up by that one, defending it back down the pitch.
I still, over the last, what is it now, 11 years, I've only covered Glamorgan versus Leicestershire games in Cardiff. Keep waiting for a game elsewhere, preferably on the coast somewhere, but just we haven't been lucky in that respect. I mean, it's lovely going to Cardiff, don't get me wrong, but
yeah, sadly, well, obviously there are a couple of years of Cardiff only
yes,
in and just after the COVID period.
Understandably enough, I suppose.
As Scriven bowls, played on the leg side into a little gap by Root, and they'll hustle through for a quick single to wide mid-on, 69 for naught. And since then, the Southwest games have been played at Neath Cricket Club.
You've been to Colwyn
not since COVID. No.
Oh, right.
This is another issue that has been the subject of protracted discussions between Glamorgan and the local club and Conwy Council, but not with resolution so far. Scriven in, bowls, Byram leaves, taken by Cox standing up.
Gosh, that must be. Can you do that? Take the.
No.
That was beautifully taken, wasn't it? It bounced a bit on him, but just so smooth from Cox.
No, I don't think anything about my wicket keeping could ever be described as smooth. Unless I have a fruit-related drink in the tea interval. That's the only smoothie thing that would be involved. 69 for naught. Scriven bowls, driven by Byram, half-fielded by the bowler, enough to prevent any runs being taken. And the over, Scriven's bowled 4 overs now at a cost of 17, just tidying up a little bit and posing Billy Root a few more issues with the keeper standing up, which forces Root to curtail his footwork. Yeah, sadly, in terms of South West Wales, I don't think there's any possibility that I've heard of the redevelopment of St Helens being a joint rugby and cricket thing. It would be lovely if it were, but the stars, as far as I'm aware, are not aligning. The Ospreys deciding whether to go to St Helens or to the Brewery Field at Bridgend. Those are the only two options left on the table after their decision to leave the Swansea.com stadium at the end of next season.
Curry to continue, 3 overs for 13 from the Bennett end. Round the wicket he comes, bowls to Root, who's forward, driving pleasantly as well. Didn't really follow through with it, Billy Root. He made sure he middled it and got it past the diving Holland at cover. Running away to his right, Scriven had to field a good 20 yards from where he was standing, so 2 comfortable runs to Root. He moves on to 28, 71. Without loss, Glamorgan now. One ground we are going to for the first time since I got involved with Leicestershire, Scarborough.
Oh, right.
Which we're very, very pleased about. Curry is in, bowls, forward goes Root, defends down the pitch on the onside. First ground that I watched first-class cricket on.
Yes, I've only worked there for one day, unfortunately.
Yes, it's a one-dayer, but...
yeah. It had the bizarre distinction of being the first game that I'd seen curtailed for bad light, despite the insistence of the batting side they wanted to stay on when the regulations changed.
Curry is in, bowls, an appeal for leg before, looked to me to be outside the line, Root, and the appeal is once again turned down. I think umpire Bainton just with his finger, or hand, right hand, then he moved it slightly to his right. Now whether that's him saying no, just hit him outside the line. Curry disbelieving, turned in dismay. Let's just have a quick look at the...
Yeah, it may have hit the stumps, I think, but as you say, doubt as to whether he was in line.
Yeah, it wasn't height, I don't think. He's not a tall man, Root, and it hit him round about the knee roll. It must have been just outside the line. Curry is in. That's an appeal for leg before again. Thick inside edge onto the pad. Perhaps he was on the back foot on that occasion. Legitimate appeal, but once again it is turned down. I think what's that, 6 or 7 leg before appeals. Only one that has looked pretty close. Actually, probably 2.
Did sound as though there might have been something wooden involved in that.
It did to me. Curry is in. Root is turning him wristily, neatly off the stumps, using the in-swing down towards long leg where Harris is the fielder. Ben Mike is starting to warm up. The 5th seamer.
Had little doubt about what the pitch was going to do.
No. And they are without a spinner then. Leicestershire to spell the seamers, so they are going to have to rotate them, although Louis Kimber might bowl a few overs. Curry is in, bowls. No ball, says umpire Bainton, the first from Scott Curry. But that takes extras into double figures, as it is blocked by Byram. Out towards the offside on the back foot as ever. 74 without loss.
Steam rising from the ears of the coach, no doubt, somewhere in the vicinity.
That's the 5th, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
And 1 leg bite. Curry in, bowls. Oh, it's an appeal for leg before, too high for me. Byram on the back foot. Curry cannot believe another one has been turned down, but he was on the back foot and it looked highish to me.
It's been a cacophony of leg before appeals in recent overs, hasn't it? I think that one had some merit, and maybe he's just hoping he'll wear down Mr. Bainton, who has a word with Ben Cox as they pass at the end of the over. 74 without loss, Glamorgan. Well, they'd desperately have bitten your hand off had you offered them that at the start of play 80 minutes ago, but they have been under pressure at times. There have been a fair few LBW appeals. I know the law of averages doesn't apply to LBW appeals, but you feel one's coming.
Sun is certainly coming out now. We have bright sunshine across Grace Road. Is that? Yeah, fair enough. Nick's going to change his headphones. Our elderly sets are a bit hit and miss sometimes in terms of the connection. I wonder if those are the Glamorgan supporters just arriving, heading in front of the electronic scoreboard at the moment. They brought the sunshine with them from Wales. So Ben Mike replaces Tom Scriven at the pavilion end. He's going to start off around the wicket with 3 slips. He's asking his long leg to move a little bit finer. But in bright sunshine, Mike turns.
As on the back foot, Root is defending. Thank you for filling that little space, Richard, while I changed headphones. I think my head's obviously too big for your headphones or something like that.
Well, they're ancient.
They were slipping around a little bit, so didn't want to creak the microphone too loudly at our listeners. 74 without loss then, as the crowd swells with the addition of Glamorgan followers. And that's down leg side and neatly taken by Ben Cox, diving away to his right. Former Worcestershire keeper. Seems to be a different wicket keeper every year we play you.
Yes, it has been recently. Peter Hanscom last year. Would it have been the year before? Well, Lewis, I suppose.
Yeah.
Lewis Hill, Peter Hanscom, and now Ben Cox. Cox signed a 3-year deal, so if spared, you might see him again next year.
As Mike bowls and turned on the leg side by Root, no run. Sunshine in abundance over Grace Road for at least 5 minutes. There's one patch of blue sky and it's hit us, thankfully, but some rather darker stuff in the background. So wouldn't rule out the use of the floodlights today. 74 for naught. Root on slightly troubled 29. Faces up to Mike, and we'll get runs here down towards backward square, at least a couple of them. It is quite a long chase for the man from fine leg, but they settle for jogging through for 2. Route to 31, and the total 76 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Don't forget our Twitter handles, NickWeb2017 and FoxComms24. NickWeb2017 on Gmail. James Lumber, encouraging start in favourable bowling conditions indeed. And yes, this is James, the ground on which North East got his record-breaking runs, as I'm sure. I expect I'm limited to a certain number of mentions of North East 410 not out in Glamorgan's innings victory 2 years ago, as he avoids a right hook from Richard Ray.
No, it's...
Mike around the wicket, bowls to Root, who squeezes that one away on the offside and will take a single because point has been dropped back towards the boundary after both Glamorgan batters found the fence on that side of the field.
My memory is, I mean, he batted beautifully. Was it on about 96 when that was the only chance
dropped
he
once,
gave?
yes, edged went through slip, didn't he?
Slipped sort of straight through his raised hands of his head.
I don't think he hit the ball above the ground, and apart from that, until he reached the 390s. As Byram punching that one off the back foot into the covers, and there's no run. 77 without loss. Both last year's matches were drawn, as last year here it was Leicestershire 407 and 252 for 3, Glamorgan 465. And once Glamorgan had decided not to declare behind, it was always likely to be a draw on the final day there. There was the record last time, though, of the 8th wicket stand between Cook and Nisa. And then in Cardiff, it was Glamorgan 403 for 9, Leicester 451 for 6. Game over. No second innings.
Curry round the wicket, bowls, bounces and swings back in, but no appeal on this occasion as it bounces off the top part of Root's right pad out into the offside. No run. Outfield looks lovely from up here. They're emerald green almost, cut in stripes. And all the rain has done it some good. In goes Curry, bowls, Fuller on off stump, forward goes Root, back up the pitch to Curry, who, as is his wont, underarms the ball back over Root's head to Cox behind the stumps. Jezbala on the stream, agree with asking Glamorgan to bat today, but not with keeping the slips far back. If they were closer, we'd have 2, 2, 3 wickets. There were 3 that dropped short in the opening 3 overs. In goes Curry, pulled around the corner for 4. Poor delivery from Scott Curry, and Root almost pulling off the front foot there, but it was poorly directed delivery down the leg side, a little bit short, and Root, as I say, not a particularly tall man, had plenty of time just to sort of help it on its way, really. Flat batted around the corner, down towards wide long leg backward square for 4. He moves on to 36, overtakes Byram. Moves on 34 into the 80s now. Glamorgan 81 without loss. Curry is in. Root gets a delivery. It stays a touch low. He's on the back foot and plays it towards mid wicket. Rishi Patel rather sprawls to his left to make the stop. Does so then.
Do you think we'd better take some headphones with us to the luncheon table, because there might be a few choice words being delivered by the Leicestershire coaching team to their troops unless things improve in the next 33 minutes.
Curry is in. Oh, that's a good line. Came off the thick outside edge there as Root crouched and defended and squirted the ball out into the offside. The effects mic, which hangs outside our box, is fairly close to the Leicestershire balcony, so we probably will switch it off during the interval.
Flipping heck, boys.
I think it will be very much within the dressing room if words are exchanged. Curry is in, bowls. Root turns the bat face on that one as he steps half forward and defends out into the onside. End of the 21st over, 81 without loss. Byram 34, Root 36.
Kevin Lyons has been in touch on email saying if the overseas opening bowler Hamza is selected, which is common sense, the second overseas position is a direct contest between the two batters. Ingram so far averaging 94, very high class. And Labuschagne, why was he not present for the start of the season? Well, he does have playing commitments in Australia, and he has to have time off at some point in the 12 months, and Cricket Australia do have a word as to how often their charges should play. So I don't think we can question the absence of Labuschagne too much, although, of course, you're perfectly entitled to argue that Ingram should have continued, as that is defended by Byram on the offside, and there is no run. Unbelievable, says Kevin. I think the only point to do with Ingram being rested is that he will be playing a large part in the T20 blast, and he is the oldest player in the squad, so it's not as stupid as it might sound resting someone. As Mike bowls. Oh, full length ball up in the block hole. Or maybe even a full bunger that Byram can't get any bat on. And there was a squawked, strangled yell from Ben Mike there as it went past, not too far away from off stump. Nice little bit of in dip to the left-hander there, and Byram was beaten. Ooh. But it just shaved the stumps as well.
It didn't miss by much, did it?
Well bowled, Mike, as that is a no ball, and there's a single taken off it as well, so another 3 to the Glamorgan total, and no ballitis seems to be catching among the Foxes this morning.
Not just this morning. I mentioned the 76 in extras they conceded against Gloucestershire. There were a lot of no balls among them. A lot.
So Glamorgan are likely to see Labuschagne and Ingram batting in tandem for all the T20, and I would assume for the 2 championship matches in the middle of the T20 as well. Mike in, round the wicket, bowls, and Byram plays a very strange shot, trying to whip it through the leg side and almost cut him in half. And Mike is causing a few problems in this over, his second.
He's the quickest of this quintet of Leicestershire seamers. He's probably a bit miffed that he's 5th choice. And didn't miss off stump by very much.
84 for naught. Leicestershire maybe deserve 1 or 2, as that's an attempt to work it on the leg side by Billy Root. The ball just bounces out back down the wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, timing has been an issue for Root. He is 1 run ahead of Byram, but he's faced a lot more deliveries. 81 compared to 55.
He certainly looked at the less secure of the 2, hasn't he?
Yes, there was 1 edge early on from Byram that fell just short of slip second ball. He's looked more composed generally as Root looks to turn it on the leg side. No run. Maybe sometimes the ball starts to do something after 20-odd overs, doesn't it? You can never tell from this distance anyway.
Well, however old this ball is, having been changed after 9 overs, and then you assume it's roughly
yes.
the same age, but who knows?
Mike to finish his over then. In bowls, Root plays it firmly to mid-off. There is no run. 84 for naught. Root has 36. Byram has 35. And you're listening to BBC Sport Online with Richard Ray and Nick Webb.
If these 2 get through to lunch, they will be the subject of much congratulation, one imagines, from the Glamorgan dressing room, and deserved it has been. The pitch hasn't done as much as one might have expected from its appearance, although it will be very interesting to see, for example, what Tim van der Hoogten back in the Glamorgan side for this game and his fellow bowlers get out of it.
Yeah, Mir Hamza will be looking to go out with a bang in his final game.
And of course, James Harris likely to be a threat.
Yes, Harris will be.
Wickets so far this season at 36.
Yeah, he's been a little expensive at times, but he has been used very much by Glamorgan as a strike bowler and instructed to bang it in short on occasion, as the quickest of the bowlers available to Glamorgan at the time.
Well, Curry's been taken off, and Hill has gone back to his new option, that is to say, Ian Holland, in the hope that from down the slope from the Bennett end, he might prove a little more accurate and effective than up the slope from the Pavilion end. And he goes, bowls straight at least, and defending is Byram, back up the pitch to Holland. Curry has gone not quite to third slip. He's pretty much at fourth, or arguably gully.
Andrew Yeoman on Twitter, the greenest wicket I've ever seen. I don't seem any greener than this in first-class cricket.
Holland, quite a short run, is in, almost finds the outside edge of Byram's bat with that one. Walks forward Eddie Byram into the defensive push. Chris on the stream, bowling is so poor, he says, no consistency and an unacceptable amount of no balls. 6, I think it is now, no balls. So, with the leg by as well, 13 extras out of 84 without loss. In goes Holland, bowls a little bit shorter this time. Climbs a little bit on Byram, who is again defending on the back foot, this time into the offside. Sun has disappeared, blue sky has disappeared. That was briefly with us.
That's a lot.
Briefly with us.
Yeah. There are a lot of grey clouds around on the forecast.
Holland thus far rather more accurate in his second spell than he was in his first, but he's only 3 balls into it. Past umpire Bainton and bowls. Plays inside the line there, Eddie Byram. It was outside off stump, decent delivery, but it was wide, and Byram, clearly to me, just tucked the bat inside the line.
That's well spotted, Richard, because Byram has got one of the more unobtrusive leaves on the county circuit. Just the bat just tucked inwards a couple of inches.
Curry takes a step to his right. He's pretty much at third slip now. They are fairly close, the slips, showing how little bounce there really is in the pitch. That, well, he might have played at that one actually.
I think he did.
It held its line, and the bat was that little bit further out to the offside. Taken by Cox, did straighten on him, so better this from Holland. How much damage has already, well, a lot of damage has already been done. 84 without loss, but
still get it back, there's still time before lunch.
Well, they need a couple of, you mentioned 3 really being the, in goes Holland and bowls, driving thick outside edge, but he's got it through the covers. Swindles, sprints back, throws almost as he falls backward, gets his throw away, which means that no real chance of a second. But you know, when the pitch is as green as it is, I'm sure Leicester would have hoped for 4 probably at a minimum. Well, they haven't got any. 85 without loss off 23.
We're speaking of Holland. Well, the Netherlands are in action. A corny link alert against Ireland in a T20, and they're probably going to beat Ireland. Ireland made 161 for 6. George Dockrell 53 not out. Netherlands in reply, flying 94 for 1 after 12 overs. So looking as though they'll notch up a win there. As Ben Mike starts a new over, and Byram plays it cautiously on the offside, and there's no run. Tim van der Hoogten, having only just got back into action, not included in the Netherlands squad. He was injured on Netherlands duty in, I think it was March.
Rob MacDonald, can anyone tell me where Mulder is? He's currently in the West Indies, Rob, but he's supposed to be in Leicester next Wednesday in time for the T20s.
Mike bowls, and that's just over the bowler, and Byram's got away with one there. A leading edge appeared to fly up just over the bowler. That was on the full, wasn't it?
It was absolutely on the full. Whether it just stopped on him a fraction, one assumes it did, and that he closed the bat face a fraction too soon. It lobbed back over Mike, who's probably the most athletic of the Leicestershire fielders, and he dived but couldn't get there.
He's looking to play through wide mid-on, lobbed towards mid-off. Mike bowls, and Byram plays defensively to cover. And Glamorgan, having got this far, would be very relieved, I think, if they negotiate the remaining half dozen overs or so without loss, because it seems as though Byram and Root are actually starting to struggle a little bit more as the game goes on with timing. That's certainly wasn't where Eddie Byram was looking to hit it. His highest score of the season to date in his 4th match, and probably needs a score as he plays that one through mid-wicket, and will pick up the single there. Nicely judged. Byram to 37, total to 86 without loss. Byram didn't appear to be a T20 regular when he started with Glamorgan, but has actually developed into a nice attacking mode, opening the batting in the short form as well. Injured for part of last season's campaign, and he played 5 matches. As that short and cut away by Root, he's on top of that one, smacking it through cover point for 4. As he and Eddie Byram meet for a mid-wicket chat. And that one was really dispatched firmly by Billy Root to move on to 40, and the total on to 90 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. So headaches for Leicestershire, although Ben Mike creating a semblance, well, you can't call it a chance because it didn't go to hand, but certainly a very false shot from Byram earlier in the over. As he bowls the final delivery, that is caught at point. Billy Root has gone for 40, head in hands. You felt that was coming, and it is Ben Mike who has made the breakthrough. 90 for 1. Billy Root out for 40 off 85 deliveries.
Yeah, I wish you held the catch, and Root can't believe what he's done, because he actually gave it away there, really. Having hit the previous ball beautifully to the boundary, he's dragging himself off. He'd battled wonderfully through most of the entire morning session to get to 40, and it was out there to be hit, but he absolutely picked out Patel and hit it crisply and cleanly, but straight to Patel, who, as I say, fielded it slip throughout all of last season, has a very good pair of hands and made no mistake. But goodness me, Leicestershire needed that, and it really was donated to them by Billy Root.
6 fours he hit during the course of that innings, having struggled a little bit early on, a couple of edges, and survived an LBW appeal from Curry in particular that looked close, but smashing that one 2 point, and it is Marnus Labuschagne who will bat in his preferred position at 3 rather than Northeast, who has batted there so far this season. And Labuschagne playing just his 2nd match of the season, scored a century in the 2nd innings last week, but these are far from Australian conditions that he'll have to face early on at Grace Road, with the ball doing a little bit, heavy cloud overhead, and Labuschagne will have to battle to survive likewise. Batting to come, Northeast, Carlson, Cook, Ul Hassan, Van der Hoogten, Harris, Crane and Hamza. So can Leicestershire take advantage of getting the door ajar?
They're the sort of conditions where it is possible for wickets to fall in clusters, you would have thought, and well, if they were able to pick up 1 or 2 more before lunch. Holland is in, bowls to Eddie Byram, who plays it firmly back down the pitch to him. They'll feel at least they've sort of somehow got themselves back in the game, but an opening partnership of 90 in the circumstances, a pretty good effort on the part of the visitors. Holland, who has, as I said, been much better so far in his 2nd spell, is in, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Byram's bat. Ball just straightens on Eddie Byram. Might argue just Zimbabwean that he just tucked the bat inside the line. I'm not sure he did. It was fairly clear on the first one.
I think he was beaten by that one.
Yeah, not this time. Holland is in, bowls. He just turns that one off his legs calmly and into the gap so effectively. In fact, he's timed that really nicely. I mean, there was so little effort in the shot, the way he used the swing, the in-swing onto the legs, that deceived me really for a moment. I thought it would be easily cut off by long leg. It wasn't. It crossed the ropes a long time before him. It is a short-ish boundary on that side of the ground. But Byram moves into the 40s, on to 41.
Yeah, Mir Hamza coming up to have a look from this sort of position angle.
Holland is in, goes past the outside edge with the ball that straightens again. They don't stay long though. He's not the first of the Glamorgan players to come up and have a look from up here on the Morris Burrows terrace. But it's cold up here if you're outside, and as I say, they won't be long. Just a glance at our cameraman, the Leicestershire cameraman is well wrapped up, I promise you. Gloves, hoodie, gilet. In goes Holland, bowls outside off stump. A very clear leave on that time from Byram. Lifted his bat high over the line of the ball. Still very much Glamorgan's morning, 94 for 1. And only if 2 more wickets fall quickly might Leicestershire be okay. In goes Holland, and again Byram plays clearly inside the line of that one as it goes through outside off stump. 25 overs then. Byram 41, Labuschagne yet to face a ball. Mike, an opportunity to take a famous scalp.
Yes, that's the problem if you're of the level of Marnus Labuschagne, wanting to get back to top test batter in the world. Although won't have much chance this British summer, as Australia have a rare spell without playing any tests. Of course, the T20 World Cup is next up on the international scene, and Labuschagne is not involved in that. He's only represented his country once in the shortest format of the game, but he may well be involved in the Australian ODIs against England in September. So Marnus Labuschagne, first right-hander that Leicestershire have had to bowl at, and Ben Mike is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who just defends it back to him with a little turn of the wrists. So 3 slips. Gully come backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg in front of the digital scoreboard. Away to our right at the Bennett end of the ground. Cloudy conditions, and Labuschagne surely will be just focusing on getting through until lunch. As Mike bowls, leaves does Labuschagne as it comes back a little and goes through to Ben Cox. Labuschagne has worked over the seasons about adapting between Australian and British conditions as quickly as possible. When he first came over, the first season he had was the One Day Cup was at the start of the season, and he did struggle with the bat a little in that before going on to have a stellar run in the Championship in 2019. As Mike bowls, and Labuschagne is beaten, feet all over the place there, pushing forward, not really balanced when he played that one, and through it went to Cox.
Can't have missed the stumps by much either, can it?
Anguished cries from fielders and Leicestershire commentator alike. Probably moved a little too much for Ben Mike there to beat off stump. If it had carried straight on, might well have caught the edge or the edge of the wicket, as Mike is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who forces that one towards point, but it's well intercepted and there is no run. So a testing start for Marnus Labuschagne. No matter where you are ranked in the world, it matters little if you've got hungry bowlers and favourable conditions.
Still getting used to Ian Holland being on the pitch. 22. I think he was 22. Oh yes. It's Ian Holland. Nice piece of fielding.
94 for 1. Billy Root, the man out for 40, caught at point off Ben Mike by Rishi Patel. Mike on his way again. Bowls to Labuschagne, who is squared up by that one. Looking, it appeared, to defend straight, and the ball running towards cover. So he's having to work for survival, is Marnus Labuschagne, in this opening over delivered to him by Ben Mike, which has been a testing one, and Leicestershire's bowling has got better really as the session has gone on, having started in rather wayward fashion, giving Glamorgan quite a few easy leaves and a few no balls to help them along their way. Square leg comes up to mid-wicket, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through, but probably the only ball in the over that Labuschagne was allowed to leave on width. 94 for 1. As Mir Hamza's seen enough, or got chilly enough, and disappears as the Director of Cricket joins us. We'll have a quick word with Mark Wallace as Ian Holland will bowl from the Bennett end. Bowls outside off stump to Eddie Byram. Mark, thanks for dropping in. What have you made of the pitch and the way that Glamorgan have dealt with it?
Well, I only walked in to try and warm up after sitting outside, and I've been thrown a microphone. But no, it's been an excellent start. Obviously, you get put in on a pitch with plenty of grass. You're not quite sure what to expect, and yeah, the opening pair did excellently.
In comes Holland, bowls to Byram through outside off stump. Eddie Byram, you're probably more used to it than even I am, but you never quite tell whether he's leaving or whether he's beaten.
Yeah, he's one of these players. He bats quite a long way across his stumps, and then he plays for his off stump. And they used to call it the Kent leave back in the day, didn't they? When who used to do that? Mark Benson or something like that. He sort of plays the line, and it's always a leave. If you don't nick it, it's always a leave, isn't it?
Holland in round the wicket, bowls to Byram. Again, the same procedure through to Ben Cox.
You weren't sure whether to say played or missed or leave. I was going to say left.
So, difficult shout, obviously, to leave a guy out like Colin Ingram with his runs record.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost an impossible decision, really, isn't it, when you've got 3 overseas players of that ilk.
As in comes the next delivery, and Byram plays it gently down into the gully, and there's no run.
I mean, the plan for Colin was actually for him never to have played this many games at the start of the season. Obviously, we have a situation where Colin in effect fills in when Marnus isn't here. So, the plan was for maybe Colin to play 5 of these games, and we managed to squeeze 6 out of him. But he's overdue a rest. He's done a fantastic job, hasn't he, at the start of the year? So, getting ready for T20.
As that's outside off stump, Byram shouldering arms that time to make it clear, and presumably it's the 2 overseas batters set for the T20 campaign as a whole.
Yeah, so that's the plan. Yeah, so Mir Hamza will be playing his last game for us here before he heads back to Pakistan, and then we'll have Marnus and Colin in the T20 to shore up that middle order batting.
As Holland looks to finish his 8th over, and Byram defends on the offside, no run. 94 for 1 it remains. BBC Sport Online with a couple of overs to go until the lunch interval. Back end of the season, Marnus said he might be around for a couple of games around the Australian trip here, but would you look probably to get a bowler in for the last 5 or so championship matches? Have you got that far in planning? I presume you have.
Yeah, I mean that's something we're obviously looking at. I mean, Marnus's enthusiasm is absolutely fantastic, but he's never great when it comes to planning, because in Marnus's world he'll fly back to Australia, fly here, play a game, fly back, and doesn't tend to be what Australia want him to do.
Mike is in to bowl, appeal for LBW. He's got a bit forward there, but that saved Labuschagne as he looked to work through mid-wicket and rehearses the shot.
That looked very close, didn't it? I had my head in my hands at one point then, but yeah. So Marnus he's due to be with us for a large portion of the season, and then he's got an Australian One-Day International Series against England. They were supposed to be playing Ireland, but that's been cancelled. So there might be an opportunity for him to play a few games before that series, but that's a bit wait and see, really.
Mike is in to bowl. Labuschagne plays down into the gully, and there's no run. As for today, any idea what a pass score might be?
Well, absolutely none. I'll be honest. I'm not really sure I've ever seen a pitch with this much grass on it. I know that results have been difficult to come by around the country and especially here. So obviously the plan is to try and leave a bit more grass here and try and get some seam. And it has seemed about this morning. Our guys have played very well, but yeah, I wouldn't want to guess on a pass score.
Mike is in to bowl to Labuschagne through outside off stump. No shot played. Generally, when I went out to the middle for the toss, I looked at the strip that's a couple of wickets to the left of the one they're playing on, and I thought, why are they putting the stumps in on the wrong pitch?
Yeah, it really does take you by surprise when you first look at it. You think, crikey, there's heaps of grass on it, but obviously the groundsmen know what they're doing, and fair play. It's actually been a pretty good contest between bat and ball this morning.
As Mike is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who will get off the mark here as he angles it down between slips and point, and will jog through for a couple of runs. 96 for 1. We've seen some distinctly un-Cardiff conditions last week as well, with the ball turning square, and turned actually on the first couple of days of the match previous to that as well. Yeah,
not recent Cardiff conditions. No, a little bit sort of back in the day when it used to turn a lot more, but I thought last week was a fantastic game, wasn't it? Even though we were on the wrong side of it, that last day was pulsating cricket right up to the end.
Mike is in, bowls outside off stump, and Labuschagne leaves.
And there's elements. We've been cursed by a lot of draws the last few years.
Yes.
And actually, there's one of the things we've tried to do this year is to try and make sure that the brand of cricket we're playing at home is entertaining cricket. And I thought the ground staff did a really good job on the pitch last week of getting it to that stage where it did a bit on the first day, then flattened out, and then spun. And as I said, that the last day was great viewing for everyone, really.
Mike bowls, Labuschagne hits it firmly but straight to cover. There is no run. End of the over. 96 for 1. I've got to shoot off next door and do various things on the radio, and Richard Ray will return. Don't know if you can stay with us till the lunch interval, Mark, an over or so away.
Yeah, it would be poor form if I was at the front of the lunch queue, Webby, I think, when the players have all been playing, so I can certainly do it till lunch.
Thanks for joining us. Richard Ray will be back on in just a moment.
I think Glamorgan were delighted, to be quite honest, Mark, in the circumstances. Well, as you say, with the pitch looking as green as it did, there's been a little bit there, but yeah, the pitches here often look green and usually play reasonably reliably. In goes Holland. It does move away a fraction from Eddie Byron, but he leaves. It was wide. It went a little bit wider. 96 for 1.
Yeah, we are delighted with the start. Realistically, I'm always a little bit cautious. We're getting close to lunch, but yeah, they played really well. The two openers, I thought Leicester bowled well, and we did inevitably. You need a little bit of luck as well. I think both Byron and Root played very well in that first hour and a half of their partnership.
They definitely did. Holland is in, bowls too wide again. Eddie Byron can leave and does. This will be the last over before lunch. we've been saying that when a side is put in, the side that puts them in wants at least 3 by lunch normally, so even by that measure, the sort of standard measure, it's been a really good effort on the part of Glamorgan. But in the circumstance of the pitch, even better so. Outside off stump, again, that may just have shaped back in a fraction, a little bit of in-swing from Holland, but again, Byram can leave safely and does.
It does seem, doesn't it, that, you know, it might be one of those pitches that, you know, new batsmen coming in especially will find it difficult. We've seen, you know, Marnus come in, his first 12 balls, he lacked a little bit of rhythm, especially for a, you know, world-class player like he is. So, you know, it's those guys getting in are really important, I think.
Absolutely. Holland is in, drags his length back a little bit. Byram can defend on the back foot as it comes back in, drop it out into the offside. Harry Swindles comes in from cover to field. Swindles has been on for the best part of 20 minutes. Not have to work out who actually went off. You always look to one of the bowlers, but Curry is out there, Scriven out there. We'll check at lunch. Hopefully he's okay. Holland bustles in and bowls again, slightly short of a good length. And Byram, as is his preferred wont, stays on the back foot, blocks it out into the offside. One more ball before the interval. Sorry.
So it's nice to be back at Grace Road. I played my last first-class game at Grace Road.
Right.
And probably in tune with the rest of my career, I was caught behind first ball for Norm. that was my
so your memories are mixed then.
Very mixed.
In comes Holland to finish the morning session. Bowls outside off stump for the 4th time in the over. Eddie Byram can leave and does, and that is lunch. Very much Glamorgan's morning here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. Just the 1 wicket to fall, that of Billy Root, who was really cross with himself because having hit the previous ball beautifully away through point, tried to do the same again. It was there to be hit. Somehow he managed to pick out Rishi Patel at point, and he went for 40, but Eddie Byram has battled through the morning, 41 not out off 83 deliveries. Marnus Labuschagne has had a little bit of a look, just the 12 balls faced for his 2. Been a few decent leg before shouts, all turned down by umpires Bainton and Adnan. A few edges, but they've dropped short by and large. No catches have been dropped as such, but Glamorgan, given that the pitch has offered the bowlers plenty of help, will be delighted with their morning's efforts. You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester's news very shortly, but in the meantime, we'll leave you from the Uptonsteel County Ground, back with you in around about 38 minutes' time.
Sunset are 73 for 4 against Durham. Southampton, Surrey 85 for 3 against Hampshire. Canterbury, Essex 100 without loss against Kent. There is no play at Old Trafford and no play at Worcester. Division 2 at Bristol, Derbyshire 122 for 3.
And in the circumstances, they will not be happy with a lunchtime score for Glamorgan of 96 for 1. Just the 1 wicket to fall on a very green pitch. It probably didn't offer the bowlers quite as much help as might have been expected, but it did offer them plenty. The only wicket to fall, that of Billy Root, who had gone to 40 when he cut a delivery from Ben Mike straight to Rishi Patel at point. It was travelling quickly, but Rishi Patel, very good pair of hands, made no mistake. That made the score 90 for 1. Eddie Byram has battled through the morning. He's 41 not out. He's been joined by the Australia Test batsman Marnus. He's never 2 not to bat after the break. 90 for 1. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this first day of the Vitality County Championship match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Very much Glamorgan's morning after being put into bat on a very green surface. 96 for 1 at lunch. Eddie Byram, 41 not out. Marnus Labuschagne just faced the 12 balls for his 2. The man out, Billy Root, caught at point by Rishi Patel off the bowling of Ben Mike for 40. 90 for 1 at that stage. Commentary being brought to you by BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales, Richard Ray, myself and Nick Webb from BBC Wales alongside. It is dark, heavy grey cloud over Grace Road at the moment, and it is not warm. It is distinctly chilly here. It doesn't feel much like late spring or early summer. We're getting really close to, I suppose summer, strictly speaking, doesn't start until June the 21st, does it? But goodness me, it feels a long way away at the moment. So, Matt Salisbury, who bowled 6 overs this morning, none for 16. Bowled them all from the Bennett end down what slope there is here at Grace Road. He's going to bowl uphill from the pavilion end to start with this afternoon. Umpires Neil Bainton and Hassan Adnan did turn down 1 or 2 decent appeals and a few less decent. Leicestershire will hope to bowl rather better this afternoon than they did this morning. Just the 2 slips for Salisbury as he runs in to bowl to the Australian Labuschagne, and he goes past umpire Adnan. Bowls outside off stump, steered away by Labuschagne behind point. Reached for it a little bit, down towards third man and takes 1. Marnus Labuschagne, the very first man I've ever seen to come into the restaurant at lunchtime not having taken his pads off. I've never seen that before. Usually they just whip their pads off, and given it's Velcro, it's not a big deal, but perhaps he had cold legs as well, so he had lunch in his pads.
There's concentration for you.
He's chuntering away at the moment to umpire Adnan.
I think you need to take that as a default.
Chuntering away. Round the wicket goes Salisbury. Bowls, steered away in the air, reaching for it a little bit outside off stump. Eddie Brown was a fraction late on it. Went in the air through backward point. Long way from Harry Swindles, who's still on now. That is worrying from Leicestershire's point of view. The man who is missing is Tom Scriven. And Harry Swindles was on for a good half hour before lunch as well for Swindles. Swindles, a key bowler as far as Leicester are concerned. If he's gone down, they are really have issues. In goes Salisbury, bowls over pitches, driven. Didn't put his weight into the shot there. Labuschagne, he is going to pick up 2 or 3 actually. 3 in the end, because it was quite a long chase for Marcus Harris. And Harris isn't the fleetest between wickets. Sorry, but in sprints down, well, he's probably, when he's running for his runs, he's probably quite fleet, but he never looks too keen in the outfield. Brings up the 100, that 3, Labuschagne on to 6. Back round goes Salisbury to the left-handed Byram. Bowls on off stump. Just leans forward, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Is the stream up and running? Let me just see if I can get it up, because yes, it is. Super. Mine was stuck on a scorecard for some reason, not quite sure why. Salisbury is in and bowls again on off stump. Byron went back, defended off into the offside. Point, Swindles, the fielder. Holland at extra cover. Hill at mid-off, Harris at mid-on, Mike at mid-wicket, 2 slips, Kimber and Hanscom. Just looking around for Curry. Down at long leg, in goes Salisbury and Bowles. Back goes Byram, again on off stump, defends out to Holland. That is the end of the over. A fairly unremarkable one, from which Glamorgan helped themselves to 5 runs. Byram, Nick,
Do you think they need 10 pence the metre?
Well, they were very quick to put the floodlights on, the 2 umpires in the last game. We were very surprised, Ed Seaborn and I from BBC Radio Bristol, that they went on when they did. It was incredibly light then. It's now pretty dark. There is a bit of light around, isn't it? But, well, the 2 batsmen appear to be seeing it okay at the moment.
Yes, the cloud is low over Grace Road at the moment. The forecasters weren't indicating that there would be any great chance of rain today, thankfully. And it is equally, thankfully, likely to be a bit sunnier tomorrow.
And though it is not raining here or in Worcester, they're called off for the day at Worcester. They can't get the ground right.
Speaking of which...
floodlights.
Here comes Curry, all 6'5" of him, down the hill, bowling to Labuschagne, who drives to cover on the bounce, and there is no run. Lights are just flickering into life. Might be a little distracting, you would have thought, coming on during the course of an over. As Curry is into bowl, and Labuschagne hits that one firmly through cover point, and it will just be stopped inside the ropes. There's a couple of runs, good sliding stop by the man appearing from in front of the meet around the 3rd man boundary. 103 for 1. Labuschagne moves to 8, not out, as more of the bulbs flicker into life. Labuschagne on 8. Curry bowls to him. Defends on the leg side. Ball rolling out to Mike at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Byram 42 off 87 balls. He's been beaten once or twice. Lobbed a potential caught and bowled chance just over the head of Mike on 36. Labuschagne almost tempted to follow a wide one there. Just about pulled out in time. 2 slips for Curry, bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who will be with Glamorgan until the end of the T20 blast, although the Glamorgan Director of Cricket, Mark Wallace, expressed a little bit of gentle doubt about Labuschagne's plan to return for a couple of games in September, as he works that one on the leg side, and there is no run. Certainly Labuschagne has always professed himself very keen to play when he's in the country. But it'll depend on Cricket Australia to some extent, as does the availability of all current international players. Depend on their board, signing them off. Curry bowls, Labuschagne leaves and accompanies it with a strange little hop. I've no idea what that was all about as it went through to Ben Cox.
It was almost a dance, wasn't it? It's like hornpipe-like. He is extraordinary.
There's always a lot of movement, there's always a lot of chat when Marnus Labuschagne is around. His batting partners have to be aware of the possibility of a quick single at any point, and in the field his colleagues have to be aware of a shy at the wicket at any point. 103 for 1.
Floodlights beginning to take effect. Cost a lot of money to run per hour. I'm informed, more than down in Sussex even. Round the wicket goes Matt Salisbury, bowls to Byram, who leaves. Delivery outside off stump. Not testing.
Yeah, Glamorgan do not use the floodlights for championship games still because of a council restriction rather than out-and-out financial reasons.
The fact, however, that it is saving money is a bonus, I suppose. As long as it doesn't cost games, potentially, or wins. Salisbury's in, stays a touch low, his hands go to his head. Byram got down on the ball though, just managed to tuck it around the corner down towards square leg where Ben Mike is the fielder.
Yes, the analysis shows that it's played little, if any, part in results. Time lost to bad light, as opposed to other weather-related causes.
Salisbury bowls, a little bit short. Again, it just threatens to stay a bit low, and Byram looks slightly askance back down the wicket, having played it off the back foot back down the pitch to the Leicestershire bowler.
Yeah, it has not been an easy surface to bat on by any means, has it? Ball not necessarily coming onto the bat very much. On occasion keeping a bit low, but Glamorgan ought to be used to those from the home games.
Salisbury is in, bowls Fuller on driven, and on driven for 4. Just overdid it, overcompensated. Matt Salisbury looking for a little bit of in-swing. Might have been a touch, but it was over-pitched. Byram waited for it and played it beautifully straight back down the pitch on the onside, and down to the boundary it goes. 50 within sight for Eddie Byram. He moves on to 46, 107 for 1.
Nicely timed shot. Once it had beaten the bowler and mid-on, there was little chance of hauling it in.
Salisbury bowls, might just have held its line. I think Byram played at that one. We talked about his propensity just to deliberately play inside the line. Not always easy to tell when he's deliberately playing and missing. Let's have a look at the replay. Now that's the on drive. But, we might see a replay of his bat being beaten or him leaving the ball, but either way, went through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox without flicking the edge of the bat. Salisbury to finish his over is in. Byram drives on the front foot, but without putting his weight into the shot, steers it out to Hill at mid-off, end of the over, 107 for 1 off 32. The fact that we only had 29 overs in the morning session and the over rate was put up as level, I still just don't really quite understand how they work.
There was the one change of ball, wasn't there, which probably
well,
gives them a couple of minutes.
I suppose, yeah. Sue, the Worcester scorer, once explained, went through all the option, you know, how they managed to find these in detail for us, which left us scratching our heads a little bit. But it was very helpful.
Well, they don't want to particularly dock teams, do they, if they can help it, the officials? Usually the case, anyway. Curry to Labuschagne. In he comes. Bowls. Labuschagne pushes forward defensively to mid-on. And there's no run. Particularly, I suppose, if the officials have a nice lunch.
Well, there's that, but it does rather extend the days,
yes.
doesn't it?
Yeah,
potentially, if it's 3 overs in every session, you're looking at 20 to 7, you know, another 9 overs, aren't you, after 6 o'clock or whatever?
May not be at tea till close to 4 o'clock today, you suspect. As Curry is in to bowl. And Labuschagne's bowled! Playing no shot, apparently. And a vital wicket for Leicestershire. Scott Curry is the man who takes it. And Glamorgan are 107 for 2.
Yeah, came back in off the seam, as 1 or 2 have, and plucked out the off stump. He got away, arguably, with 1 or 2 quite close calls against Ben Mike in the 12 overs he faced before the interval. Labuschagne, cat on a hot tin roof act, hopping around out there. misjudgment, as you say. It didn't just clip off stump, did it? It knocked it out right out of the ground a long way.
Curry will be delighted with that one, but Glamorgan, having worked so hard to get through most of the morning session, only one down, and all of a sudden you've got one that's a misjudgment like that, which was a little bit of in movement, but
it was just a terrible misjudgment.
Not spectacular, and it's knocked back about 3/4 of the way up off stump, and Labuschagne is utterly bereft as he marches up to the dressing room and is replaced, interestingly, by Kieran Carlson. So Carlson batting ahead of North East, which has not been the case generally this season, nor indeed at all this season. Or actually, where are we? Yes, because Labuschagne, North East has been 3 in every match, and Carlson lower down. Still, that conundrum to be sorted out, but keeps up the right-left combination. Kieran Carlson this season, 372 runs at 41, 1 century, 2 half-centuries under the floodlights. Still not easy conditions, and Leicestershire able to get back in the game with 1 or 2 more as Carlson plays that one defensively, and there is no shot, no run. So Labuschagne doesn't have that many championship games, possibly only 4 available for Glamorgan. This is the second of them, and he'll be kicking himself with passing up one of those opportunities. Curry to Carlson, and Carlson noodles it away off an inside edge. I think he was looking to run to third man, and it's ended up at fine leg. I was looking down away to our right, and it was fielded by Salisbury in front of us. Carlson off the mark in rather unintended fashion. Curry with his tail up. So can he make further inroads? Wicket apiece for Mike and Curry so far. And Glamorgan's progress rather stalling since the fall of Root's wicket. 108 for 2. Byram on to strike on 46 not out. Field rearranged for the left-hander. Still the 2 slips. 5 saving the single as Curry round the wicket bowls, and Byram drives but doesn't time it to mid-off, to cover rather, and there's no run. Standing on a bit of covering over one of the used wickets in the centre of the square. Even brighter green than the surface the match started on, which was pretty green. Curry bowls, Byram defends on the leg side. No run, 108 for 2, and after the high scores of last week here, this doesn't feel as though it's going to get anywhere near a 700. The way things are going at the moment, I think Glamorgan would maybe be grateful for a 300.
And you feel with the likes of Van der Hoek and James Harris, and 300 would be a decent score. I think.
Yes.
I think that I suspect if you offered Glamorgan that now, that it'd be a difficult one. I think they might think about it.
Not in public, but in private they might.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Salisbury over the wicket then to Kieran Carlson bowls on off stump, played firmly out into the offside, but Swindles dives across to his right from point towards Ben Mike, makes the stop, then having thrown the ball to Harris to do some polishing, stays and has a lively conversation with Ben Mike.
Stephen Bailey on Twitter hoping Glamorgan can consolidate despite the green pitch.
Salisbury in to Carson, looking for the Orca, over-pitched on leg stump, clipped away to the boundary. Pretty sure that's going to go the distance. Oh, yes, it is. And oh, my goodness me, Ian Holland in the chase. Goes crashing into the sort of stumbles almost as he reaches down. And it's a very small distance between the rope and the advertising hoardings there. And he sort of stumbled almost into them, but was athletic enough to sort of manage to cushion the blow, so to speak, and pick himself up again.
Ouch.
It could have been, couldn't it? But he, as I say, just managed to get his hands onto the boards, and although he fell, just protect himself. Salisbury in again to Carson, line and length, and receives a very solid forward defensive in reply.
Yeah, it's one of those areas that if you're going to attempt to field the ball, you need to be sliding well inside the boundary ropes, don't you? Otherwise you may be in trouble.
They could if they've lost Scriven, emphasise if, Leicestershire have lost Scriven, who hasn't been back on the field for a while. In goes Salisbury and Bowles, again line and length, and again Carlson. Very solid, everything very neat. Plays it out to mid-off. He'll don't want to lose another seamer.
Good afternoon to Daniel Quick, Rich Mucky and Pete Fox, all expressing similar opinions about the wicket. And surprise.
But I mean, you only have to watch for a while to realise that although there's something in it, it's not a ridiculous wicket. In goes Salisbury and Bowles, defended on the back foot this time by Carson. It is not a minefield,
no,
or anything like it. You know, it's there's not much pace in it. It's hard to get pace into the pitches here. But you know, you expect a certain amount of movement on the first day. New wicket.
Yes, I mean, we grumble enough about the number of draws in county cricket, so we can't grumble too much when there's a pitch that doesn't look likely to produce a draw.
Salisbury in, goes past the outside edge with a ball that just moves away a touch from Carlson and bounces into the gloves of Cox.
They're going to get underway at Old Trafford at 2:10, where Warwickshire are batting first against Lancashire, but poor old Worcestershire, eh? Poor old Worcestershire.
Dry out a bit overnight. Let us hope there's no more rain there, because it's obviously the outfield that's been the issue at New Road.
Yes, there were reported as being a few damp spots on the outfield by the optimistic Worcestershire social media account, but they were too damp. As Curry starts a new over from the far end, and Byram is flicking that one nicely off his legs. Fielded by Salisbury, coming in from fine leg, and so just the single. Emir Evans says copy and paste, good toss to lose. Yes, well, we've had a few of those this season where we've wondered about the decision at the toss, but there's absolutely no doubt that any captain in the land would have chosen to bowl first today, I think. Curry's in to bowl, and that one forced Carlson to get down on it in a hurry, dig it out, and played out on the offside. 113 for 2. There's 90 by the time Leicestershire claimed the first wicket, but it really has looked tough going, particularly since then. It's actually got tougher as the day has worn on, partly because Leicestershire have found some more accurate lines. As Curry bowls and Carlson defends it back to the bowler, who lobs it to Cox, who tosses it to Hanscom, and around the circle it goes, whereas the bowler might as well have held onto it in the first place.
Yeah, it is just a habit he has. Hopefully it doesn't delay things too much.
Yeah, they need to be mindful of it, don't they, without the likelihood of many overs of spin being bowled. Currier's in to bowl to Carlson, who times that one nicely up through deep mid-wicket. It may not reach the ropes. Mid-on is pursuing it and will catch it, but they're very comfortably, very easily in for 3 runs by the time the ball was in hand. Carlson moves to 8 and Glamorgan on to 116 for 2. Left-hander Eddie Byram on strike, looking for his first half century of the season. Still the 2 slips and 5 saving the single. Square leg is back, and Byram plays that one to a shortish mid-wicket. So square leg and fine leg are the 2 outfielders, and Byram did flick a square 6 earlier in his innings. But by and large, he's been content to move along in a fairly natural tempo. Happy to defend and leave when needed. As Curry bowls and Byram works that one to short mid-wicket. There is no run, and it's the end of the over. 35 overs have been delivered today. 116 for 2. Byram has 47. Carlson has 8. Men out route for 40 and Labuschagne for 8. A wicket apiece for Mike and for Curry.
And an immediate change. So just the 3 overs for Matt Salisbury in his second spell. 3 overs for 13 runs. And he's been taken off now for Ben Mike. Mike actually bowled some super deliveries this morning. 1 for 13 from his 5 overs, and by his standards he was reasonably consistent as well. He was pretty unlucky not to get, as well as the wicket he picked up, which was a bit lucky, not to get Labuschagne leg before. In he comes and bowls to Carlson. That's a poor delivery to start with, on the legs, clipped away for 4 by Kieran Carlson. Well, my fault for for praising him, I suppose.
The curse of the commentator. We say a lot of words, a few of them are bound to be inaccurate. As indeed I found out when I appeared in the pages of Private Eye this week.
Did you? Oh, my word. Well done, that man.
Foot in mouth time.
You're going to enlighten us further after this delivery, perhaps, from Ben Mike, who goes in over the wicket and bowls to Carlson, who's looking to drive. Got a thick outside edge along the ground. He's running out past point. Swindles, giving it everything, scrambles back, puts in the slide, throws to Cox, who took it sort of backhanded with his back facing the ball. I don't know, they're just trying to sort of test himself a bit there, Ben Cox, but he's kept it beautifully so far. 2 to Carlson. Proceed.
Yes, apparently how it came out is was something to the effect of you don't play for England without being a mug. Which, of course, was the opposite of what I intended to say.
Mike is in. Carlson is beaten. Lovely, neat-looking defensive push, but a little bit of straightening, perhaps, and a touch of bounce, and it goes past the outside edge, almost the shoulder of the bat.
But then I had a letter in Private Eye a couple of issues previously, bizarrely. Or brief letter. Pointing out that the term Welsh Assembly was several years out of date.
They took their opportunity to get their own backfield. Temerity in pointing out an error. Mike in again to Carlson. Bounce edged over the top of about third slip. It's running down towards third man. Picked up down there by Curry, but that little bit of extra nip from Ben Mike takes the edge this time, the shoulder, and it could easily have flown to slip, but once again, batsman gets away with it. Carlson picks up a single, moves on. Was just the one, yep. Just a single, moves on to 15, 123 for 2. But well bowled again by Ben Mike. Came right off the sort of edge of the bat. He was looking to drop his hands. It didn't get up possibly quite as much, I suspect, as he thought it was going to. Mike is going to go around the wicket. Could have gone anywhere. That one. waiting for changes to be made to the field now, because the left-handed Byram went into lunch on 41, is now on 47. 6 off 16 balls post-lunch. He hasn't seen much of the strike, relatively speaking. Gully's gone in for him. Mike round the wicket, bowls and beats Byram to the wide on the outside. It drew him into sparring away at one, rather unnecessarily, arguably. It was a little bit wide, but again, that little bit of movement and pace, and Byram not looking quite as secure as did before lunch, curiously.
Bit flat-footed, that one, wasn't it, from Eddie
So
Byram?
unlike him, wasn't it, really?
Bit half-hearted. You have to commit yourself fully, whatever you're doing.
Mike in to him, bowls fuller this time, getting to the pitch of it, puts in the drive, diving across is Matt Salisbury, getting his left hand to it, but conceding a run nonetheless, because he pushed it sort of sideways towards mid-off, but Lewis Hill had taken off to cover in case the ball beat the Salisbury dive. It didn't, but he had to put on the brakes, turn and go back to where he was, and by the time he did so, the batsmen were able to take one. Byram onto 48, keeps the strike.
We mentioned earlier on in proceedings that T20 international where the Netherlands appeared to be strolling to victory over Ireland, but they didn't. Curry starts a new over, bowls to Byram down leg side, a bit of an appeal, but not from those directly concerned, because Netherlands were restricted to 158 for 5 and Ireland won by 3 runs, despite having looked set for victory at one stage. 124 for 2. Glamorgan here at Grace Road. Murky Grace Road today. Hopefully better tomorrow. Curry, tall right arm around. Byram up on his toes, defending on the offside. And there's no run. At Bristol, Derbyshire 150 for 3. Matt Lamb 53 not out. Against Gloucestershire. At Lords, Sussex 131 for 3 against Middlesex. Even Stevens fairly that. As Byram on the back foot plays that one to backward point, and there's no run. Pujara and Coles at the wicket for Sussex. Haynes is 40 as the top score so far. And at Northampton, Yorkshire 106 for 1. Adam Lyth 61 not out against Northants.
He's in good form, line. A few last games.
Always looked impressive when Glamorgan have faced them. As Byram defends another one back to Curry, who can't quite field in his follow through, but the ball just rolling gently to mid on, and there is no damage done. 3 games underway, well, the 4th just starting at Old Trafford. Durham against Somerset at Chestler Street. Somerset 99 for 7. 3 wickets for Peter Siddle, experienced Aussie. Curry bowls and Byram drives. I thought for a moment that was caught and bowled. He was full on the half volley, driven back to him. Straight to the bowler in his follow through. Ben Stokes has taken 2 for 34 in 8 overs there for Durham, having got a 5 in Durham's last match. At Southampton, the mighty Surrey in trouble, 104 for 6.
I bet they still get 300.
You never know with Surrey. Curry in, Byram defends on the leg side, no run, so Byram marooned just a couple away from his half century. 3 wickets early on for Liam Dawson, 2 for Kyle Abbott, and 1 for Michael Neser, formerly of Glamorgan, who enjoyed himself so much here a couple of seasons ago, and indeed scored 176 in Cardiff against the Foxes last season. But a briefer spell this summer on these shores, thanks to having baby twins.
Ben Mike in from the pavilion end, bowls to Kieran Carson, outside off stump, width, and Carson on the back foot steers it down to wide third man, where Curry is waiting and fields, one taken.
Canterbury Essex are the successful batters of the day so far. 119 for naught, Dean Elgar 65, Nick Brown 42.
Glamorgan not doing so badly in the context of some of those scores, for sure. 125 for 2. Round the wicket goes Mike to Eddie Byram on 48. Bowls full, driven, and he's going to pick up the 2 runs. I'm sure, no, he's not going to pick up the 1. That's all. I thought that was going to be sufficiently wide of point as he chased back around the boundary to pick up 2. In fact, it got there fairly quickly. So too did the fielder, Holland, and consequently Byram, restricted to a single, moves on to 49. Over the wicket goes Mike to Carson, bowls on off stump. Carson is forward, head right over the ball, defending it out to Harry Swindles at point.
Last season Eddie Byram managed 8 championship games. Average of 36.5, which is decent opening the batting. 1 century, 4 50s. Still looking for his first 50 of this season. Within
Touching distance at the moment, but he's watching as Mike is in and bowls slightly short. Carson goes back and lifts his left knee in approved fashion as he tries to work it into the leg side, but again it doesn't quite come on in the way that he expected it to. Ends up defending it rather than trying to clip it away, perhaps wide of the mid wicket. Holland, who's there. Bowls down the leg side, thumps into the pad of Carson as he tries to work it to fine leg. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, nothing from Mike. He knows it was heading on down the leg side. Mike picks up and throws it to Hill, his captain, to do a spot of polishing. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, steered away stylishly by Carson. It was only just short of a length, but not being very tall, he was able to get up on his toes and crack it away in some style, as I say. In front of point, out to the boundary in front of the manual score. Well, actually the groundsman's hut where he keeps the roller.
Yes, it's a long way that blow was struck, wasn't it? It's the width of the square and then some, and made it most of the way up towards the said groundsman's hut, where very few people on that side of the ground.
We had a schools day last Friday when that Building Society family stand was full, bless them, and at least it was warm.
Curry is in to bowl, edged and dropped at slip. Byram is given a life on 49 as Hanscom could not hold on. The ball fizzing to him, but at catchable height. And it's one he will know he should have taken.
Yep. 2 hands. 2 the Australians left. Got them both to it comfortably enough. Couldn't hang on. Leicestershire don't create many chances. They've got to take those they do.
As Kerry is in again, bowls to Byram, who defends that one back to the bowler. There's no run, and Curry lobs it back with some vigour towards Ben Cox.
Actually, that by setting slip standards, that was a really straightforward chance. Didn't have to move very far, didn't have to dive. Straight in, straight out.
Down it went. Can Leicestershire create something else to get rid of Byram? Curry in, bowls, and Byram pushes it defensively out towards cover. And there's no run. Might be just a few nerves around for Eddie Byram, given that although his performances haven't been disastrous this season, they haven't quite been up to what he would have wanted. He's got starts but hasn't been able to go on past 30 in previous innings, despite reaching 20 several times. Down leg side, Byram, has he got something on that? It's raced down to the boundary, and there was bat involved. It's run away for 4 down to fine leg. So having survived the chance on 49, Byram cashes in a couple of balls later with a nice little leg glance, putting the ball away. 4-4 to move to 53, with some Welsh voices heard in approbation. 111 balls faced for the Byram half century, and that was his 7th 4 to go with 1-6. As Curry bowls and Byram leaves a ball that comes back a long way, but after it had passed the wickets. So something for the Balconeers coach party to applaud. They were a little late getting here. Glamorgan were already in full flow, really, and it's been probably harder work since they got here than before in the first hour of the game. 134 for 2. Curry in, bowls, and Byram plays that one to mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of Curry's over. He's left with 1 for 33 off 10. Should be 2 for 29.
Stats read out over the tannoy. A gentle round of applause. Friends of Grace Road, I can see the door opening.
Ooh.
So, cakes.
Is there to be a riot?
To be had. I suspect there aren't quite enough to break the doors down, so to speak. There were some good cues for the last game against Gloucestershire on a couple of hot-ish days. Today, drinks will be as popular as the cakes, I would think, and the cakes are always popular. Ben Mike to continue to the right-handed Kieran Carlson, who's on 20 off 20. Bowls outside off stump. Well, he's going to be on 21 off 21 now, because Carlson has looked as positive, isn't it, in good form as any of the batsmen who've gone to the crease so far. Played that very nicely indeed out to the sweeper on the point boundary, who's Harry Swindles. Moves on to 21, as I said.
Yeah, 135 for 2 doesn't reflect the tempo of the game or the mood of the game, does it quite? Should be at least one more, could be a couple more.
Mike round the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who drives stylishly. Full outside off stump, down almost on one knee to execute that flowing cover drive. Found the gap beautifully, picks up 4. That won't make Peter Hanscom feel any better, having dropped Byram badly. He moves on to 57, 139 for 2, but it was a lovely shot.
Yeah, Byram, having arrived from Somerset as middle order batter, has done a pretty good job overall up top.
Best score of the season so far, as Mike is in to him, plays deliberately inside the line on that one. The Kent leave, Mark Wallace told us.
Yes.
is I shall remember that.
Not
in
a
future.
term as I'd heard.
And that was because it was popularised by the likes of, did you say Mark Benson?
That's what he thought, yeah.
That was
Kent batter
15
turned
years ago?
umpire.
20 years ago, more maybe now. Mark Benson.
Let's look him up.
goes quite quickly all of a sudden, doesn't it? In goes Mike and bowls back foot defensive shot back to him by Eddie Byram.
Yes, was that yesterday or the 20th century? Who knows?
You are? Sorry? Slightly unconvincing shout of 3 and 4 here, lads. One of the Leicestershire players are a little bit quiet at the moment. Foxes. Mike is in. Byram tries to repeat the shot. It wasn't quite there. It was slightly wide. It was slightly shorter. It held its own off the seam as well. He went down on one knee, tried to flash it away through the covers. Didn't get anything on it, taken by Cox. Almost in front of Kimber at first slip, running across to his left.
Mark Benson's won his only cap in 1986.
Oh, crumbs. So
and played for Kent between 1980 and 1995.
Yeah, best part of 30 years ago now. Mike is in, driven beautifully for 4. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. missed one of them, but 2 beautiful flowing cover drives from Byram to take him into the 60s in that over. 61 from 118 balls, 143 for 2. Confirmation. The FOGR are now open to dispense their range of homemade cakes. Scott Curry comes jogging off. So who's going to go jogging on, given Harry Swindles is already on the field?
Hull,
presumably
the man in the squad.
Just waiting for him to emerge. It's Roman Walker.
It's Roman Walker.
Who came up and did a couple of days with us. Got paid for them as well. Bless
Good
him.
heavens.
He did it properly. And thoroughly enjoyed it. Very good he was as well. He's sporting a serious tash at the moment, is Roman.
Oh, good heavens.
Look at that. Bandito.
And, well, he's swinging his arms around in case he has to throw it in from the deep, but anyone would think, seeing him like that he's preparing to come on to bowl. Not allowed, of course, unless someone has concussion or COVID, and hopefully neither is the case, as a new over sees Carlson beaten by the first ball from Salisbury, taking over from Curry at the Bennett end.
You may not be entirely surprised to learn that poor Roman has been injured for a good part of the season, but he is fit again now and available.
Yeah, I noticed his name in a second 11 lineup last week. Mark Benson played 292 first-class games and 261 limited overs appearances. Decent career, first-class average of 40. Can't argue with that. Salisbury bowls. Carlson has stepped down the wicket, plays it through the covers, will pick up a couple of runs at least. It may just be... It is not. Hauled up just inside the boundary as it was chased manfully. But they couldn't quite keep it inside the ropes, and Carlson picks up 4 to move to 25 in the twinkling of an eye.
Yeah, he's going for shots, and that might be the best approach, really.
Patel with the slide in vain. Holland was there to take the flick back, but it was not forthcoming. Carlson bowls, and he's slammed that one over cover. That's gone a long way. It's gone for 6.
Wow.
Good heavens. Driven high and handsome over extra cover. Wow. Carlson to 31, 150 up.
That's the very definition of an explosive shot, wasn't it? It went down on one knee and absolutely carved it away over extra cover. Super shot.
Well, someone's warming up for T20 next week.
Well, some of the counties have been doing some white ball practice, haven't they? So I'm guessing Glamorgan might have had a session or 2. Perhaps.
Yes, there was a second 11 doubleheader against Oxford Unis on Monday, but although it was a team of staff members, if you like, which they've been rather short on at times this season. They have got everyone fit now. Beat Oxford a couple of times, but maybe down to intra-squad games on Wednesday or Thursday next week.
Leicestershire not particularly happy with the state of the ball. They showed it to umpire Bainton, and then Matt Salisbury showed it to his captain, and Hill has thrown it to the designated polisher Ben Mike to do a bit of work on it, so presumably it got a little bit damaged or scuffed landing. Did it land on the orange seats?
I heard a bit of a thud, so I'm not sure whether it was one of the covers that are parked up there.
It's done a bit of damage anyway.
Salisbury in to bowl to Carlson, who gently deflects it on the leg side. Dot ball.
It's becoming a really good start on the part of Glamorgan now.
46 added for this wicket, and Carlson has 2/3 of them.
And I suspect if Glamorgan were offered 300 now, they probably wouldn't take it.
Yeah, good point.
Which we were
Glamorgan
pointlessly speculating beforehand.
for once going on the front foot, as that's over-pitched and knocked away down towards backward square by Carlson. He'll pick up a couple of runs. 155 for 2. 12 off the Salisbury over so far.
Roman rather endeared himself to Leicestershire supporters last season, in particular when he was acting as 12th man in the championship game against Worcestershire at Oakham, which Worcestershire won in 2 days. They're allowed to bring Josh Tongue into their side for the second innings on a spicy pitch when he was released by England.
All right. As Salisbury is into bowl to Carlson, who's pushing forward in determinate manner. Ball passes through to Cox. 155 for 2 at the end of the over.
Just to finish that story, Roman, a couple of the Worcestershire slips appealed for there was some slightly questionable practice in terms of how they were acting, and Roman had a very spicy exchange, but being Roman, it was conducted at extremely loud volume. It echoed around the cloistered halls of Oakham School. His what he thought of a couple of the Worcestershire slips, telling them exactly what he considered them to be. It was not complimentary.
Was he told to report to the headmaster and given lines?
Walker,
yeah.
will write out 100 times, I shall not call X an X. Especially not on the cricket field, surrounded by parents.
Indeed.
Change again at the pavilion end. It's going to be Ian Holland, who did not bowl well from the pavilion end this morning. 6 overs, included 4 no balls. Round the wicket he goes and bowls fullish. Might have swung in a bit too Byram. Looking 2 on drive, just had to check the shot. It is me from this end, isn't it?
Yeah.
Check the shot, and early to be asking, I know, but
it's all right. We've only got to get through today and tomorrow with the 2 of us, and we'll
Marie
have Marie Kelly to
on
do all the work
Sunday.
on Sunday.
Hope she's listening. Just a customer, just so you know, Marie, he'll be doing a lot of work. In goes Holland and bowls, covers up this time. Nice straight bat from Eddie Byram, who's divested himself of his sweater, I think. Has he? Oh, maybe not. A little bit hard to tell at the moment. Carlson, just the short sleeved shirt. I'm sure he's got something warm on underneath, but it is still distinctly chilly. Albeit that when running up and down should keep you warm. Byram with a life on 49, remember. In goes Holland, bowls 2 of me, drives pleasantly, doesn't quite time it though, it runs out fairly slowly. To Harry Swindles, who looks like he's there for the duration now, so presumably Scriven is not going to be coming back anytime soon. Oh, just the 4 overs. He bowled a couple of really good overs, Tom Scriven, and a couple that were mixed, but I didn't notice any particular limp or anything as he went off. In goes Holland, bowls full, driven, and he's got that one through. Byram, Swindle scrambled across to his left, couldn't get there. All Hill can do from mid-off his turn and jog back to the members' seats in front of the physio's room down there on the bottom floor of the meet. And Byram moves on to 65. He's unfurled some really lovely cover drives. First was probably the best, but he's played a couple of beauties and nothing much wrong with that one.
Yes, it's a stylish shot, isn't it, when executed, the left-hander's cover drive in particular.
Holland is in and bowls short, cut and cut really nicely, but a good falling stop to his left by Roman Walker, who nearly loses his footing. As he's having stopped it, the ball ran about 4 or 5 feet behind him. He picked his, maybe 10 feet, picked himself up and chased after it, but almost slipped as he did so. It is still touch damp, understandably. We had a lot of rain a couple of days ago, not yesterday, but Wednesday. It rained solidly all day. I was amazed when we came to the ground to record. Talking Foxes, in goes Holland, and that is cut away for 4. Well, width, and it deserved everything it got, that delivery. A little bit short, very wide, and crashed away by Byram. He moves on to 69. Holland, charitably, you have to say, will not have impressed his new employers thus far. 10 overs, none for 41.
No, found the edge of Billy Root's bat early on, but since then has not created much. Just looking at one of the pictures posted on social media by a Worcestershire supporter that show the lengths being taken that the Worcestershire ground staff are driven to try and get some play today. They've been called off on the first scheduled day's play as Salisbury is in to bowl. Carlson works it nicely on the leg side. Will pick up at least a single. They may go back for a second, and they do comfortably enough despite Mike doing his best to throw on the turn. As one of those portable heat light devices had been rolled onto an area of the outfield to try and dry it off, and they'd also been digging in with a spade to try and dry underneath the surface. But sadly, New Road, despite dry weather today, not playable.
No sun as well, sort of today, to help them for tomorrow either, really.
Salisbury in, bowls, and Carlson drives to mid-on. And there's no run. It's just such a shame that they will lose one of the most iconic views in cricket of the cathedral.
When they move.
When they move eventually at some point in the years to come. Which seems to have turned into a when rather than if these days.
Yeah. I think somebody said that they'd sort of identified a potential site. Gloucestershire apparently have identified a potential site somewhere near the sort of junction of the, what is it, M4 and M5, isn't it? Sort of,
which I suppose would be more accessible to people outside Bristol, but will annoy supporters from the city to a certain extent, you'd thought. Salisbury into bowl to Carlson, who drives. Bowler gets a heel to it or something, but it deflects up towards long off, and they're through for 2 runs. Seemed to change direction as it passed Salisbury, so he got something on it. Took a bit of the weight off the shot, maybe saved a couple of runs. No damage done to Salisbury in the process. 167 for 2. Carlson 37 not out. Off 30. Taking the attack to the Foxes.
partnership 60 already.
Yes, and well, not very long at all, as next delivery is drilled by Carlson all along the ground, through mid-off, up to the ropes, no one bothering to move, That was a magnificently timed shot from Kieran Carlson, who, despite having an inside edge to get off the mark and lobbing one over the slips when he was on 14, since then he's really gone on the offensive. The wicket fell in the 33rd over, and we're now in the 43rd. There's Salisbury in the bowl. Carlson flicks it towards mid-wicket. It was uppish for a little while, but didn't quite carry as far as Patel there.
Yeah, that previous delivery that he drove for 4 was an absolute in the slot, medium pace at best. Goober really.
Can Carlson continue this aggression as Salisbury bowls to him, and he's driven that one into the offside, and that too may go for 4. There's a despairing dash and dive, and a successful one by the fielder running round from third man. Saved a couple of runs. Carlson to 43, 173 for 2.
Yeah, Swindle's out there.
Well, the longer that Swindles is out there and he's not in the starting 11, the more Fox's fans have to worry about in terms of the health of Scriven.
Very much so. Very much so. And with Salisbury bowling like this, Hill's options are fairly limited. He's going to have to try and rotate 4 bowlers. If he can't use, or he's reluctant to use Salisbury, then real issues. Holland hasn't been particularly impressive either, you would have to say. Curry's probably been the pick of the bowlers so far. Mike hasn't bowled too badly either, but Salisbury and Holland need to help their team out. Round the wicket goes Holland, bowls wide outside off stump, cut for 4. Well, I think we'd have thrown our hands at that one.
Even if you do have a helpful pitch, you have to stick it somewhere near the wickets to benefit usually.
Wide long hop basically. 177 for 2. Byram onto 73 off 125 balls.
He'd taken the step across and he still had to reach for that one to a certain extent.
Holland is in, beautifully played, slightly short, and there was just enough width. It swung in a bit, but Byram waited for it, guided it down just wide of second slip, dived across Hanscom, couldn't get there. There isn't a third man, runs down to the boundary for 4 more consecutive boundaries. Beautifully played.
Intelligent batting from Eddie Byram there. Just angling it away. May have been interesting second slip for a moment, but no more. 181 for 2.
And, Patel has to go from point, or gully, I think he was at gully, wasn't he? Down to third man. As Leicestershire, on a pitch it's hard to tell from the outfield, having to go on to the defensive now. 181 for 2. See Louis Kimber just sort of doing a few vague warming up exercises at first slip, so we might get a bit of occasional off spin. As over the wicket goes Holland. That's a better delivery, line and length at least. Byram, plenty of time just to lean forward and block it out into the offside, and does. Just keeping an eye on Kimber just to see if he's sort of sending a message, but I think possibly he's had a word. Just think about it a little bit. Holland is in, bowls outside off stump. Byram, big stride forward, then he lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Just have to be a little bit more consistent than Leicestershire have been today. They've found the edge, they've had the odd LBW appeal, but they've just given Glamorgan a bit too much width, a bit too often.
Holland is in, bowls outside off stump, wide. It sort of went on with the arm a bit, it didn't swing in, but he got the line wrong, but Byram charitably let it go.
And a run rate of 4.15 is less than impressive when you've opted to bowl first.
Yep, and it's increased post-lunch. Holland is in, bowls, Byram is driving, thick outside edge, through backward point down towards wide third man where Patel is waiting, picks up throws, Byram picks up one, moves on to 78. Keeps a strike, 182 for 2.
You shouldn't really be bowling for bad deliveries, but Byram is able to go after those balls outside off stump. All right, there are 2 slips there, but maybe if there was a gully there as well as a point on the boundary, Leicestershire might be giving themselves a bit more of a chance, because at the moment Byram doesn't have to worry about controlling it too much. As long as he doesn't get an edge through to the slips, it's unlikely to carry out to the boundary. 182 for 2. Easy game from up here, mind you. Byram on 78, retained strike. And Salisbury retains the ball for the time being, at least. Bit of blue sky in the distance ahead of us, but I'm not sure that that's heading our way. Still murky, floodlit. Byram gets another one that he can drive into the offside and put away stylishly. Oh, it's just trickling towards the boundary. Is it going to reach it?
No, it could run 4. Surely one for the arm.
Byram turns.
Gone hard.
They might have run 5 there.
They got
4.
They got the 4. They got the 4.
They got the 4, I think.
Because Byram
well,
was
they're the same end, so it's either 2, 4, or 6. Or
yeah,
did they assume it was 4 anyway?
Did they just take 2?
I think so.
Oh my goodness!
I think
everybody stopped.
I think the batters were put off by it as well.
Oh.
The fielders seem to have given up. And there's only 2 runs got on the scoreboard.
Well, that's extraordinary. That's extraordinary, because they could have run 4.
Yes, I'd assumed they did when I saw Byram back on strike. Oh well, he'll be hoping he won't finish up on 98, otherwise he really will be kicking himself. He's on 80, Eddie Byram. 184 for 2.
That was not great cricket, was it?
By anyone. Salisbury in again, bowls, Byram defends. Back to the bowler.
The only good part was the original shot by Byram. It was.
The chase appeared half-hearted for most of the time.
Neither of them wanted to go, did they? Mike dived and then lay there.
Yes.
And
So someone
Curry looked at him and
oh no!
Oh God, it's not going
to
go.
Have to. Oh. But having taken our eyes off the batters, we didn't realise that they'd stopped as well. 184 for 2. All the fun of the fair. Salisbury into Byram, who makes no mistake with that one. He's dispatched it over square leg for his 2nd maximum of the innings. Byram strong on his legs, makes up for missing out on a couple earlier in the over by lofting that one away. 190 for 2, Byram 286, not out.
Well, Hill is now running out of options, but this spell from Salisbury has been something of a horror show, I'm afraid, as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 6 overs for 16 this morning. He's now coming up to 12 overs, none for 59.
Salisbury on his way again, and Byram defends to cover. There's no run. Well, this is unfortunate for Leicestershire, who have 5 seam bowlers in their side, but Tom Scriven has been off since his first spell. Scott Curry has been tidy and quite threatening. Mike has been threatening at times, but the opening bowlers, Salisbury and Holland, really need to come to the party. Salisbury bowls. Byram's bowled, and Salisbury does strike back as Byram looks to smash it through the offside. Might have been an inside edge onto his stumps, and Byram has gone for 86, just getting a little ahead of himself, not timing that one. And it's 190 for 3, and Leicestershire have their first point of the game.
Well, that is a very fortunate break for. It was a really big wide, quite a juicy half volley almost from Matt Salisbury. Big inside edge, dragged onto off stump.
Said a bit of inside edge. It was a huge inside edge, to be honest. It was probably at least a couple of feet wide of the wickets, and Byram has managed to drag it onto his stumps. What? 86 then, just when he looked set for a first century of the season, and that includes 13 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, a very fortunate break for Leicestershire.
Faced 135 deliveries.
And added 37 post being dropped badly by Hanscom off Curry. Well, Leicestershire have got to drag this back by going bang bang, as the cricketers put it from time to time, taking a couple of quick wickets.
Well, they need to get Carlson fairly quickly, don't they?
Yes, he's flying at the moment, 43 off 33. And the man who just 2 years ago on this ground scored 410 not out comes to the crease just to... Well, will Lightning... Well, he's not going to get 400, I do not think. But...
well, Leicestershire have got to get him early.
Yeah.
Because he's only got only gone past 30 twice this season, and on each occasion he's got into treble figures. So he's had trouble starting his Sam North East. As he pulls away from the wicket, not entirely satisfied, or maybe just getting a bit of chat from the slips that he didn't like. 190 for 3. Still the floodlights on here at Grace Road. The Salisbury's in, bowls to northeast, 2 edges for 4. Wide of second slip. 194 for 3, the ball flying fine of third man. And Sam Northeast off to a streaky start. Wicket taking over, you'd have thought would have got a little bit more applause than maybe it did. Maybe the crowd are in judgmental mood and saying that it was perhaps a fortunate wicket for Matt Salisbury.
I don't think there's any perhaps about it, Nick. Yeah, they know it was very lucky. And it was, by and large, that last ball accepted. A decent delivery for North East first up. It was an awful over, really. However, a huge break for Matt Salisbury, and perhaps he'll take inspiration from that. Perhaps Ian Holland will take inspiration from that. He's going to have Kieran Carlson to bowl at initially, anyway. Holland, 11 overs, none for 44 so far. Up the slope he wanders. Bowls to Carlson, who advances down the pitch towards him, and I think Holland probably saw him coming and pulled his length back a touch. Defended it off stump. Carlson in the end. Out into the offside. No run.
The scoring rate up to 4.3, no pressure on that from the Glamorgan point of view for getting bonus points.
98 added since lunch. In goes Holland, bowls. Carlson defends a straight delivery back down the pitch to Ian Holland. In 98 in 16, 17, 18...
16.2 since lunch.
98 runs, so well over fives.
Yeah.
Holland in, bowls, drops short a little bit, steered by Carlson. Quite athletically, sort of looks though he's going to come forward, but then waits and steers it stylishly and purposefully with a slightly angled bat down towards third man. Takes one.
Always busy at the crease, Kieran Carlson. Very rarely in a position where you feel that people are bowling to him and he's absorbing it. He's always looking to get the upper hand.
Northeast bobs at the knees as Holland is in to him. He's leaning forward, blocking out to mid on. I think that's a police car rather than an ambulance, somewhere around about Saffron Lane. The vicinity is about 200 metres or so away from the ground. Now, Carlson having advanced down the pitch. I don't think Northeast yet has advanced down the pitch, but Ben Cox nonetheless has called for a helmet and he's going to stand up. I mean, if he was able to stand up to Scriven, which he did beautifully this morning, a couple of really sweet takes, he shouldn't have any issues standing up to Holland. Or Dutchy, as he's inevitably called already by his Leicestershire teammate, his new Leicestershire teammates. He's in and bowls, fullish on off stump. A bit too early for Northeast to try and launch a cover drive. He just steps forward and pushes firmly out to Patel at mid-off.
Gloomy and overcast it may be here, but it's the same in Tenerife apparently, according to Alvin Wallace. No sun since Monday.
Oh my goodness. In goes Holland outside off stump. Beautiful take from Cox. I had a quick chat to him this morning because I was teasing him a bit because Leicestershire put out a tweet earlier advertising the T20, but in which he featured largely, and it described him as a god with the gloves. So he hadn't seen that and grimaced a bit as I said to him, "Good morning, God with the gloves." He said, "What's that about?" And I explained.
Have to get something that alliterates, don't you?
He has looked. I wonder. He is a fine keeper, but he said he hadn't been keeping very well here. He said, "I've said quite a few keepers have said that to me over the years." Niall O'Brien used to say it was a very bad sort of sighting ground, and for bounce as well. He said he never used to dip down sometimes.
195 for 3. As Salisbury bowling to Carlson, who plays that one to point, and there's no run. So thank you for your message, Mrs. Wallace, and you might have heard your son on just before lunch.
I was about to say any relation, but clearly is, yes.
Yeah, she's the husband of Wales over 70s batter keeper Ryland Wallace. You don't get to retire in Wales. Salisbury in bowls. Carlson is forward, playing up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Are they on holiday? Are they out there permanently? Semi-permanently?
I think just on holes.
Yeah.
195 for 3, as far as I know anyway. So, pretty constant field kept by Leicestershire. It's varied between either 2 and 3 slips, and usually 5 saving the single. As Carlson is forward, treating that with respect after his blast in the last over. Just fine leg and third man back at the moment. little bit of a lull in proceedings. Kieran Carlson quietening down for a few deliveries after losing partner Eddie Byram. Played on as Carlson is forward, defending. Byram out for 86, Root for 40 and Labuschagne for 8. Wicket apiece to Mike, Salisbury and Curry. Curry bowling Marnus Labuschagne with one that the Australian inexplicably left and saw his off-stump cartwheeling. Salisbury bowls, Carlson slams that one through point for 4 runs. Well, the infielder scarcely moved as that one sizzled past him. Carlson moves to 48 off 41 deliveries, 199 for 3.
So 17.1 overs left in the session and more than 100 runs scored already in it.
Well, if Carlson stays there, then he's going at better than a run a ball. Fine stuff from the Glamorgan point of view. As Salisbury's in again to Carlson, who defends that one. Interesting over, really, because Carlson played 5 deliveries of it quite quietly and then just belted the other one to the boundary on the offside. 199 for 3. North East 4 will be on strike at the start of the new over. Carlson 48 and Leicestershire, well, they say the old adage of adding 2 wickets and they'd be very much in the game, but you get the feeling they need 4 bowlers putting pressure on rather than just 1 or 2 at any in any passage of play.
Yeah, very much so. Holland to continue from the pavilion end with Cox standing up behind North East, who defends on off stump on the back foot, slightly short of a length delivery. Still got the 2 slips in, but the ball, the movement, there's been some swing and the odd one off the pitch, but nothing spectacular. At least Leicestershire haven't got it. Never judged the pitch until both sides have batted, and perhaps, as I've said, the Morgan bowlers will get an awful lot more from it. Holland is in, drops a touch short again, just waiting for it on off stump is North East, defending out into the offside.
The only consolation, I suppose, for Leicestershire is that they should get better batting weather tomorrow, when it's meant to be a bit brighter and a bit warmer.
You're assuming at some stage they will be batting tomorrow. Gloucestershire basically batted for most of the first 2 days, but goes Holland bowls, a little outswinger that North East leaves. In fairness, that didn't lose their first wicket until shortly before the close on the opening day. Glamorgan 3 down after 47.3. Holland is in, bowls, outswinger again, getting forward. North East gets a little bit of an inside edge on it, or comes off the inside part of the bat and skews rather out towards wideish mid-on.
And for all the sort of half opportunities that Leicestershire have created, Byram dragged a wideish one onto his wickets and Labuschagne left, so a bit of self-inflicted damage.
Holland is in wide, looking to drive, goes behind point along the ground all the way from North East, more or less straight to Ben Mike. Got away with that one a bit, Ian Holland.
Yeah, Glamorgan supporters will be hoping that North East and or Chris Cook gets going, because Cook's been in and out, apart from the 1 century, hasn't contributed up to his usual standards.
Holland is in, beautiful on drive that flattens leg stump and ricochets off down towards long on, which enables Hill to run back and make the stop. So North East has to settle for 1 instead of the 4 that he would have got had it not cannoned into, actually off stump if the right-handed batter had been in place at the non-striker's end. But on the onside of the pitch, obviously, as North East was facing the bowling from to the side. Brings up the 200 for Glamorgan. 200 for 3 off 48. It would have, I am certain, snapped your hand off if offered that at the start of play.
Indeed, still 50 runs away from a batting bonus point with the inflation of the last couple of seasons. Need to get 250 for the first one, which I'm convinced is too much. Salisbury into North East, who pushes forward. Playing to cover, fielded by Holland, and there's no run. Part of the feeling that I think England wanted county championship players to try and get used to scoring at a higher rate for their rewards. Not that many England players play much county championship cricket these days. North East drives, but off the bottom part of the bat, straight to Holland, no run. And that was a loss to understand where the allocation back up to 8 for the draw came from. So that came in the COVID years when they thought there might be a few matches abandoned. Went back down to 5 and then back up to 8. North East drives. Has he timed that one? He'll get runs up towards extra cover. In fact, he's timed it very nicely indeed as it runs away up to the digital scoreboard for 4 runs. North East to 9. 204 for 3. He'll feel better for having that one off the middle of his bat, having got his first boundary off the edge.
Salisbury leaking runs horribly. What is he now? 7.3 overs in the afternoon. From none for 16, he's gone for 1 for 71.
Salisbury bowls. North East runs it down to third man, deliberately just angling the bat and picking up a single. North East into double figures. 10 off 14. And this is the man that Leicestershire need to remove pronto. Carlson has 48 off 42 deliveries. And is facing up to Salisbury. In comes Salisbury, down the slope. Bowls Carlson, tries to steer it to third man and doesn't get a touch as it goes through to Ben Cox. Ball beating bat for once.
So he's post-lunch, he's gone at over 7 and over.
Ouch. Salisbury retreats into the distance and charges in towards us. Bowls and Carlson is forward, meeting that off the meat of the bat. His half century potentially will have to wait. End the over. Carlson 48, North East 10. 205 for 3 Glamorgan. Trying to regain equilibrium after the dismissal of Eddie Byram for 86.
They are having to bowl more overs than they would have liked, of course, these seamers, but should still not be leaking runs to this extent. Holland is to continue. 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 46 at the moment. And Hill keeping the 2 slips in. Kimber and Hanscom. As Holland is in, bowls to North East, tucks it out towards just in front of square. Curry is within sufficient proximity of the ball as it runs back to persuade North East and Carlson not to risk a single. Mike starting to warm up for another spell. Just had a couple of overs post lunch. Holland is in on off stump. Forward is Sam North East. What his average on this ground is with that 410, but it's obviously played here for Kent as well several times.
Hampshire?
Hampshire.
And Kent, possibly.
And Kent, possibly Hampshire. Change to the fields. Windles is being summoned from extra cover to go in at short-ish mid-wicket on the clipped drive. And third man, Salisbury, comes in from third man to sort of deep-ish backward point. Keep picking up the sounds of the in goes Holland. It's defended by North East out to mid-off. The sound of the walkie-talkie being used by the cameraman alongside. I don't know why, he's quite a long way away. The effects mic must be very effective. 205 for 3. It's a little bit lighter. Now bits of blue away to the south as Holland is in. Bowls, neatly clipped away off Midland leg by North East. Nice piece of timing, but it runs more or less straight to Swindles, who makes the stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitches away.
Any North Wales listeners may be interested in a match between Wales and England at over 40s level at Colwyn Bay next Tuesday, 11 o'clock start. As age group cricket continues to expand.
Holland is in, clipped away, this time past mid-wicket by North East. It's not going to quite have the legs. Curry bounds after it with those long legs pumping, slides, picks up around about 3 yards inside the ropes. In front of the meet, gets his throw away. North East settles for a couple. There's a few from North America watching on the stream at the moment. Nathan Staggs and Bradley Whitley. I'm sure aware that Ian Holland is strictly speaking, I suppose, a North American.
Well, an American international.
Born in Wisconsin. In he goes. Bowles brings North East forward, defending out into the offside.
I presume he speaks with more of an Aussie accent, though, does he?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I had a quick word with him this morning just to say hello.
Hello, I hope to be interviewing you often for the rest of the season.
Well, that's what I kind of said, yes. But might not be tonight, for starters. You never know, things could
Unless
change.
his fortunes change dramatically.
Indeed.
So Mike is back for another burst. 8 overs, 1 for 36. It's looked reasonably threatening in his overs so far.
Apparently we are rather ahead of the curve in terms of synchronising the sound and the vision. We'll try it, T.
Nothing we can do about it other than mention it to those responsible.
Indeed.
But those responsible do not include us. Carlson is 48 off 44. Facing up to Ben. Mike and slashes at that one, and it races away to third man for 4 runs. A despairing dive from slip. Carlson, though, reaches his half century in just 45 deliveries, and including 7 fours and a 6. That maybe was one that had them interested.
Yeah, it was. Hanscom flung himself to his right, but just the one slip now. He looks at the bottom of his bat, Kieran Carlson. Just make sure there's no cracks in it.
his best shot by any means, but they all look the same in the scorebook. 2-11 for 3.
The runs continue to flow.
Mike on his way in again from the Bennett end. Bowls, Carlson edges, and he's got away with another one for 4, and that one flew rather higher through the slips. And Kieran Carlson, riding his luck, moves to 56, 215 for 3. Mike could be forgiven a double teapot, but he's already marching back to his mark.
He's reasonably philosophical, Ben Mike, but yeah, flung his hands at that one as well.
Hanscom went up initially, but the ball flashed high and to the side of him. 215 for 3. Mike in. Bowls to Carlson. No shot played. The ball outside off stump and going away further. Taken by Cox, diving in front of Hanscom on that occasion.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for this approach, really, from... Well, it's working. Obviously, it's working at the moment, but as I say, it'll be really interesting to see what happens when Glamorgan get a chance to bowl on the surface.
As, on his way, Ben Mike bowls to Carlson, who hits that one through the offside. It should be fielded on the cover point boundary, and they will hurry back for a couple of runs. Sliding stop by the man out there.
Yes, Swindles again. He threw when almost lying down there, didn't he? I don't know how they expect to get power in those circumstances. Desperate attempt to stop a second.
217 for 3. Carlson on the charge. How long can he keep it going for? So, causing a fair bit of damage at the moment. As Mike bowls and Carlson elects not to try to cause any damage with that one, as he leaves the ball that's wide outside off stump. As my laptop keeps saying it wants to reboot for no ostensible reason. Can wait until the close of play.
There was a big Windows update about start of yesterday.
Ah, that's probably it.
Might be that.
Yes, I didn't log on yesterday, I don't think. Well, not much anyway. Carlson, gets another one through third man. There is a third man now, so just a single. Well, third man has been brought rather finer than he was. 217 for 3. 218 for 3. Carlson moves to 59 not out. That was the last ball of the Mike over. So he will retain strike. Well, this is not going to be dull with him at the crease, is it?
Slightly delayed confirmation of Kieran Carlson's statistics and zero reaction from the crowd. Perhaps the Glamorgan contingent still in the restaurant. I'd be surprised at this time. It's been an admirable effort from Kieran Carlson. Again, Louis Kimber's kind of bowling a few gentle looseners and swinging his arms at first slip. He is going to have to spell the seamers at some stage, you feel. Holland, in the meantime, continues. He's settled into a better line and length, comes in and bowls to Carlson, who is leaning rather than stepping forward on off stump, just blocking it out into the offside. Got something to say, Ian Holland, about what I wonder. There was a change in the field, but no change has happened. He wasn't talking to Hill at all. Talking to Cox, perhaps. In he wanders and bowls. Little outswinger. Forward goes Carlson. Blocked out into the onside on this occasion. Again, he's gesturing at his fielders. This time it's to long leg, telling long leg to go wider. Swindles in close-ish at mid-wicket. Crouches down as Holland is in. Just tucks Carlson up a touch with that one. He stepped forward. It was on him perhaps half a beat more quickly than he thought. Perhaps just an effort ball from Ian Holland. There's the famous words, bang, bang.
One brings two.
Never heard it said at club level, ever. In goes Holland and bowls onto the leg stump of Carlson, who clips him nicely down towards long leg, but Rishi Patel's down there. Good throw from him, right next to the stumps.
Yeah, one brings two is probably the favoured cliche at village level anyway, rather than the bang bang. Or if you're really in trouble, come on boys, we can go bang bang bang. That shows you're really desperate.
In my teams, it's usually the captain coming up going, oh look, we really desperately need a wicket here. Anyone will do. In goes Holland, and it's blocked carefully and studiously almost by Northeast out into the offside. Bang.
Yes, the single bang will do.
Yeah.
A pop maybe.
Yeah. Can anyone beat the bat?
Yes, well bowled. He left it 2 yards outside off stump. Dot ball, got him on the run.
Holland is in. Northeast is walking forward into his defensive press there. And down into the pitch on the onside it goes. End of the over. A respectable one from Holland. His figures kind of look vaguely respectable. None for 49 from 15. He hasn't been too expensive. What's that? Just over 3 runs and over. But hasn't looked at all threatening. And there's been a good fair few no balls there. Scott Curry's being required to warm up again. So perhaps he's going to replace Holland now. Still no signs of Kimber despite his hopeful perhaps loosening.
Yeah, 52 overs. You'd have thought Hill's mind would have perchance turned to a bit of spin by now, just for variety, rather than having 4 right arm medium to medium fast bowlers chugging in. Ben Mike trying to do more than chug in, and Kieran Carlson cuts and will get runs down to third man. Another boundary in that productive area, slightly more deliberate than his last couple of efforts there. There's a thick edge, a thin edge, and now a genuine cut shot. Carlson moves to 64, 223 for 3.
You're talking to Scott Curry. You're right to go again before tea?
Do I have to? Yes.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
That was a rhetorical question. You are all right, aren't you?
Yeah.
One slip quite wide and a gully for Mike to bowl to Carlson, who stretches as another wide one, gets more runs down to third man. This one should be picked up if it came rather off the toe of the bat, because he had to stretch so much, and fielded just inside the ropes in front of the cakes. 225 for 3. Carlson to 66, not out. There is a third man and a point now on the ropes. 225 for 3. Glamorgan having started with 90 between Byram and Root. Leicestershire got rid of Root just before lunch and Labuschagne just afterwards. As Mike is in to bowl to Carlson, who chops one down to third man. Sliding stop, and that keeps them down to just the single. And it's been a busy time for those in that area of the wicket, says he, dropping most of his notes and some old scorecards in the process. Good job we're not on commentator's camera these days. Carlson moves to 67. 226 for 3. Kimber continues to loosen, hopefully, as he's added to the slip cordon, and then Mike decides that that's not where he wants his field and checks in his delivery. Moves cover a yard or two squarer. Mike is into bowl and allowed to go through by Northeast. Outside off stump, and Sam Northeast really doesn't have to worry too much about the scoring race at the moment, because Kieran Carlson's taking charge of that, so Sam Northeast can just play himself in his own time, as it were.
Are we on, there isn't a commentator cam at Cardiff, is there?
No, there used to be at one point, but public demands and they got rid of it. There's Mike bowls, and Northeast rather squared up by that one as it goes through. No, they decided that it was probably better off pointed at the ground, offering a wide shot of the ground rather than a wide shot of the commentator's girth. And they've got lots of other cameras to do things with these days, so they don't need to illustrate it further with shots to the inside. Mike bowls, and Northeast is beaten. All ends up. Got rather off balance there. The ball just eluded the outside edge. Through to Cox. Mike, 10 overs, 1 for 54, has probably bowled rather better than those figures suggest. Just saying Holland's figures probably flattered him slightly. Yep. Mike's figures do not flatter him.
Yeah, agreed. We are going to see a little bit of
Huzzah.
Louis Kimber now. I wonder if Leicestershire will be biting their lip. I suspect they'll be slightly nervous in case it does turn, and they have just picked an occasional off spinner.
Has he not had much opportunity, presumably, with Ahmed playing in the majority of matches?
Exactly, yeah. And also Liam Travasky played in the first couple. So Louis Kimber so far this season has bowled 21.5 overs and has 2 for 141 at an average of, well, you can work it out, 70.5. And he's gone at 6.45 runs per over. Steps in and bowls a little bit of a long hop that's going down the leg side, thumps into the pad. Peter Hanscom, an optimistic appeal from first slip, which is not in any way supported or indeed echoed by either Ben Cox or the bowler himself. Missed by Carlson, obviously, as he tried to turn it to the leg side. Kimber bowls. That does turn. It turns back in a little bit. And because there's been a left hand, the bowlers have been bowling both sides of the wicket, so there are visible foot marks in the pitch. And that did turn back in a little bit. Ended up sort of chopping it back out. It wasn't a quick turn. Kimber is in forward, getting to the pitch of it, so not giving it an opportunity to turn is Carlson, who's just looking a little, not askance, but suspiciously back down the pitch. 67 to him, 226 for 3. Kimber is in, drops it down a little bit shorter because Carlson is advancing down the wicket to him. Getting to the pitch again, but that's a good sign from Kimber's point of view, and Leicestershire's perhaps. He's looking to get to the pitch because of that turn. Kimber is in, slog sweep, top edge that loops over backward square and runs down to the wide long leg boundary for 4. Well, it was the right line probably to sweep, but didn't get on top of it, did he, by any stretch of the imagination?
That's a bit frustrating for Leicestershire, isn't it, because it is a half error on Carlson's part, but the ball just sailing harmlessly over the infielder and ends up having to grub around underneath the covers to retrieve it. So maybe things falling Carlson's way today.
Fair amount of blue sky overhead at the moment. I wonder if they'll think of turning the floodlights off at tea, which is a while away yet. Kimber is in fuller delivery, just leans forward. Carlson turns his wrists on it, pushes it wide of mid-wicket out to the sweeper. Takes one, keeps the strike, moves on to 72, 2-3-1 for 3. 135 now added in this session for the loss of 2 wickets. Marnus Labuschagne and Eddie Byram. But those runs added at a heck of a rate, and there are still 10 overs to go before tea. I can smell something cooking. We both could. I could smell garlic there. I thought it was wild garlic, but
Yeah, they don't put on a cooked offering at tea time, surely.
no, not usually. The players get something, obviously, but it's usually something, a cold collation of some kind. Ditto the umpires and the scorers.
2:31 for 3 as Mike charging towards us, bowling to Kieran Carlson outside off stump. Carlson playing no shot through to Cox. 2 slips now, so Kimber joining Hanscom, and possibly Carlson less inclined to try his luck outside off stump, having got 1 or 2 through that slip area, not entirely under control. Carlson going after it. Mike bowls and is beaten by a bit of away movement. Bit of bounce from Ben Mike.
Still trying to be aggressive though. It's might have left that otherwise, but
Good contest though, isn't it, at the moment?
it is, and this, yeah, the fact that there is a bit of movement there, and the ball is approximately 55 overs old, having been changed, well, giving the Glamorgan seamers real encouragement.
Mike is in to bowl, and Carlson is beaten by that one. Outside off stump. Not quite sure what shot he was trying to play there, some sort of back foot force. But played down the wrong line anyway, and was lucky not to catch the edge. 2:31 for 3, Glamorgan 19 runs away from a first batting bonus point. It's 1-0 to Leicestershire in the points section of the scoreboard at the moment. There's Mike bowls. Carlson digs that one out. Excellent Yorker from Ben Mike, who fields in his follow through.
Yeah, the only part of the scoreboard in which they are ahead at the moment.
Carlson just forced to soak up a few dot balls for a change. But plenty of time for Glamorgan to play with. Carlson, though, taking risks and profiting so far. Next delivery again forces him onto the defensive. Cut back a little bit. Carlson jamming it straight back down the wicket again to Mike to field in his follow through. 2:31 for 3. 5 dot balls. Forcing Carlson to work for it and wait for his opportunities after a little spell of play where he's scoring very freely indeed. Mike is in, bowled to Carlson, who prevents it from being a maiden over because he's steered that one away down towards backward point. Goes through for the single, retains the strike. 2:32 for 3, just the single off the Ben Mike over. Back in Fox's ranks after a brief desertion with Yorkshire. More of Kimber.
Happily, from Leicestershire's point of view, Yorkshire are still paying part of his wages.
All right.
After the year, because he signed a 2, maybe even 3-year contract, I think, with York, maybe 2 years with Yorkshire, and obviously mutually agreed that he leave after a year. Only played in one first-class game for them, I think. Didn't get much opportunity in that. Kimber is into Carlson, who is forward, suspiciously just pushing it back down the pitch on the onside. Hill Fields. Just the single slip as Louis Kimber steps in and bowls. Using his feet is Carlson, rushing down the pitch. The ball turns as he tries to work it into the leg side and thumps into the pad. He isn't quite sure where it is. It's fallen under his feet and he turns and scurries back into his crease. Definitely a little bit there for Kimber, who is in and bowls. Back goes Carlson, cuts it off the stumps, doesn't really turn enough, and sweeper is Matt Salisbury as the sun comes out at Grace Road. Temporarily, I'm afraid. There's plenty of dark cloud still around, but best part of the afternoon so far. 2-3-3 for 3.
Yeah, Mike last season just the one first-class game, but more of a regular in both white ball competitions.
Kimber steps in and bowls. Northeast just leans forward. It was here at Grace Road as well, so I should remember it.
13 wickets in 11 blast games and 7 wickets in 5 one-day cappers.
Carlson watches as Northeast works that one off stump out towards backward point. Kimber doing a reasonable job so far. Bright sunshine. All of a sudden, highlighting the dark clouds away to the south and southwest. In goes Kimber, bowls. Forward goes Northeast, works it to mid-wicket. Hill Fields, end of a pretty decent over from Louis Kimber, just the single from it. If he can just get in 4 or 5 overs, perhaps like this, there's a little bit of turn for him, and a couple of the seamers can have a little bit of a break. And then with tea coming up, Leicestershire can perhaps just have a chat and decide what they're going to do going forward, because it's clear now, it would appear, that Tom Scriven ain't coming back.
8 overs then till tea, which is going to be late, even though Scriven's advent into the attack should improve the over rate. As Mike continues with this promising spell from the Bennett end, and Carlson knocks one down towards third man. 3 fielders converge on it, but there isn't need for extreme haste because the batters had settled for a single. 234 for 3. Glamorgan taking their foot off the gas temporarily as the sunlight floods into the commentary box. My shades are in the car. I'll have to dash across in the tea interval and get them if it continues, but it doesn't look like it's going to as it starts fading almost straight away. Mike bowls outside off stump. Northeast leaves. There have been strange surges in tempo during this game, haven't there? We've had attacking shots and the ball flying around to the boundary for a couple of overs, and then things quieten down again for a few overs. Leicestershire haven't been quite consistent enough to put Glamorgan under too much pressure and make the innings stall. As Mike bowls to Northeast, who is squared up by that and gets a single off an angled bat down towards third man, who's looking to play much straighter. Relatively safe though.
The speed at which Kieran Carlson in particular has scored, but also Byron post lunch, to a certain extent Root, has given Glamorgan all the time they need potentially, really. Northeast can really play himself in. Run rate still 4.2. Very strong position you feel now on this pitch.
Dazzling. That's in the commentary box as
Mike is in to bowl to Carlson through outside off stump. And there's no run. It's not very often you'd have a guy who comes in at came in at number 4. What, about 20 minutes after lunch or so, and already he's on 75 at Bethel and a runner ball. But run rate for Carlson just dropping. North East making a cautious start so far in the hope of building something bigger. Mike is in to bowl to Carlson, who square drives down towards backward point. Fielded on the boundary in front of the Cakes. 2:36 for 3. And on Sunday, when we have a third voice, we'll be able to have one of our number go off and collect a couple of cakes, maybe.
Well, I might be able to get down there at tea time.
It's all right, I wasn't hinting.
Felt like a pretty big hint to me.
No.
No, I'm not kidding. Yeah, I'll get down there and see what's on the menu.
Next delivery is played defensively by North East at the end of Mike's over. 2:36 for 3. North East 13. Carlson 76, and Glamorgan rather pottering towards tea after the fun and frolics of early in the afternoon.
Yeah, still 7 overs away, so another 25 runs perhaps.
Oh, it'll have still been a fine session for them unless they lose a couple more wickets.
Absolutely will. Past 250, headed up to 260. Lewis Hill chatting to Ben Mike. Whether he can get another over out of Ben, who will be required post tea.
I'm just going to have to nip next one, fetch a cap because it's a bit dazzling.
No problems. As the sun, of course, with Nick having said that, goes behind cloud. Louis Kimber will continue from the pavilion end. Backward point. Scott Curry swinging his arm, so I'm guessing he's going to spell Mike shortly. Still got the deepish backward square for the top-edged sweep, Kimber, as he goes in and bowls to Carlson, but it's a little bit too full on leg stump. Carlson can just lean forward and work it, nibble it around the corner, down towards long leg. Patel runs around from that deepish backward square position and fields, and Carlson jogs a single, keeps his score just above a runner ball, 77 off 76 for him. Kimber is into North East, again onto the legs. He goes back and works it out to Patel, who's come in a little bit for North East, who hasn't shown thus far an inclination to sweep. He's got blue reflective sunglasses. Rishi Patel, as in goes Kimber, bowls, back goes North East. It doesn't turn, he just works it in off the back foot into the offside. An extremely loud car goes up Milligan Road.
Get your exhaust fixed, mate.
Well, there are a couple of garages, including one famously named We Fix Your Car Limited. In goes Kimber and bowls, clipped out to square leg by North East, straight to Patel. A literal name for a business.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Fix your car,
Well,
mate.
there's a few of them, and there's one next to it called Just Easy Bargains. So they say it like it is down Milligan Road. In goes Kimber and bowls, worked around the corner by North East. Thinks there might be a run in it, but Patel scrambles across to his right. I think he's fielded 4 in a row down there. Rishi Patel in this over. Just the one ball to come in it, just the single off it so far. Good again from Kimber, who steps in and bowls. A little bit short, a little bit leg side though, and he's going to concede 4 off that one as North East goes back, flicks it around the corner. It runs down to fine leg. All Hanscom can do is run from slip in pursuit. So just lost his line off that last delivery. And North East moves on to 17, 241 for 3, and the 50 partnership is up for the 4th wicket. Northeast just 17 of them. Carlson and extras. In fact, I don't think extras have got any because
it's been 13 for a long time.
Long time, hasn't it?
So half a dozen no balls in the morning session.
And there was a leg by, wasn't there? And so I don't think there've been any this afternoon. Extras, that is. 241 for 3 off 58.
Scott Curry, possibly the pick of Leicestershire's bowlers. 1 for 33 off 10. Bowling to Kieran Carlson on 77 not out. And Carlson chops that one down towards Gully, thinks about a single. Hanscom comes in and prevents it. Adam Lyth has got a century for Yorkshire at Northampton. Yorkshire 189 for 1. Yorkshire side, of course, deprived now of both Joe Root and Harry Brook. As Curry is into bowl to Carlson, who swings at that one and hits it over square leg. It's bouncing out towards the boundary. It may just be hauled up inside the ropes. Good effort from 2 Leicestershire fielders combined.
Salisbury was the one who got his hand on it. Mike, the thrower.
And Carlson seemed to get underneath that one rather. Cleared square leg fairly comfortably. Looking to hit it towards the aforementioned car companies in the Milligan Road. 244 for 3. Took 3 runs off that, moves to 80. Northeast on to strike. Curry towards us. Bowls to Northeast, who clips that one off his legs in more conventional fashion. There'll be a couple of runs at least as Mike chases it out towards the boundary. Picks it up and prevents them, or deters them from coming back for a 3rd run. Northeast moves to 19, 246 for 3. At Lords, Sussex are 203, 204 for 4 in that top of the table battle in Division 2. Chitashwa Pujara is 57 not out. A couple of wickets there for Ethan Bamba. 2 sides that Glamorgan have played in recent weeks. As Northeast deliberately leaves that one a long way outside off stump. At Bristol, Derbyshire 271 for 3. Brooke Guest is 90 not out. Matt Lamb is 108 not out. So some welcome form being found by Derbyshire, who are struggling rather at the bottom of the table. Curry in, bowls, Northeast defends to cover. And there's no run. In Division 1, Somerset have been dismissed for 171. Away to Durham. Ben Stokes 4 for 54. So this bowling lark's going quite well for the England captain. Not having propelled a red ball in anger for some time, or not very often anyway. 3 wickets for Peter Siddle of Australia and Ben Rain as well. Curry bowls, Northeast drives. No run. Surrey all out 127. The Surrey revival didn't come this time round. Former Glamorgan player Michael Neser took 2 for 39, but there was a 5 for Kyle Abbott. Surrey 127, Hampshire 12 without loss, 20 without loss in the 12th over rather. At Canterbury, Essex going well, 184 for 2. Nick Brown made 65, Dean Elgar made 77. They're both out. Late start at Old Trafford, Warwickshire 64 for 1 against the Lankeys. No play between Worcester and Notts.
Kimber. A reverse sweep attempted by Kieran Carlson. He misses it. Cox takes it and takes off the bails, but Kieran Carlson's back foot securely behind the line. Curry is at sort of backward point. I'm not necessarily sure it's a sort of percentage shot for Carlson. Kimber is in, he goes back and cuts, and it goes more or less straight to Scott Curry. no run, obviously. It's as though he's just lost a little patience necessary, just wants to keep playing the same way. Kieran Carlson, 80 off 80. Big pull, he went back, hit into the air, caught. Brilliantly caught by Harry Swindles, running along the ropes, diving to his left, taking the catch round about a foot off the ground. So Carlson was starting to try and get after the ball again, and it was a bit of a long up. He went for the pull, got plenty of it, would have landed about 2 feet inside the ropes, but running round there from mid-wicket on the boundary, Harry Swindles, wicket keeper, a safe pair of hands, put in the dive, took the catch. Carlson goes.
Well taken, had work to do there, did Swindles, but Kieran Carlson might be kicking himself, but you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Nice knock from Kieran Carlson that really got Glamorgan's innings going. Applauded off by the Welsh supporters, but head down, looking rather dejected as he didn't manage to go on to the century, as he's replaced at the wicket by Chris Cook. Well, it was a sparkling little knock by Kieran Carlson, 80 off 81.
Not so little, really. 80 in the circumstances of the game.
Relatively brief then, but the introduction of the spinner proves successful. Just a little bit of variation, and although Kimber hasn't turned it sharply or anything, he just gave them a bit different to think about, and Carlson looking to smash one into the meat. Didn't quite get enough meat on it. Off he goes. So can Leicestershire work themselves back into the game with another wicket before the interval? Chris Cook has only got going once this season. He got a century then. Apart from that, quite a few lowish scores, single-figure scores in his last 4 innings. His century was in the second innings at home to Derbyshire in round 2 of the season. So the benefit boy will need a few runs here this weekend.
Kimber steps in and bowls, tosses it up nicely. Bat in front of pad from Cook, but he blocks it out into the offside. His right foot popped into the air as he did so. Kimber bowls down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Cox. Did he play a shot at that?
I didn't make contact, so it's spies.
Didn't make any contact at all. I thought it might just have flicked the pad or the thigh pad as it turned down the leg side. It didn't. Out of Cox's hands, it bounced for once today, and the bye is taken. 247 for 4. Kimber into northeast, who just nibbles it around the corner. Patel scrambles, dives to his right, doesn't get there. They waited. Northeast and Cook, and the Leicestershire opener had to pick himself up, run down to the electronic scoreboard, pick it up around about 10 yards inside the ropes. Northeast takes a couple, moves on to 21. Now Nick said sort of 30 was the where you, before he gets 30,
yes,
you've got to get northeast, so he's getting close. Whether he'll get there before tea remains to be seen at the current rate of progress. 4 overs before that interval comes. 249 for 4.
Scott Curry from the Bennett end. Sin's disappeared. Bowls to Cook and squares him up. Through to the keeper. Decent delivery. So Byram hit 13 4s and 2 6s. Carlson 10 4s and a 6. Carlson's was the faster innings on average. Byram having a bit of survival to do early doors. Curry into bowl to Chris Cook, who stretches forward. That familiar, very open stance. Plays to cover, and there's no run. So this innings still redeemable by the Foxes, but some hard work to do for their bowlers. As Curry charges in, bowls, appeal for LBW, dies away relatively quickly. Cook was tucked up rather awkwardly there, and well, has a little tendency to look a bit scratchy at the start of his innings, Chris Cook. But then don't most people? Just doing a bit too much there. Going down leg side. Bit of movement off the pitch for Curry still. There's Cook flat. Dead bats that one to Holland at cover. And there's no run. It's not very often they're still playing in the afternoon session as I do a 4 o'clock update. That looks like being the position this afternoon. 3 more overs after this to go until the tea interval. Curry into bowl to Cook, who's stretching forward, defending back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through, who makes as if to flick at the wickets in case Cook had overbalanced forward. That's something the umpires seem keen on cracking down on this season, is superfluous throws at the wicket which put the batter in danger. I've heard it mentioned a couple of times in the umpires' pre-match chats with the captains. Last ball, Cook knocks it on the leg side, and you could almost feel his relief at getting off the mark as he jogs through for a couple of runs. Cook goes to 2, and Glamorgan on to 251 for 4. And there is the first batting bonus point for the Welsh side. 1 all on bonus points so far. 35 overs left in the day, 3 in the session, and the scoring rate remains just above 4.
We have already had an incident like that.
All right.
At Grace Road this season.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember who was involved. I will find it. I'll find it in my notes. Penalty runs.
All right.
5 to Leicestershire. After Luke Proctor of Northamptonshire was adjudged to have thrown the ball and endangered. He did hit Rehan Ahmed. Ahmed was slightly out of his crease, but even so, the umpires. Jack Shantry was one, as I remember. Can't quite remember off the top of my head who was the other. They decided 5 runs ought to be added to the Leicestershire score. Ben Mike is in. They have taken Louis Kimber off the over after getting a wicket.
Strange.
Ben Mike running in from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump to northeast, who just defends the ball out into the offside. Ben Debenham was the other umpire. So yes, they are determined to stamp it out as much as they can.
Glamorgan have been a little bit skinny on batting points so far this season, apart from a decent first innings match efforts at Lords and then at home to Sussex, but there have been a few scores just under or just over 200.
Mike into northeast, bowls very wide, swings away further. Northeast has nothing to do with it. They've sent Matt Salisbury out to sweeper on the point boundary. Leicestershire just behind square, no, pretty much square, pretty much at the point.
Wondering what the thinking might have been behind replacing Kimber, having got the wicket. Seems to be bowling quite fairly tidily.
He wasn't really leaking runs, was he? So, yeah, a little bit surprising, especially with tea coming up. In goes Mike, bowls, line and length, and northeast defends into the offside. So they probably have gotten away with a couple more, so to speak, if that's the right term, so just the way of putting it.
Well, with a seamer down, they want to get a few more overs from somewhere. 4 overs, 1 for 13. Maybe thinking that Cook might be more vulnerable to a quickie than a spinner early on.
Yeah, possibly. Mike charging in as willingly as ever, bowls outside off stump. It does swing a touch, but from wide went wide and was taken very low by Ben Cox. Athletic run, Mike is in and bowls fullish. Northeast waits for it. He's been cautious throughout his innings so far for the most part and rather jams it back down the pitch on the onside. Hill picks up. Well, you wouldn't say he's seen his side kind of redeem itself from the morning's effort. They've conceded over 150 runs in the session so far. They have picked up 3 wickets to give the scoreboard a slightly less lopsided appearance, but still 150 runs, 155 runs in the session so far. Glamorgan session, really. You feel in goes Mike, bowls short, and Northeast just turns his head. The ball goes over his right shoulder as he faces chest on down the pitch. Taken by Cox, end of the over. 2 to go until tea. Nick's going to head next door and update to BBC Wales with fairly good news, really. Leicestershire might say it's been a more balanced session, but as I say, 155 for 3 when you've put a side into bat on a very green pitch. Still their session. Perhaps Scott Curry can equal things up by picking up a couple more quick wickets. Down the slope he comes from the Bennett end, bowls to Cook, who's a little bit squared up. He starts from a slightly square on, chest on position, Chris Cook, so it doesn't take much, if that makes any sort of sense, to square him up. Curry is in and bowls. Lovely delivery, goes past the outside edge of Cook's bat. Yeah. Good mate, excellent. The shouts from Curry's teammates, and that was every bit good or excellent, that delivery. In goes, oh, bowled in, middle stump out of the ground. Scott Curry's produced a beauty to dismiss Chris Cook, who never really settled, and that was a super delivery from Curry, and for the 3rd time in the innings a stump is extracted, and that is a beautiful sight for Curry. 2 for 40 for him now. Let us see to what extent that came back perhaps off the pitch. Yeah, just late on it, really. Did come back a touch, but that extra little bit of nip from Curry and Cook, as Nick has been saying, has struggled a little bit since that 100 in the second innings, in the second match of the season. It's just a little late on that. Looks out of Nick. And Curry gets his reward. 251 for 5. So perhaps is now a slightly more level session in that respect. Zabel Hassan comes out to join Sam Northeast with 9 legitimate deliveries left until tea. left-handed, of course, Abul Hassan. This season, he's played 9 innings, 1 not out, 164 runs, a best score of 35, so he's only averaging 20. Left-hander, as I say, 2 slips, and Curry is going to go round the wicket to him. 2 for 40 now for Scott Curry. In he comes and bowls. Zabe is forward solidly, out to mid, off goes the ball. Dark again, absolutely no sign of sun. Basically since Nick Webb mentioned sunglasses. Absolutely put the kibosh on the weather, and it's gone cold too, really cold. Curry, hair flopping, is in, bowls outside off stump, little bit of shape back in through the air, but started too wide, allowed to go through. Was playing for Hereford last season. Zainul Hassan. Goes Curry, bowls, goes past the outside edge. A very flat-footed drive, attempted drive from Zain. Late on it. Good over from Scott Curry, and a deserved round of applause for it. In fact, I think it was a wicket maiden. 13 overs. No, 2 for 40 anyway still. I think it's 13 overs. Scoreboard change quickly, I will check. Curry. Bit too hot to handle for Chris Cook. Yep, 13 overs, 2 for 40.
Ben Mike then in to bowl, and forward comes Northeast and plays that one up to mid-on. And there was no run. Sorry, I didn't get the microphone quite quickly enough to applaud your Curry Cook related gag.
That's all right.
I appreciated it silently. 2:51 for 5. Leicestershire back in the game in the minutes before tea then.
Happily you didn't hear me blaming you for mentioning sunglasses. Since when? The sun has completely disappeared and it's gone freezing cold.
Mike bowls. Northeast turns that one down to deep square and will take a single. 2:52 for 5. Not as cold as it was in Northampton in around about round 3 or 4, when it was absolutely Baltic for a couple of days, and we didn't have the nice little heater that you have in the box here. Had to keep the window open for the sound effects mic and pile on the layers.
Doesn't matter. It is impossible to be warm even on the hottest day in that stand at Northampton. Yeah,
it's so far under the shade, isn't it? The media position. 2:52 for 5 as Ul Hassan gets a full pitch ball that he drives into the offside but can't pierce the field. Zain Ul Hassan started the season opening the batting for 3 matches. Highest score of 35, didn't really flourish there, despite having done the job pretty solidly last season, and is now in this other role as number 7 that probably was more to his liking when he came into the game, as he drives and gets a thick edge to get off the mark perfectly safely down to third man. 253 for 5. Has made 25 not out and 34 in both innings against Middlesex. Yeah, 34 in both innings against Middlesex. So starting to come back into touch, but not in the wickets, and he needs to change that if he's going to act as a fourth seamer. Otherwise Dan Douthwaite will be back to challenge. Now he's fit again. Mike in, bowls to Northeast, who gets a thick edge down to third man. So Mike finding the edge of the bat enough. As umpire Bainton is round. 2:54 for 5. The ball before the tea interval then here on BBC Sport Online from Richard Ray and Nick Webb. Glamorgan moving on from 96 for 1 at lunch. Byram made 86. And Carlson a sparkling 80. As Mike is in to bowl, and there's appeal for LBW.
Oh!
And the ball's trickled on the stumps, has it?
Yes.
Eventually, there was a huge appeal. Ul Hassan has gone. The ball has just dislodged a bail. Everyone was appealing for LBW. Umpire shaking his head. And what a way to go. That will be the tea interval. And somehow the ball cannoned back onto the stumps.
Yeah. It
spun back, maybe.
Spun back, it did it. Yeah, no, it spun back. It went right up into the air. Backspin. Trickled onto the stumps. I thought for a second it wasn't going to dislodge the bail. But the bail dropped off. So in the end, they did pick up 2 very late wickets to make the session a much more sort of balanced affair. Might even have tilted it in their direction, Leicestershire. 5 wickets in the session, 2:54 for 6 at the end of it. So 156 runs added by Glamorgan at a cracking rate. But Leicestershire did at least manage to get into their lineup.
Well, you'll rarely see a freakier dismissal than that one. Huge appeal for LBW.
Which was turned down.
We
should say.
And there was time for the umpire to say no before the ball had bobbled up and then spun back onto the stumps. Whether Ul Hassan flicked it again with his pad, I'm not quite sure. But Leicestershire have 2 bowling points and they're very much back in this game. After Glamorgan had dominated most of proceedings, Tim van der Hoogten wanders out with bat in hand. In his whites, it looks as though he's going to
have a net.
have a brief net before his first innings of the season. 2:54 for 6. Well,
that was an eventful session.
That was an eventful session. It was 5 wickets for 158 runs. But Leicestershire having very much the better of the tail end of it. Glamorgan losing 3 wickets in the space of 8 runs. Carlson caught off Kimber on the mid-wicket boundary. Cook losing his middle stump to Scott Curry for 2, and Ul Hassan bowled bizarrely by Mike for 1. Well, we're almost back towards even Stevens overall, I think.
I still think that Glamorgan are in a pretty decent position here. It's very dark now, but no sign of rain. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester in around about 18 minutes time. We'll go and explore, well, I'll go and explore the Friends of Grace Road cake offerings this season. And as I said, Nick and I back with you eftsoons, all right, speedily. Are you talking to me? Do you mean you want some? Or When you leave the ground, how it was.
56, Lord, he was made. Through nothing on the kiss, and
Mason Crane will have a lot of friends in the Leicestershire side. All these ex-Hampshire players. So Curry is bowling. We've got Hampshire bowling to Hampshire at the moment. Curry down the hill, down the slope, bowls to Crane, who defends on the back foot out towards mid-on. Yeah, curious, isn't it? You know, they'll teammates.
There's Hampshire.
Not teammates.
Yes, teammates for Hampshire, playing for Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Mason Crane scored 80 runs in the last match, 32 not out and 48, hence being sent in ahead of Van der Hoogten.
They have a job to do. Stay with North East. In goes Curry, bowls to him. He clips him nicely away, just wide of Hill, who has to scramble across to his right to field. Does so, gets there in time to prevent it running past him towards the hospitality marquee. And Crane is off the mark. Very competent little onside clip. I didn't get a chance to ask Hill about Scriven, but he's certainly not out there at the moment, so it's clearly a big problem. In goes Curry, bowls to North East, who defends calmly on the back foot out towards cover, where Ian Holland is the fielder.
Well, eventually Leicestershire getting the formula right towards the back end of that afternoon session, having been really under the cosh from the Byram and Carlson partnership in particular, and then Carlson North East starting well together.
Curry is in, bowls, edge, dropped. Brilliant attempt, diving attempt. Was it a no ball as well? So even had Kimber taken the catch, it would not have counted. So perhaps as well in a way that he didn't. Thick outside edge, thickish outside edge from North East. Bounce and movement from Curry, took the edge and flung himself away to his right. Louis Kimber, the solitary slip, got a hand to it, down it went, and ran down towards third man. So just a single. As it turned out, North East onto 25. In goes Curry, bowls to Crane, turns it off leg stump, thick inside edge, bit of pad involved as well, and a push down towards deep backward square for 1. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, I believe. 250, oh, perhaps not. 2:59 for 6. Actually, it was just pad. Crane is going to pick up a second run there as he turns that one out towards mid wicket. Full from Curry. Mike was the fielder. 262 for 6. End of the over.
Strange that seemed to be turned away by Crane, but he must have good pads. That's all I got to say. 262 for 6. Looked like a link glance to me. There we are. Slightly gloomy conditions once more, and we also have some BBC Radio Leicester output blasting in our ear holes, which doesn't help things. As Ben Mike will start a new over from this pavilion end. 262 for 6. Mason Crane on strike on 2 not out. And he comes, bowls, and Crane flicks it down towards third man and will get 4 runs. An unobtrusive little bat from Crane, deliberately played. Wide so he moves to 6. So it's 266 for 6. And Leicestershire need to keep control of this game, having struck 3 times in quick succession before tea. And they need to get North East in particular. Crane again plays down to third man deliberately, running it down, a little bit of width offered by Mike, and Crane picks up a single this time. 267 for 6.
For me, Louis Kimber definitely turned a couple. They may have been out of the footholds, but it'd be really interesting to see if Mason Crane can get something out of the pitch. We'll see.
Mike in, bowls, hurries northeast a little bit, and he defends up on the offside, and there's no run. Admiration goes to anyone who's able to prepare a cricket wicket of any variety this season, really, because we've had lots of extremes of weather, a lot of rain, the odd very nice warm day, and some blooming freezing days in between as well. As Mike is in to bowl to northeast, who punches that one away on the leg side, just a single. The scrambling stop by the skipper, Lewis Hill, at mid-on, keeps them down to that single. Northeast moves to 26. Crane has 7. 268 for 6. Little sign of aggression from Sam Northeast so far. He has 3 boundaries to his credit, but he's going at a strike rate of less than 50 runs per 100 balls, that is. Mike is in, bowls to Crane, who chops that one onto his pad as he tries to work it on the offside. Who's and ahs. Wasn't a chance as the ball just rolled out on the offside. Batting to come, Van der Hoogten, Harris and Hamza. Hamza very much a number 11. The other two would have hopes of providing some staunch assistance if the captain is still there. Mike bowls to Crane, who again I think tries to work it down on the offside, but gets a bit too much bat on this and it just rolls back down the pitch. 268 for 8 at the end of the over. Northeast has 26, Crane has 7. If you have just joined us late on the day here on BBC Sport Online or on the county video streams, Glamorgan dominating most of the day, 90 for 1. Lost a couple of wickets either side of lunch, but 86 from Eddie Byram, 80 from Kieran Carlson had them apparently in control until the clatter of wickets. 3 for 8 in the space of 4 overs, 4 or 5 overs just before tea.
And Scott Curry, who picked up one of those 3 wickets, comes running in from the Bennett end, is appealing for leg before, but it's choked off. It was a full delivery into the pads of Northeast, tried to work it into the leg side, might just have got a little bit of bat on it as it thumped into the pad. Mike Jelfs on Twitter is, or X, is Scriven injured? Missed the coverage this afternoon, we'll be watching shortly. We can only assume so. Tom went off after bowling just 4 overs this morning and has not come back since. Curry in again to Northeast, short and chopped away into the offside, but only as far as Harry Swindles, who's been on for Tom Scriven throughout the entirety of the afternoon session and obviously now into the evening, makes the stop. Northeast remains 26, 57 balls he's faced now. Run rate still up at 4s. Game has moved on nicely. Curry is in. Oh, what a delivery that absolutely goes through Sam Northeast and misses everything. Woof. Did he go over the top of the stumps? I don't think so, but goodness me, it was just a little bit too good from Scott Curry. Beat everything straight through him, just waiting for the replay. Here it comes. No, it isn't, it's still just a bit behind. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump, looking to force away, slightly short, doesn't really get on top of it. Well, he got on top of it, but too much, so hit it down into the ground, didn't really get it out of the middle. Sam Northeast, and Holland able to make the stop, moving across to his left. My stream's a bit behind, so I think this is the one that went straight through Northeast. No, it isn't. in goes Curry and Bowles, and North East is working that one away nicely down to third man off the back foot and taking one. He'll certainly have complete faith in Mason Crane. He won't start trying to keep the strike, or I don't think harvest the strike.
I don't think he'll start doing that unless he's batting with Mir Hamza bringing up the rear, to be honest.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten and Harris have both been around for long enough to know which way to hold the bat.
Curry is in, Bowles outside off stump, worked by Crane out into the offside. Single is taken.
So the floodlights now still definitely playing their part. Got a little bit lighter for a while in the afternoon, but it's gone a bit gloomier again now and chilly, and not the sort of weather you would have hoped for what is, I suppose, a bank holiday weekend, which occasionally passes by a little. It is bank holiday on Monday, isn't it? I think, or was it next week?
To be honest, I don't know. We're playing cricket on it. That's all I know. You're probably right.
It's all irrelevant to the life of a commentator, just how much traffic is on the motorway in my case. 270 for 6 as Mike is into bowl, full and turned away through square leg, skidding past the umpire for 4 runs. And Mason Crane on that quickly and dispatched it to the ropes. 274 for 6, Crane into double figures on 12.
I think noticeable already that he too, like Carlson, is looking to be positive, unless you've seen more of him than I have, whether it's the way he plays, but I think he's looking. They're looking to score Glamorgan, aren't they? They're looking to.
Yes, Crane I don't think is overall out and out aggressive. He just bats properly, really, or tries to. As that one is pushed on the leg side, dot ball, and really when he scored that half century at Northampton in round 3, you looked at his record and you thought, how has this guy not scored a first class half century before? Because he was very close to repeating it in the last match as well, and looks like a very competent 8 or 9. 12 to his credit so far, as Mike tries to disprove that, and Crane tries to hook and doesn't quite get there quickly enough, and well taken by a leaping Ben Cox, who has a very inappropriate sun hat on at the moment, since it is not remotely sun hat weather.
He always wear. If he's not wearing a helmet, that's he doesn't wear a cap. Where's the sun hat?
Mike on his way again. Bowles driven firmly down the ground, scrambling stop at mid-off, and Crane does not profit. But yeah, you're right, he is looking to get on with it, and whether maybe there's a thought in the Glamorgan camp about, well, we'll see what happens in the next 20 overs and look to get as many as we can, and maybe have a chance for bowling tonight as well in rather gloomy conditions under the lights, and try and nick a couple out. Mike bowls, and Crane works that one away nicely past a diving gully. There'll be a couple of runs easily down to third man. Not that obviously Glamorgan will want to lose these last 4 wickets quickly, but if they can get up to maybe 350-ish and have a bowl tonight, that might suit them as well. 276 for 6, away to go. 24 until the second batting bonus point. And Glamorgan's first innings performances have not been consistent this season, as Crane plays that one to the offside, fielded at cover. No run, end of Mike's over. He's 16 overs, 2 for 73, figures which don't quite do him justice. Northeasters 27, Crane has 14. The run rate still just over 4.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a sort of declaration. I'd be very surprised if there was, put it that way, but whether they're sort of working on the basis of, well, you're going to get a couple of good balls every now and then on this pitch. It's going to do a good bit. So we'll get what we can while we can. Northeast is playing the way Northeast always seems to. 27 off 60 now as Curry is in, bowls to him down the leg side. Cox dives away to his left, gets his glove to it, but can't take the ball cleanly. Consequently, it bounces off the glove out towards a sort of deepish leg gully position. Kimber runs after it from slip, and a bye is conceded. Extras on to 19, 277 for 6. Curry tosses the ball from hand to hand, then runs in and bowls straight. Crane works it off his stumps out towards mid-on. There's no run. Wanders down the pitch to have a chat to his skipper. Chat goes on. Both batters wearing a sort of large white sweatband or the equivalent thereof on their left forearms. Perhaps just a little bit of protection as Curry goes in and bowls full, clipped by Mason Crane, but only as far as Mike at mid-wicket. This is Curry's 16th over, 2 for 48.
He's worked hard, hasn't he?
He has.
Could be your interviewee of the day.
At the moment,
probably the best bowling performer.
He's in prime position.
For that dubious honour.
Comes sprinting in and bowls a bouncer, but a high bouncer. Loops high over Mason Crane's head. 1 for the over, says umpire Benton.
After one day of a championship match, it's not exactly a grilling from your reporters in the commentary box, more a light toasting.
Sometimes if on the first day against Gloucestershire, Lewis Hill came down to do it, knowing that he would be singled out. In goes Curry, bowls, again straight and stepping across his stumps, Crane, to such an extent that Curry, sort of almost a theatrical sort of hands up to head, looking down at the ground, saying how close that was. The ball is rolled by Ben Mike out towards mid-on because Hill was over there talking to Marcus Harris. Marcus Harris's last game for Leicestershire in this particular spell, as Curry is in bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before he's gone. He was almost walking Mason Crane, stepped across his stump straight away and missed, tried to flick it away into the leg side. Curry didn't really turn, he just sort of shouted in triumph, and Crane, as I say, turned, was almost walking as umpire Benton raised his finger. So, first wicket of the session for Leicestershire, and Curry again very much now in prime position for the post-play interview, has 3 for 48.
Yeah, a little cameo by Mason Crane, 14 off 19, but not able to go on, and, well, you wouldn't say it was quite Leicestershire's day, but they've hauled it back a heck of a long way from when Glamorgan had 246 for 3 and Carlson in full flow in the late in the afternoon session. And 4 wickets claimed in the space of 10 overs, 31 runs now, as Tim van der Hoogten emerges from underneath us. And yes, Mason Crane needs to work on his acting skills. As you say, he was turning before the finger went up, and
he knew, didn't he?
Needs to practice the stare at his bat and the
the
step
umpire
towards
bit,
square
doesn't it, when
leg.
that
Yes,
happens? But in
he won't
fairness,
mind if I give him out then.
I think it was pretty much bang in front of middle and low down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Curry didn't even turn, really.
The celeb appeal. At Bristol, Derbyshire 317 for 4. Matt Lamb 133 not out. Brooke Gast went for 95. Second victim for Marchant de Lange, former Glamorgan player who almost won a match here in spectacular fashion before being caught in the deep, one blow short of victory. At Lord's, leaders Sussex proceeding gently at 230 for 4. Puchara is 67 not out. And at Northampton, Yorkshire 220 for 2. Century for Lythe, he's out now. Sean Massoud is 56 not out. But Glamorgan are in some danger of not getting to 300, which really would be a setback, as Matt Salisbury is back in the attack from this pavilion end, and Ford goes northeast and plays defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. So Leicestershire hauling it back late in the day. And now you'd think it was probable that the home side would have to bat tonight, with 3 down in the 70th over. 3 wickets standing rather than the 70th over. Just the one slip for northeast as he works it away on the offside, goes through for a single. Leicestershire in the mindset where they're going to give Sam Northeast singles, because he'll probably keep on taking them. Tim van der Hoogten then, his first innings of the season, as Hanscom jogs in to double the number of slips in attendance. Van der Hoogten going through a few final limbering up exercises. Doesn't want to strain anything in his first game back. And Salisbury is in to bowl. That goes through low outside off stump. Ankle high to Ben Cox as Van der Hoogten plays no shot. Peter Hanscom wanders off to have a word with third man for some reason. It's to pass on the existence of a cunning plan. Who knows? Salisbury runs up the slope, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's rather squared up by that one. Plays it out to point, and there's no run. So 2 slips now. 5 saving the single. Fine leg in front of the digital scoreboard. And third man in front of the vacant hospitality tent. Hopefully all areas will be a little bit more packed come T20, because the crowd today reflects the weather really. Salisbury bowls, Van der Hoogten off the back foot, punching firmly to mid-off, and there's no run. There's hardly anyone on the Milligan Road side of the ground, on the grounds that they'd need binoculars to see what was happening.
Yes.
On a wicket that is firmly towards the meat and the nets side of the ground. So we look up from a very wide long off, and Van der Hoogten defends again. Up the pitch, fielded by skipper Hill at mid-on. Single off the first ball of the over, or was it the second? Van der Hoogten's played out 4 dot balls, 278 for 7. Do Glamorgan need to go a little bit more aggressive? Van der Hoogten might once he's settled in. Northeast so far has demonstrated every confidence in his colleagues.
He checks his guard with umpire Bainton. He's going to be facing Scott Curry. Curry, his best is 4 for 109 for Hampshire against Surrey at the Oval in 2021. It's an opportunity to beat that. Goes in and bowls straight to northeast, who carefully blocks the delivery out towards mid-on. They've pushed Mike back at square leg, so offering Northeast the single in that respect. That said, Harry Swindles is on the one at backward point. There isn't a sweeper on the shorter offside boundary. As Curry is in, bowls again full, dug out by Northeast, and illustrating Nick's point that he's perfectly happy to trust Van der Hoogten. He takes the one off the second ball of the over. Brings Van der Hoogten down to face Scott Curry. A best of 85 not out. Tim Van der Hoogten, that was against Yorkshire. A perfectly competent batsman as Curry is in to him down the leg side. An appeal for a catch behind. Cox kind of went up. The slips consequently kind of went up. Curry roared in a way, but in reaction, I suspect, to the sort of semi-enquiry, I think probably flicked the pad on the way through.
If you're going to appeal, boys, try and start at the same time. How's that? How's that? How's that?
There was something of that sort of, yes, sir. Then you. In goes Curry and bowls again to Van der Hoogten, who is flick driving at that one outside off stump, bounces past his outside edge, and he's very cross with himself, Van der Hoogten. It would have been a horrible shot to get out to. Very much with his tail up though. 3 for 49 from 16.4, goes in and bowls. Van der Hoogten defends, goes forward and then goes back, defends the straight ball.
Yeah, we're back almost the early stages where batting seemed a struggle. Glamorgan powering on. Root got going to some extent. Byram looked reasonably happy apart from being dropped on 49. Carlson 80.
Curry bowls. Van der Hoogten drives hard down into the ground, bounces up nicely into Curry's left hand, keeps hold of the ball and then throws it over to Ian Holland because it's the end of the over. Curry's 17th, 3 for 49 his figures, 3 maidens. He gets a appreciative pat on the back from his skipper Lewis Hill, who I suspect is feeling rather happier than he was at lunchtime.
He's bowled well and consistently today, Scott Curry. Probably the most consistent of the home attack. 3 for Curry. 2 for Mike, 1 apiece for Kimber and Salisbury. Nothing for Holland in his 15 overs, and nothing for Scriven, off injured after just 4. As Salisbury bowls and Northeast defends back to the bowler. Leicestershire pressing to finish off this Glamorgan innings below 300 if they possibly can. Certainly a dramatic turnaround from the position in the afternoon session when Glamorgan raced along at times. Balance the momentum swinging back towards the home side as Northeast plays that one straight for no run to mid-on. Marcus Harris flicks it back to the bowler. We've hardly mentioned Harris today. Preparing mentally, no doubt, for a bit of batting action in the closing stages. As Salisbury bowls, nice drive from Northeast, timed it nicely, and he had to really, because it's towards one of the longer boundaries of the ground, racing through the covers for 4 runs. Applause from the balcony, and probably the Glamorgan faithful down beneath us. 283 for 7. Northeast goes to a cautious 33.
Yeah, but he's past 30.
I don't think it's guaranteed that he gets to three figures.
No, you said it gets it. He would.
This season that has been the case. A statistical quirk, probably, as he defends another one back to the bowler. Otherwise, one would say, well, he's got a 1 in 2 chance of getting a triple century. Stats can be a load of rubbish sometimes. He has batted beautifully on a couple of occasions at Lords with that ground record, and then to save the game with a marathon effort up at Headingley. Salisbury in, bowls, North East plays that one defensively back to the bowler. No run, 283 for 7, being lobbed around the field. Does anyone want to polish it? Ah, yes.
It is only, it has only 8.1 overs of life left in it, assuming Leicestershire are still bowling and take the new ball, as I suspect they will be and will do.
As Salisbury in to bowl, North East forward. Into covers, no run, 283 for 7 then. North East 33. Van der Hoogten yet to score this season, which sounds odd until you consider he's only faced 8 deliveries.
2 batsmen inevitably touch gloves in mid-pitch, having discussed the situation. Curry will of course continue, not of course, but tail very much up as he runs down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls to Tim van der Hoogten, who is forcing off the back foot into the offside. Ball that is slightly short of a good length, but picks out Harry Swindles at backward point.
I suppose Curry being the best of the bowlers, you'd normally keep him for the new ball, but given that there are 7 wickets down, they're going on the theory of trying to bowl them out with the old ball.
In he comes and bowls straight again. Van der Hoogten works it off Midland leg out just wide of Hill at mid-on. Hill has to move to his right to field, and so Van der Hoogten can take the single. That means he's off the mark. 284 for 7. Yeah, they must not fall into the trap of thinking they're almost there, Leicestershire. Plenty of work left to be done. They themselves have, the lower and middle and lower orders have contributed more, as in goes Curry bowls. Stylishly played away through the offside, or attempted to be played away through the offside by Sam North East.
The first season I did this job regularly in 2015, it was the case for the majority of the season that the lower 5 wickets had contributed more than the first 5 wickets in the Glamorgan batting setup.
I won't be surprised if that has been true of Leicestershire this season as well. In goes Curry, bowls down the leg side. North East stepping across. Looks back to see Cox has taken the ball cleanly away to his left. I think anything over 300 is a decent score, and I think 350 is a very good score. You could argue the innings is still in the balance, but I think Glamorgan will be fairly happy with it. In goes Curry bowls, and North East doesn't play a good shot, steps forward and sort of tries to half drive it, work it away through the offside, and it's beaten on the outside edge. Rehearses the leave that he probably knows he should have played. Over 8 is now -1. We were surprised it was level at lunch, given they'd only bowled 29 overs, but it is going to be a late one. Curry is in and bowls. Good delivery that bounces and leaves North East, but it was wide and it went a bit wider. End of the over. Curry's 18th, 3 for 50. Now his figures.
23 overs. Even if they bowl at the recommended rate, that's going to be 6:30, isn't it? May well lose a couple and for the 10 minutes change of innings, if indeed there is one. It seems likely there will be at the moment. As North East and Van der Hoogten meet for mid-wicket consultations. Van der Hoogten averaged 28 with the bat last season and was Glamorgan's leading wicket taker with 39. From 13 championship games, took 6 for 88 here last year. Salisbury into Van der Hoogten, pushes forwards. Quarter of an appeal for LBW. Vociferous from the bowler.
High straight away, you think? For me, I don't know what you think.
I think I'm working hard to see what the bowlers hit at all from this distance, over wide, long off with the naked eye.
Straight but high for me.
2-8-4 for 7. Salisbury to Van der Hoogten, who plays off a firm defensive forward prod back to the bowler. There's no run. Some particularly dark stuff overhead, but thankfully no interruptions from rain today. 2-8-4 for 7. This innings still in the balance. As Van der Hoogten drives firmly to mid-wicket, no run. Timed that one quite nicely, but frustratingly for him, straight to the fielder. So the momentum is very much with the bowlers at the moment. Can they keep it up and dispose of this Glamorgan lower order? Harris and Hamza, the two men to come. As forward comes Van der Hoogten. Defends up to mid-off, where Marcus Harris's footballing skills are found slightly lacking.
And Mike's starting to warm up, so I think your point about the new ball is valid. It looks like it's probably going to be Curry and Holland, which means that Mike's going to have to come back on to replace Curry for 3 overs.
Salisbury in bowls, driven firmly down the ground by Van der Hoogten, past the stumps. North East turned to make his ground at the non-striker's end, but thankfully from his point of view, the ball was flashing past the bowler and the stumps and going all the way down the hill at this pavilion end of the ground. And I say, thankfully for Sam North East, because he has actually been run out backing up once this season. One of those complete flukes where the ball is, well, you have to give some degree of credit to the Yorkshire bowler, Matt Fisher, but North East wasn't backing up outrageously, just a metre or two out of his ground. It was absolutely drilled back past him and flicked onto the stumps. As Van der Hoogten plays that one to mid-off, fielded by Harris, no run, 288 for 7, North East 33. Van der Hoogten has 5, and there are 22 overs potentially available this evening for our entertainment.
The game has sort of settled back down after a pretty hectic afternoon session, really. First hour and 20 minutes very much belonged to Glamorgan. Chased along to 246 for 3 with Kieran Carlson particularly positive. Both he and Eddie Byram going into the 80s, but Carlson, Cook, Zainul Hassan all going in 3 or 4 overs before tea. Just a tilt the balance back a little bit towards Leicestershire. Ben Mike is in, bowls to northeast, who steers it wide of Ian Holland in the covers. Marcus Harris moves to his left at mid-off to field, and northeast happy to take one off the first ball of the over.
It's largely been a batting day in Division 2 at Northampton. Yorkshire 236 for 3 with that lithe century. Shan Masood's now gone for 60.
They also looking for a first win this season. Mike is in, looking for the... I don't know if he was looking for the Yorker. It was slightly over-pitched. It was there to be driven by Van der Hoogten. Jammed it out into the offside, but Holland fielded.
Sussex making solid progress at Lords against Middlesex. They're 247 for 4. Bridgara 76 not out.
Mike turns, runs in and bowls. Van der Hoogten works him away into the offside, but bounced down into the ground off the back foot, and Swindles moving to his left at backward point, able to make this stop before Van der Hoogten could think about one.
At Bristol, Derbyshire 346 for 4. Matt Lamb 146 not out. Nyren Donald also going nicely on 32.
Bowls. Van der Hoogten whips him away off his legs. Beautiful shot. In fact, he's going to pick up 4 for it as well. Just a backward of square, over pitched on leg stump by Ben Mike, clipped away in some style by Tim Van der Hoogten. He moves on to 9, 293 for 7. I can certainly think in terms of 350 and a third batting bonus point even. Glamorgan. Which would be a pretty good effort on a pitch that was so green to start with, and is still to a certain extent, that it's quite hard to differentiate from the outfield. Mike charges in, bowls down the leg side short. Van der Hoogten just moves slightly to the offside to make sure he's got inside the line, and taken by Cox behind the stumps.
Yeah, pitches sometimes tend to get a bit browner as the game goes on. Not so far, because we've had precious little sunshine, and it still looks a less likely contender to be the match wicket than the strip couple away from it.
Yeah. Mike, pretty straight run. Looks sideways as he bowls outside off stump to Van der Hoogten, who lets it go through, rehearses stroking the ball away through the offside, a stroke he did not play. End of the 75th over, 293 for 7. Our thanks to Bronte for some delicious offerings from the Friends of Grace Road. I shared a little bit with Bertie and Norman, but not so much to their disappointment. It's too nice. Too nice.
Yes, I'm less confident in my ability to chomp between overs than Richard, so I shall look forward to consuming that later on. Thank you very much indeed. Always appreciated. We're going to see a little bit more twirl before the new ball for a couple of overs. Result from the Charlotte Edwards Cup at Beckenham. South East Stars have got to 140 for 5 in this after just 16 overs, enough for a comfortable victory over Lancashire Thunder, for whom the Welsh teenager Seren Smale made 37 as the first ball of Kimber's over is turned away.
So they're officially Lancashire Thunder then?
That's yeah, I didn't realise that, but I'm just reading what it says on the BBC scorecard. I thought they were just Thunder last time I looked. As North East steps back and cuts, and will get runs down to third man. I don't think it'll quite reach the boundary, but it will be a comfortable third run as Van der Hoogten makes it back with no trouble, and not really having to put the afterburners on.
There were a few sort of name fiddles, weren't there, in the last year or so, I think.
Well, the women's game, the administration of it baffles me slightly. Kimber bowls, oh, that's down leg side and turned away by Van der Hoogten. Easy runs there, paddled down towards the fine leg boundary and trickling over the third man boundary, the fine leg boundary, and the applause is due to the fact that 300 are on the board for Glamorgan for the loss of 7 wickets. 2 batting bonus points, 2 bowling points to Leicestershire so far. Plenty of time in which to accumulate bowling and batting points. We're only in the 76th over. They go up to over number 110. That's rather dragged down by Kimber, and he gets away with it as Van der Hoogten plays it back to the bowler. Kimber in again. Bowls, and on the back foot Van der Hoogten defends. It's a slightly jerky action from Kimber, isn't it?
I was just looking at the action really. I think it just sort of falls away, so it looks as though his arm isn't perfectly vertical, doesn't it? And then you get those, the impression of the odd drag down.
Kimber bowls. Van der Hoogten works it on the leg side, but this time doesn't beat short fine leg. And there is no run. He has got the vital wicket though. Louis Kimber of Kieran Carlson caught on the boundary for 80, and if Leicestershire hadn't got him then, well, he was doing damage at the time. Oh, they're off rain at Manchester, where Warwickshire 89 for 3 of 39 overs. Not exactly a sparkling day's play at Old Trafford. Four overs with the old ball.
First of which to be bowled by Ben Mike. Very straight at northeast, who defends on the back foot. Back up the pitch to Mike, who fields and then tosses the ball to Ian Holland to do a bit of polishing.
Wickets continue to fall at Chester Le Street, where Somerset could manage just 171 all out, with 4 for 54 for Ben Stokes. Durham 71 for 3, lost 3 early on, 2 to Crave Ogerferton and 1 to a run out by him.
Mike bowls, Fuller driven for short. Over pitched, half volley. Northeast did not miss out, just waited for it and cracked it away wide of cover. Holland barely moved, and all Harris can do is jog back to the deep extra cover boundary, behind a cover, pick it up and jog back. Northeast into the 40s now, onto 41.
Southampton, Hampshire 64 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 127. Could we see the leaders beaten in this round?
Mike in again to northeast, straightens his line up, but perhaps a fraction too much, because northeast can go back and work it through the vacant square leg area out towards Curry, who's sweeping on the leg side boundary, and he takes 1, moves on to 42.
Canterbury, Essex 228 for 4. Largely thanks to their openers Nick Brown and Dean Elgar, who made 65 and 77 respectively.
We're not far away. Is the optimistic message out there on the field. In goes Mike and bowls, back foot defensive. Firm push from Van der Hoogten. 51 added post tee for the loss of just the single wicket by Glamorgan.
Yeah, Glamorgan just getting a little bit of momentum back into their performance, having been firmly in control for most of the afternoon, then fallen away badly before tea.
Goes Mike and bowls, and again Van der Hoogten, quite a tallish-ish man, stands up tall as he plays that one back down the pitch, plays very straight.
been a reliable performer for Glamorgan over the years. The Aussie Dutchman, or Dutch Aussie, depending on which way round you like to see it.
Curry retreats to the boundary again for Van der Hoogten, giving him one on the leg side if he wants to take it. Mike is in and bowls. Oh, was appeal for a leg before, but there was a very, very woody sound indeed. And I suspect it was as much bat as it was pad. He was on the back foot and hit in front, but as I say, lots of bat involved. End of the 77th over of the innings. 305 for 7 is the score.
Well, from a neutral point of view, I suppose this is the sort of day's county cricket that you want, with one side in control and the other fighting back. Plenty of action. Scoring rate has been mostly around 4. It's just dipped a little bit below that at the moment. But both sides in it, as the first ball of Kimber's over is driven on the onside by Northeast. There's no run. 78th over being bowled then. One more from this end after this, and one more from the far end, and then it looks as though the new ball will be needed as Northeast defends to short mid-wicket, no run. So a couple of deep fielders on the leg side in case Northeast fancies going big. As Kimber bowls, floats it up, Northeast drives, but it's well intercepted at cover by a diving Holland. Otherwise there would have been at least a couple of runs there. Nicely timed, but not quite so nicely placed. Kimber bowls. Northeast turns the wrist on it, tries to work it to mid-wicket, but again, smart fielding. Not quite sure that long on, deep mid-wicket are both needed. Northeast hasn't shown any signs of wanting to go aerial so far, as he tries to flick that one through square leg, is hit on the pad. And there's no run, and Kimber's done a tidy enough job. He's claimed a vital wicket, that of Carlson, and hasn't gone for too many runs, and has filled in half a dozen overs around the four seamers. Northeast back on his stumps, playing back to the bowler. So well bowled, Louis Kimber, a maiden to the Glamorgan skipper. 2 overs till the new ball, 305 for 7, Northeast 42. Van der Hoogten is on 13. Mid-wicket chat. Arm round the shoulder from Hill to Mike. It's been threatening on occasion, but not quite as tight as Scott Curry.
His last over for a little while, so he can give it everything, unless of course he continues with the new ball after this one. Down the slope he comes. Ball to Van der Hoogten, stays low, leg before wicket is the appeal. No, again it sounded a little bit woody to me. I don't know what you thought.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell from our position at high fine leg, but
back foot
sounded
low, but did sound
as
odd,
though there might have
Let's have
been inside edge onto pad or thereabouts. That's what umpire Bainton must have thought, because it was pretty straight.
Otherwise, wasn't it?
3/4 up middle.
In goes Mike and bowls Van der Hoogten, flashes him away through the offside, down towards third man. In fact, he's going to pick up 4. Got rather finer edge on that than I thought. I thought he'd work that away wide of third man. Well, he did, but it was fine of third man, fine wide, if that makes any sort of sense at all. Between sort of second slip and third man, and it fairly flew down to the boundary. So Van der Hoogten onto 17, 309 for 7.
Yeah, that was a kitchen sink job, wasn't it? If you're going to flash hard.
Wanders down, prods at the pitch. Looks up to see Mike charging down at him. Bowls. Bouncer. It was a high bouncer, banged in, and Van der Hoogten instinctively ducked, but I think he could have almost have let that one go anyway. 9 for 7. Pretty decent score. Anything over 300 when you put in on a green pitch is a good effort, and it's becoming more than that now. It feels. Mike is in and bowls. Better length, but still on the back foot, Van der Hoogten, as he defends that one out into the offside. They have been without Scriven for all other than 4 overs quite early on in proceedings. Leicestershire. But even so, I think they'll have been really disappointed with the way they bowled this morning, and to a certain extent, certainly the first part of this afternoon. They have dragged it back, but inevitably now something of a partnership being built again as Mike goes in, goes past the outside edge of Van der Hoogten's bat. He did curtain rail the bat back inside the line, but after he'd had a little feel for it. 32, the partnership now for the 8th wicket. But that new ball now just 7 deliveries away, 7 legitimate deliveries away.
Yeah, Leicestershire need to finish it off quickly, don't they, to get back to parity, to do the job their captain hoped they would.
Mike is in, bowls, and Van der Hoogten leans forward, front foot barely out of his crease really, drops it out into the offside, and that's the end of Mike's 19th over. 2 for 87 his figures, and I think his work just for now is done. Indeed, he gets a handshake from his captain Lewis Hill and heads for the pavilion. So I'm guessing we're going to see Roman Walker back out there. No, it's Josh Hull. Perhaps Roman's gone to the indoor nets.
So, has Hull been on before? I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't.
It's the
Walker came
the
on from his
14th man used by Leicestershire today. Swindles Walker and now Hull. Walker wasn't in the matchday squad from which they chose officially. So last over before the new ball, we presume will be taken. Kimber will bowl it to Sam Northeast with 2 set back deep on the leg side. Will Northeast look to go big? Back on his stumps and defending. Might be just a lingering temptation for Sam Northeast to open his shoulders with some rather faster stuff with a new ball on the way. Kimber trying not to give him that chance. Northeast just steps back and forces it into the offside. There's a cover sweeper as well, in a slightly different postcode maybe. Pitch way to our right. As Kimber bowls to Van der Hoogten, who noodles it towards square leg, but it is picked up by Patel running round in front of the umpire, and there's no run. Three balls to come of Kimber's over, the 80th of the innings. Van der Hoogten is back and defending on the leg side, so it's business as normal for the Glamorgan batters in this last over of the 80. Van der Hoogten is forward, defending to mid-wicket, and all thoughts, I think, of a thrash tonight, and trying to get Leicestershire in. Looks like more like we'll just bat as properly as we can for as long as we can. Van der Hoogten back on his stumps, defends back to the bowler. So Kimber just conceding one single off his last couple of overs. He's bowled I was about to read his figures off the boards, but they disappeared to be replaced by those of Ben and Mike. 80 overs are bowled, 310 for 7, but of course we have got another 30 overs in which bonus points can be accumulated up to the 110 over mark.
Ian Holland removes his sweater. Continues to warm up, but it won't be him who's going to take the first over. It will be Matt Salisbury. He could grunt a suggest of surprise. The new ball is waved by umpire Bainton at the scorers before being tossed to Lewis Hill.
New ball now being taken by Matt Salisbury for commencing.
310 for 7 off 80. And it's coming up to 5:30, so another 16 overs. Certainly will be 6:30, if not 7:15. Can Salisbury sort of redeem himself a little bit after what's been a difficult day for him? Comes running in and bowls to northeast, who immediately turns him off his legs through the vacant square leg area. Slightly weary looking Ben Mike starts pumping his knees as he chases after the ball, gets there just before Curry throws back to Cox, and northeast takes 3, moves on to 46, 313 for 7.
I think that ball might have actually stopped just before Mike got to it in the outfield.
Yeah, it's been hard work for the seamers making up for the absence of Scriven, enforced absence of Scriven. Salisbury into Van der Hoogten. Sounds tinny, hits quite high up in the bat as he defends the straight delivery in a slightly cramped manner, pushing it back down the pitch on the on side. Delay while Van der Hoogten just adjusts some vital piece of equipment and then steps back into the crease and faces as Salisbury is in. Bowls full, clipped firmly to mid-wicket where Mike, a very good fielder, actually misfields. It rather bursts through his hands at mid-wicket, goes another 10 yards or so further back, and consequently Van der Hoogten picks up a single, moves on to 18. Partnership up to 37 now for the 8th wicket. Glamorgan eyeing 350, maybe more. As Nick said, it's still sort of 29 overs until the bonus points run out. In goes Salisbury, bowls, forced away off the back foot. Through the offside to the sweeper on the offside boundary, the point boundary, who swindles by northeast, moves on to 47. Milked this over nicely. These two taken 5 from the first 4 balls. Salisbury bowls, floated delivery down the leg side, and poor Mike as that one is clipped away in the air to square leg. In fact, it's going to be Curry who's going to get there just before the ball crosses the ropes. Mike still had to make the charge and did, and Curry got his throwaway, and Van der Hoogten picks up 3 now, so unfortunately Salisbury's struggles continue. 8 off the first 5 balls of the over. 318 for 7.
Oh, and you had got a bike for Ben Mike.
He's walking very slowly back to mid-wicket.
Oh, poor so-and-so.
He's a fit young man, but he looks a bit tired. In goes Salisbury and bowls down the leg side again. Very full, clipped down to long leg this time. So Mike, who's now standing at mid-wicket with his hands on his knees, puffing a little bit,
Please don't hit it my way.
Very
Please.
thankful it didn't go a little bit square. End of the over, 9 from it. North East has 48, Van der Hoogten has 21. Partnership extends to 42, and Glamorgan continue to stretch away.
Yes, this stand worth 42 for the 8th wicket, so useful runs. And on the greenest of all green tops that you're likely to see this season. Leicestershire starting to feel rather frustrated, having shown glimpses either side of tee of getting Glamorgan out for a reasonably modest total. They're stretching away over 300 and they still have to get out Sam North East, who's on 48 not out, and hoping to go past the half-century mark for the 3rd time this season. Has managed to take the other 2 big. I'm not quite sure whether he's got enough batting support to go big, playing in this fairly placid manner that he is at the moment. But Ian Holland still looking for his first Leicestershire wicket, having joined this week on loan from Hampshire. He's got a man on the drive on the leg side, as well as 2 slips, and North East off the back foot finds mid-off. The slips look a little bit closer than they were earlier in the day, on a pitch where there hasn't been huge carry very often. Bowlers have really had to bend their backs to get any lift out of it. Holland in, bowls, forward stretches North East, bat and pad together. Ian Holland before today, 3 first-class wickets for the season, as an average of 48. Played a couple of games in early April in the First Division for Hampshire. But since then has joined the Hampshire loanees like Curry and Crane on opposite sides. As that's cut hard into the offside by Sam North East, but fielded at cover, hence the yell of no. Glamorgan has another Hampshire loanee in Brad Wheel for 1 game only, up at Northampton. The bowling attack looking a little short on numbers in those weeks when not only Van der Hoogten but also Podmore and Douthwaite were out injured. 319 for 7. Holland in to bowl. North East defends to cover. No run. So a decent enough first few balls from Ian Holland as he looks to get something out of his first day's cricket as a Leicestershire player.
Extraordinary echo clapping from Scott Curry.
Holland to North East on 48 not out. Turns it away on the leg side, but it'll just be the single because there's a man out on the ropes at a deep square. 320 for 7, North East 49. A mostly serene innings, apart from being dropped at slip-off and no ball, so that wouldn't have counted anyway. The drop irrelevant. 320 for 7. Holland to finish his first over with the new cherry, and Van der Hoogten plays no shot. The ball through outside off stump, and Glamorgan obviously with firm thoughts of batting out the evening if they possibly can, and who knows, coming back for more on the morrow. Glamorgan's coach Grant Bradburn, whose footfall you can hear on the metal surfaces beside us, with a grin on his face, mind you, there usually is.
I think he will be pretty pleased with this situation. The Leicestershire seamers understandably looking a little bit weary. Not much snap about the bowling at the moment. New ball notwithstanding, as Salisbury is into north-east, who plays firmly but only as far as mid-on. There's a single to be taken anywhere other than that on the leg side for that 50.
Yeah, why? He's not looking to protect Van der Hoogten, so you know, if he hits the ball anywhere apart from those couple of infielders, he'll say thank you very much for the single.
Wait, bat raise as Salisbury's in to him. Length delivery that he forward defence back to the bowler.
I'm slightly bewildered by teams in general giving singles to batters who are quite happy to take the single in the early ball part of the over and don't particularly want to protect their lower order colleague.
There are a few real rabbits these days, aren't there? In goes Salisbury, and that is the delivery that North East wanted to pick up the run he needs for his 50. It is on the leg side and he clips it out towards Mike at mid-wicket, then raises his bat to the pavilion. Not for the first time at Grace Road in recent years. His 50's come off exactly 100 balls.
And he's hit 5 boundaries.
Around him, others can play and are playing at the moment. Salisbury into Van der Hoogten, who's forward, defending out towards Hill at mid-on. Although Leicestershire sort of came back, particularly in that few minutes before tea, so much damage I think was done in the first, what, three and a half hours of play. They just didn't have the depth without the extra bowler to push that advantage home. I don't think had it come as Salisbury's into Van der Hoogten, who's clipping out to deep backward square. Curry's going to get to the ball quickly, but it still will be 2. Van der Hoogten on to 23. Had those wickets come 100 runs earlier or something, or straight, you know, just before lunch, the wickets that is, or just after lunch, might have been a different story. As it is, tired legs, they look slightly weary, Leicester, and they're fairly quiet out there at the moment. Salisbury coming to the end of his 19th over, 1 for 93. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's forward, and slightly angled back, pushing it out towards Point, who is out on the boundary, so easy single. Happy to take it. Keeps the strike. 324 for 7. Van der Hoogten on to 24. Still 13 overs remaining. Which, what do you reckon? Another, even if just over, say, 3.5 runs and over, going to be 360, 370.
Yeah, if they can get that far, Glamorgan would be happy with their day's work. David Battersby contributes the thought that the only position Mason Crane has never batted is at number 7. I'm not quite sure where that one came from, but plenty of opportunities for Mason Crane to develop his batting. Thank you, David. Presumably most of the rest were as night watchmen. Holland bowls and Van der Hoogten on the back foot defends. It is confirmed that Monday is bank holiday by someone called Charlotte in Cardiff. So Glamorgan steadying the ship slightly with this partnership. Holland bowls, Van der Hoogten drives backward of square on the offside, gets a single. 3, 2, 5 for 7. North East has 50 off 100. Van der Hoogten has a quarter of a century to his credit. That's a very similar strike rate. Holland in bowls. Forward comes Northeast. Defends.
Light sunshine.
Yes, very welcome after what's been mostly a gloomy day.
Literally rather than metaphorically, as far as Glamorgan are concerned. They're getting themselves into a good position in this game now.
Leicestershire had their moments either side of tee as Northeast defends or plays it straight to cover anyway. Probably quite nicely timed, but not piercing the field as Harry Swindell's at cover did the fielding. He's done a lot of fielding as Swindell's not included in the 11, but deputising on the field, if not in function, for seam bowler Tom Scriven. As that is through Sam Northeast, pushing forward. Good ball from Holland. Northeast not getting to the pitch of it. 325 for 7. And maybe Glamorgan have taken the sting out of the situation a little bit if they can bat out this evening. Having had that clatter of wickets at one stage that looked as though it could derail them completely. Holland into bowl and Northeast tempted to go for it. A wideish delivery going further away. He pulled out of any aggressive intent, played deliberately inside the line. 325 for 7. It's funny how all the steam's gone out of the game, hasn't it? Which really rattled along with runs and wickets in the afternoon session, and has been quite gentle ever since. Apart from a couple of early boundaries from Mason Crane, Northeast has accumulated when the option is there, and defended when it wasn't.
Salisbury then approaching the unwelcome landmark of conceding 100 runs is into Van der Hoogten, who leans into a firm push back up the pitch on the onside. Hill fields. Trees around the ground, obviously in full leaf now. The new trees that were planted along behind the car on Milligan Road, starting to, they're about 5-6 years old now, and they're starting to really look like trees, if that makes any sort of sense. Salisbury bowls, and on the back foot, Van der Hoogten forces it back down the pitch to the former Durham man.
Everyone's got an environmental sustainability report these days. More trees the better for county cricket. Helps make up for all those motorway miles that are clocked up by the players, officials and supporters.
Salisbury is in and bowling full to Van der Hoogten, who clips him nicely away towards straight, deepish mid-wicket. Hill has to scramble across from that mid-on position where he's a little bit deep anyway, and Van der Hoogten can take one, moves on to 26. Partnership 49 now for the 8th wicket. So telling these late innings, relatively late innings partnerships. It's the one thing Leicestershire have done very well this season is bat deep, partly through Scriven. I hope he's going to be able to bat. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Northeast defends on the front foot up to Hill at mid-on.
How does he get that effect on the clapping?
He must cup his hands in a certain way, Curry. It really echoes around the ground. In fact, Scriven is actually top of the batting averages. 6 innings, 3 not outs. 213 runs at 71. Curry is second in the batting averages. 72 last time out against Gloucestershire. Salisbury bowls outside off stump. Slightly short of a good length. Northeast stays on the back foot, looks to force it away. Can only play it as far as Holland at extra cover. Hanscom, though, is the chief run scorer, has been the chief run scorer for Leicestershire this season, 445 runs at 63, and then Rishi Patel with 150 against Gloucestershire. 406 runs at 58. Salisbury is in, bowls straight, Northeast plays it firmly back down the pitch to him. So just the one run off the over. 3-2-6 for 7. 11 overs remain to be bowled tonight. Coming up to 10-6. They've picked up the pace a little bit, but then the ball hasn't been quite going around the ground to the same extent, or out of the ground as it did on what felt like numerous occasions during the first and second sessions.
Yeah, several sixes, a couple hit by Barham, and one from Carlson. 3-26 for 7. Glamorgan will be quite happy to see the run rate drop as long as they have wickets in hand going into tomorrow, as Holland is up the hill, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who plays defensively on the leg side. No run. Bit of welcome brightness to marginally take the edge off the chill on well, it's not been the warmest of days overall. Forecasters promise us it will be warmer and brighter tomorrow as Holland bowls and Van der Hoogten defends on the offside. There's no run. Maybe we're sated by the afternoon's entertainment, both in number of runs and wickets. Action-packed. The evening session considerably less so. We've had, maths on the radio, never a good idea, 72 in 21 and 0.2. So just under 3.5. As that's hit Van der Hoogten on the pad. Didn't really look hugely convincing. Was looking to play it on the leg side.
Thought there was an inside edge as well. Run rate's still 3.8, which is pretty decent.
Decent for the day.
Pretty decent. 10 overs left after this. Even if it's only another 30 runs, it's over 350 for the day.
Yes.
Going down, yeah.
Holland has got a man on the drive at short mid-wicket and 2 slips for Van der Hoogten, and Van der Hoogten turns it away to Patel, who is within chatting distance of umpire Bainton at square leg, and proves my point by exchanging a word with the umpire. So Leicestershire, 3 catches, relatively new ball, number 9 bat on strike. Not a huge offensive, but that one is a fine delivery from Holland, who's just producing the odd jaffa to give signs of hope from his opening day's performance for his new side. As we move fairly gently towards the evening. Leicestershire working hard to keep the volume and the chat up in the middle.
Yes. Do not go gently into the good night, as the poem says.
As Holland sees this one off the edge of Van der Hoogten's bat and flying past the slips and down to the third man boundary, but annoyingly for the fielders it just crosses the ropes, and Van der Hoogten goes to 30 in his first innings of the season, and the total to 330 for 7, with now 10 overs remaining to be bowled today.
You assume, it isn't an automatic assumption, but one assumes that he'll go back to Curry for, I don't know, 3 of those overs, 4 of those overs perhaps. Salisbury looking unlikely to create a breakthrough. Holland perhaps a touch more so with the new ball. Maybe becoming accustomed to the slope. Salisbury is in northeast, clips him away out into the onside. A weary, as I said, looking Ben Mike trots towards the ball, picks up and throws. Northeast on to 51. 3-3-1 for 7. Partnership up to 54 now. So, I've said this before, but Clint Mackay, who was here for 3 seasons, said it took him best part of half a season to get used to bowling from either end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, because of the sort of uneven run up to the square. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Van der Hoogten defends off stump. Out into the offside. No run. This time next week, of course.
Oh, crash bang wallop.
Indeed, we're preparing for the start of the T20 season. Optimism, beer, Balties. How long will it last? Let us hope deep into the competition. In goes Salisbury and bowls, clipped away neatly by Van der Hoogten. Full off his legs down to Curry at long leg. Takes 1. 3-3-2 for 7. Mike and Hill have just shaken hands on some sort of deal. Give me 3. Give me 3 more, and I'll buy you a pizza tonight. Who knows what it was? Sure, he's too fine an athlete for that. In goes Salisbury and bowls, forced off the back foot nicely by Northeast. The very swift Swindle sprints up the rope this time. Picks up and one-handed makes sure that there is just one to be had. That is the short boundary on that west side of the ground, the net side, the meat side of the ground. For those who know the Grace Road ground. Salisbury into Van der Hoogten, who's driving and missing outside off stump.
The special echo clap resounds again.
Mike jogs out to deep square as Leicestershire persists in this policy of offering Van der Hoogten a single. And Van der Hoogten and Northeast have not changed the way they've played in any way, shape or form since he came in, so it seems a fairly superfluous idea. In goes Salisbury and bowls straight to Van der Hoogten, who defends back down the pitch on the onside. End of the over. The 87th of the innings. 9 remain. 3-3-3 for 7. I can legitimately think about 400 plus the way they're playing at the moment. These two, and maybe even a 4th batting bonus point.
Yeah, they just play a conventional game. No need to change it in any way at the moment, as Holland has beaten the bat a couple of times with nice deliveries in the last couple of overs without reward. As in to bowl to Sam Northeast, down leg side and helped on its way. A bit of a buffet ball delivered first up by Ian Holland, and Sam Northeast just had to get some bat on it. And the result was racing away to the fine leg boundary. Fine leg having mutated in recent years to a 45-degree position rather than the finer position that it used to be. In front of the scoreboard is the fielder down there, which is around about in the 45. That's again down the leg side, and this time Northeast doesn't get anything on it. He's on 56. It's 337 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online with Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, myself Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales in dual control of the microphones for the first 2 days. Sunday we'll be joined by Marie Kelly to provide some variety no doubt welcomed the listeners by then, as Holland bowls, and North East doesn't time that one as he tries to force on the offside. It ends up for some reason down on one knee. Doesn't get much power in the shot. 3-3-7 for 7. Should just about be able to see out this Holland over before my 6 o'clock radio update. Holland in to North East, who defends to mid wickets, no run. Mid wicket being close in on the drive. Leicestershire just running a little bit out of steam in the field, do you feel, at the moment?
Yeah, very much so.
Even though Holland's actually been, by and large, quite tight in this latest spell. But being a bowler light seems to have cost them something, as North East works that one down towards backward square. There might have been 2 there in a T20 match. In a championship game with a longer game in mind, they just settle for a single. 338 for 7. North East moves to 57 not out, and Holland to complete this 19th over that he's sent down for his new employers. Tim van Hoogten on strike, first game of the season, on 31, and adding a single to that. 339 for 7, and we have a further 8 overs to come tonight, the next couple of which will be described by Richard as I update radio listeners from next door.
Matt Salisbury is being taken off, and Scott Curry is coming back on, so it'll be 4 overs for Curry from the Bennett end. Seeing if he can add to his 3 for that he's got already so far this game.
Scott Curry.
Curry into Van der Hoogten bowls on off stump. Van der Hoogten just works it. Not too much foot movement out into the offside where Salisbury's the field in. Indicates with his right hand that there was a little bit of some sort of movement there. Or perhaps uneven bounce. Stayed a bit low. 32 of 62, Van der Hoogten. Curry is in to him. That's the shout for leg before he's gone. It stayed a little bit low, and Van der Hoogten has to go. And he fed up with that. He moved across his stumps, but it stayed very low. And well, Scott Curry now has, for the time being, his first-class best figures, and I think they'll remain his first-class best figures. By which I mean he's unlikely to go on to concede another 50 without taking another wicket at least. He's now got 4 for 50 from 18.2 overs, and Glamorgan 339 now for 8. But Van der Hoogten, as he leaves the field, did a pretty good job for his side. Partnership of 62 with his captain for the 8th wicket. .32 came off 63 deliveries.
Good batsman, James Harris.
James Harris comes to the crease, as Nick said. Perfectly competent batsman. He's had 8 innings this season so far, 1 not out. 121 runs with a best of 61 not out. He's averaging 17.28. It's always slightly misleading, really, to give averages in those circumstances, or even aggregate runs for the tail, because Sometimes expectations in terms of scoring rates are different. Maybe have to go chasing runs. Can't play the way they would like to play. Can Curry pick up a maiden fifer? He has improved sort of steadily this season, Scott Curry. Is that a little motorbike being tested outside the We Fix Your Car garage? Off goes the engine. Curry, can he go bang, bang? In he goes and bowls to Harris, who's forward on off stump and just got the bat to it before it thudded into that front pad. Pushes it out towards mid-on, but Mike steps across from mid-wicket to field. Ice cream van heads up Milligan Road, I think it is. Can hear it very loud, but still can't quite see it. Curry is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Harris's bat. On the back foot this time, he did curtain rail the bat back inside the line, but I suspect after the ball had gone past the outside edge. Curry bowls, outside off stump, out swinger. Taken by Cox, moving across to his right in front of Hanscom, allowed to go through by Harris. Or at least he didn't play at it anyway. Curry bowls straight, but Harris alert and equal to it, plays it back up the pitch on the onside end of the over. A wicket maiden for Scott Curry, who has now got figures of 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 50, 339 for 8. Northeast and Harris have a serious conversation looking back at the pavilion. Could be an interesting one, really. 7 overs remain. Well, it'll be 4 if, for example, both wickets were to fall in this over.
Yes. Do we fancy bowling tonight? Try and get the 11 runs in a couple of overs and a couple at Leicestershire?
They'll want to get that 350. That's the first priority, isn't it? An extra batting bonus point.
Holland into northeast, 2 fences at that one rather dangerously.
Just gave it away.
Rather careless shot. These two will want to make sure of the runs between them, because I don't think they can count on Mir Hamza for a huge contribution. His top score so far is 9. 339 for 8 as Holland bowls and northeast drives but doesn't quite time it. Bowler gets hands to it and doesn't quite stop it. It's fielded at mid-off. 339 for 8. Northeast 57. Harris yet to get off the mark. 90th over of the innings. Holland looking for his first success. Bowls, northeast is forward. Defending on the offside. So it doesn't look as though there's any particular desire. to get these runs quickly and to get a chance to bowl. Northeast has been about a run every other ball right through his innings. Holland to northeast, who will pick up a single here, angling it down towards third man. Northeast moves on to 58, 340 for 8, 10 runs away from batting bonus point. James Harris this season. has got 121 runs at 17, but half of those 61 not out in one innings, which was the second innings against Derbyshire. Apart from that, there's 26 and 16 and a few single figures scores. Holland in to bowl. Harris plays defensively to cover points, no run. So it was 254 for 6 at tea. Further 86 added for the loss of 2 more wickets. Glamorgan building to a fairly solid total, but one which they might not have been happy with when Carlson and Byron were going at full stretch. That one is driven through the covers nicely by Harris to get off the mark, and will pick up 2 runs out to the wide open expanses. Away to our left in front of the old scoreboard and the bar area, and various playground areas, and some new constructions, I think, since last time I was with us, with you, for the posh knobs for cocktails and stuff.
Yeah, actually they're for sort of beer and bolty. So yes, right. I think they are sort of, you know, for
hospitality plus
night out at T20 sort of thing. But I think all games, sort of like hobbit holes, aren't they, in a funny sort of way? But
strange sort of semicircular tops.
Curry is in northeast, happy to take one off the first ball, goes forward and steers it out to point. Well, there isn't a point, there's just Swindles coming in off the boundary. In fact, it's Holland who gets there first, running across from extra cover. Northeast on to 59. 3-4-3-4-8. I think they're quite happy just to take singles until they get to 350 and we call it a day. If all the wickets fall, in goes Curry, bowls. Harris is forward, blocking the ball out to mid-on. Hill picks it up. Probably Patel and Harris will feel much the same, to be quite honest. Not much to gain by going in for an over each tonight or something like it. Curry is in, bowls, pleasantly driven by James Harris, bounces out to mid-off, where his namesake is fielding. Leicestershire starting to take their kit in from outside, their sort of warm-up kit. The physio uses for warm-ups and the strength and conditioning. Pods, Curry is in, bowls, oh beauty, that goes past the outside edge and misses everything.
Do you say this is Curry's CB at the moment?
It is, yes. It was 4 for 109.
All right.
So I suppose, strictly speaking, you can't say he's actually got it yet, but
he's very likely to.
He's almost certain to, yeah. That was for Hampshire against Surrey at the Oval in 2021. In he comes, bowls to Harris, who is equal to that one on off stump. Defensively, back down the pitch to Scott Curry, who is, this is his 20th over, but he's maintained his lines and lengths more consistently the deeper he's gone into the number of overs he's bowled, really. A little bit wayward early on. Wait, says Neil Bainton, because Ben Mike's heading back to deep mid-wicket. Curry to finish this 20th over is in, bowls to Harris, who is back defending with an angle back down towards third man and taking one that means he keeps the strike. Moves on to 3, 3, 4, 4 for 8, 5 overs remain to be bowled tonight.
Yes, the Leicestershire openers probably wouldn't be too sad to see their bowlers not claim the remaining wickets in the next couple of overs, as that'll avoid any chance of them having to go in for a nasty little over or two tonight. Harris on 3 on strike as Holland bowls. Harris defends. This is a man who did work his way up to number 6 for Middlesex at one point in his career. His batting has fallen away a little bit after his return to Glamorgan, and his 61 against Derbyshire was the best score of his second period with Glamorgan, having spent 6 years in his first time there, 9 years with Middlesex, and now 3 years back at Glamorgan. And he's leaving that one outside off stump to go through to Cox.
Yeah, best part of 4,000. Well, actually, exactly, we can say 4,396 first-class runs. That's a lot of runs. No centuries among them.
Yeah, strange.
87 not out, his best.
Strange, you'd have thought a man of his quality would have picked up a century somewhere along the way. As on the back foot he defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's amazing, actually, that many runs. And
He has got a one-day century for Middlesex at Lords. 3-4-4 for 8 in the 92nd over of the day here at Grace Road. Holland bowls down leg side. Harris ignores it.
Derbyshire have had a good day. It's not often we've been able to say that this season. 430 for 5, approaching stumps at Bristol.
That's a decent effort for a side that Welsh supporters keep a little bit of an eye on, with David Lloydson and Aaron Donald there. Donald 67 off 59 balls, that sounds like him. Holland in to bowl. Shouts of catch it as the ball bounces miles from any fielder on the leg side.
But it was in the air.
It was in the air. Bat might have
so
been
you're allowed
involved.
to shout catch it, even if somebody isn't in the same postcode as. Sorry.
Yes. As if said fielders wouldn't be making every effort to catch the ball if it were remotely catchable in the first place.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh,
Catch
yes,
it.
that's,
That's what I have to do.
Yeah.
Holland is in to bowl. Harris plays no shot through outside off stump. We all do it. Every cricketer in the land, from mightiest test player the humblest village cricketer, has probably been guilty of shouting it when it's the bloomin' obvious, catch it when it's the bloomin' obvious at some point. 344 for 8. Not quite at the stage where Leicestershire definitely won't have to bat tonight, but only a few balls away from it.
Yeah. Scott Curry, bowling the first of those few balls, is in and bowled. North East gets a delivery down the leg side, bounces up. Cox puts his right glove up, sort of in the footmarks just outside leg stump, and popped up. Must have got a little bit of bat on that. There was no signal from umpire Bainton, so North East.
I think there was.
Oh, was it? I didn't. Did he signal by it?
Yeah.
He's not a tall man.
He's not a tall man.
And he disappeared behind Harris briefly as he was signalling, and as he must have been signalling. So I didn't see his hand appear above his head. In goes Curry and bowls. Harris is kind of looking to drive, but not really. Plays it firmly back up the pitch to Curry, who flicks it back towards Cox. Much about Curry annoys me. Not annoys me, but I don't quite understand. But that's one of the traits that seems entirely unnecessary and unwelcome. But he has bowled well today, relatively. In he comes, bowls outside off stump. Harris steps forward and leaves. Yorkshire 29647 now against Northamptonshire, so a few late wickets for Northants. Curry in bowl down the leg side again, understandably tired and taken by Cox. Adam Meyer did get his century, 109. He was caught and bowled by Proctor. 297 for 7 now. Two wickets for Siddharth Kaur, 3 for Luke Proctor, 1 each for Justin Broad and Rob Keogh. Nicely balanced, perhaps. In goes Curry, bowls to Harris. Nope, he says, having defended off the back foot out towards backward point. Where lurks substitute fielder Harry Swindles.
He's been a busy boy today.
In, Harris leaves outside off stump, and that is over. So 93 overs have been bowled. Leicestershire will not bat tonight.
Yeah, I can add the words "yet to bat" for the score box for the BBC report, which hopefully will be available for you to peruse before too long, after the close of play, once it's been polished up and had pictures added and that sort of stuff, which I can't do. Ben Mike to take over from Ian Holland to try and break this partnership and prevent Glamorgan from getting to the important figure of 350 to get a third batting point. That would also get Leicestershire a third bowling point, should they take one more wicket. 3, 6 and 9 for the wickets. 250, every 50 runs up to 450 for the batting points. Short mid-wicket has gone now. That's wide outside off stump. North East is tempted for a minute to chase after it, but it was so wide that he thought better of it. Might have been falling over had he managed to connect there. It's taken by Cox in front of slip. 345 for 8, and a pretty satisfactory day's work for Glamorgan. Not quite as good as it might have seemed at one stage, but probably at the moment shading the day, if they can especially get to this third batting point and have a wicket or two intact for the morning. But in contrast, really, lunch, the first session we were all talking about the greenness of the wicket and working out how the batters were dealing with it pretty well in most circumstances. 96 for 1 at lunch. As North East swings at a wild when he's down on one knee. It was a wild delivery and a wild shot and a miss. Swing and a miss. 345 for 8 it stays. The afternoon session, plenty of runs and plenty of wickets. 158 added for the loss of 5 wickets in that 35 over session. And the evening session has been 91 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Mike bowls. North East cuts this one and will get 2 runs down to wide third man. They'll jog through fairly easily as it's fielded on the boundary in front of the empty hospitality tent that will no doubt be packed with eager quaffers a week tonight. Paying the bills, T20 Blast, you know it makes sense.
Yeah.
even if earlier in the season than it ought to be. North East moves under 61 with those two. 3-4-7 for 8. Short ball. Is that a no ball?
On height, can't have been far away, but it hasn't been given, so
No.
just one for the over. It's been a long day, says umpire Adnan.
Yeah, we don't want to add an extra ball to proceedings. In come Leicestershire fielders to try and prevent North East getting the single and taking the strike. As Mike is on his way. Ball's down leg side. North East tries to hook. A little bit late on the shot. 3:47 for 8. 2 overs to come this evening.
The sound of the roller starting up, although there are still, as Nick says, 2 overs to go. We're going to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester at probably sometime during this over. The roller's being started up because it's heading for the for its little home, joining the manual scoreboard.
John C. Hughes, Lord Tenby, environmental sustainability. No, they do. Players do nearly always travel on coaches and buses these days for away games.
Leicestershire don't. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump to Harris, who lets it go through to Cox.
The majority of counties travel on
they
in
did for a
coaches
couple
and
of
buses.
seasons, but I think the players have indicated that they prefer to sort of share cars.
Yes, Glamorgan have gone
yes.
back to coach for nearly everything this season. I think health and safety grounds these days important.
Well, that, yeah, absolutely. Curry still looking for his 5th wicket. There's an appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Bainton, and Curry turns in anguish his eyes to the heavens, thinking, "Oh, I thought that was my maiden first-class 5 for." But umpire Bainton has been hard to convince today, and he wasn't convinced on that occasion either. 3 more for the 350 and a 3rd batting bonus point. Yeah, it was going down leg side, Scotty. As he runs in and bowls outside off stump. Up on his toes, Harris, trying to work it, trying to cut it away into the offside. 347 for 8 now, Glamorgan, after being put into bat by Leicestershire, so been very much the visitors' day. A green pitch out there. 80s from Kieran Carlson and Eddie Byram. The highlight as far as Glamorgan are concerned. 61 not out to Sam North East as the end of the day approaches. The Foxes did bowl themselves back into the game in the afternoon session when 5 wickets fell. But since then, it's been hard work as they've tried to prize out the Glamorgan tail. North East has had good support from Tim van der Hoogten. He's just gone, well, it went a few minutes ago, leg before wicket to Scott Curry, who's been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers. He's got 4 for 52, his best first-class figures to date, but very much Glamorgan's day here at Grace Road. Curry is in to Harris, who's working it away behind square on the leg side. In comes Holland to field, and 1 is taken. 348 for 8 with 8 balls left in the day. So 350, that'll be a nice round figure and a very satisfying one for Glamorgan to end the day sitting upon. I didn't hear that cue at all, I don't know why. This box is starting to do funny things. It's old, like me. Curry is in and bowls to North East. A slow look Yorker floated down towards North East. Talking about David Lloyd at Derbyshire. In the game at Derby, Curry bowled David Lloyd with a slow, actually full toss.
Oh.
But it looked like one of those Franklin Stevenson slower balls, real moon ball. And David Lloyd flung himself to the ground and realised too late it was going to hit the stumps, and ended up with his off stump flattened, and he was lying on his back, but with his head back towards the bowler.
How embarrassing.
It was an extraordinary sight.
Did anyone capture it on film.
I would imagine there's a meme of it somewhere. I mean, there always is, isn't there? 1 over to go.
Here we go. It'll be bowled by Ben Mike, and he's into James Harris. Short delivery that Harris sort of gets out of the way of. Just about in time. So Leicestershire needing 1 more wicket for their 3rd point. Glamorgan needing 2 more runs for their 3rd point. As bizarrely, very late in the day, there's a little bit of sand applied to the footmarks for Ben Mike to stop him slipping by the ever considerate captain Lewis Hill. Harris on strike. 2 runs needed for the point, and Harris defends it back to the bowler. Oh, it'd be so much neater if they got to 350 tonight. But Ben Mike will have visions of adding to his wickets tally. 2 for 89 at the moment, which sums up his day. A couple of few threatening moments, a few less than accurate ones as Mike bowls wide outside off stump. Grunt of effort. Harris says, I'm not taking any risks with a ball that wide. I'm quite happy to get the bonus point tomorrow. He doesn't actually say that, but that was probably his thought process here in the last over of the day here on BBC Sport Online. Richard and I will of course be back at 11 o'clock or a fraction before tomorrow morning, when it promises to be warmer and brighter as Mike is in to bowl to Harris, and there is the bonus point as Harris flicks him off his legs down to the fine leg boundary. 350 up for Glamorgan. Little punch of gloves between the batters in mid-wicket. Applause from the Glamorgan dressing room and from the balconiers here. The supporters group. Harris moves to 8. 352 for 8. Glamorgan have their 3rd point, and Ben Mike has 2 balls to get Leicestershire's 3rd point this evening. Though of course they have a further 14 overs tomorrow to develop this situation. Eddie Byram's 86, Kieran Carlson's 80. The highlights of the day from the Welsh point of view. Sam North East a steady 61 not out in this last session, as that's through outside off stump from Mike. Harris plays no shot. Tim van der Hoogten 32, Billy Rooter 40, also chipping in useful runs. Scott Curry 4 for 53 has been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, deserving his figures. Ben Mike's had his moments as well, but 2 for 93 now. A wicket apiece for Salisbury and Kimber, but no Scriven since the morning session because of injury. Worry for Leicestershire reduced their bowling options. Mike with the last ball of the day, defended by Harris. Here's 8 not out. Sam North East 61 not out overnight. Glamorgan conclude on 352 for 8.
Thanks for your company today. It's been a really interesting day, and very much one that has finished with the visitors on top, one feels. You never know. We'll see what the pitch plays like tomorrow once Leicestershire get a chance to bat on it. Out come the covers quickly, ready to go once they've given it a sweep and remarked it, etc, etc. We'll be back with you, Nick and I, nice and early in time for the start of play tomorrow, of course, at 5 to 11. In the meantime, from a slightly gloomy Grace Road, as the floodlights go out, it's a very good night to you all.